Happy Friday.
You were already here? Hello,
Yes,
everybody.
I'm already here. You're late.
I'm late?
You're late,
I don't think
motherfucker.
I'm late. I'm gonna turn my headset down ever
Texas,
so
welcome.
slightly.
Good job of getting first.
Uh,
Hada,
how-
thanks for a second. Hello.
How's the music, everybody? I want it to be a little bit quieter than it normally is, and I want it to be in the background.
Fuck you.
Why? Why fuck me? I didn't do anything yet.
How dare you?
But hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. I am your co-host, Lich Owl. I'm here with our lovely... Could be a bit lower. Got you. Thank you. We are with our lovely other co-host, Hobbit. Tonight, we are talking zombies. All the zombies maps. What zombie maps? Treyarch, Infinity Ward, and Sledgehammer. We're going to have a very good time. We have had differing experiences. Hobbit, give us some background about your experiences in the mode.
Well, I would say I'm a casual / noob when it comes to zombies.
Mm-hmm. What have you played? Hit us. Give us a favorite game, too.
Oh boy. My favorite game, just for nostalgia purposes, is BO2. My favorite map? Oh god. You know what? I think I might have to go with Firebase Z in Call of Duty Cold War.
That's a pretty good choice. It's pretty good for training. It's relatively easy. I can completely understand that choice. As for me, oh, you had something else to say? Go on. Go ahead.
I was just gonna add that Firebase Z was the first map I've ever beat the Easter egg on my own.
Yeah.
It took me like 70-something tries, but I did it on my own.
You know what? And you did it, though, and I'm proud of you.
That definitely factored into the reason why it's my favorite.
As for me, though, I have been playing zombies since World at War, back in the olden days, when I was just a wee little owl. I love the mode very much. My favorite game, I'd say, well, technically, is Black Ops 1. But because all the zombies maps from Black Ops 1 are in Black Ops 3, along with their remasters and in the customs, you can also get their remakes for the ones that didn't show up with Chronicles. I do very much enjoy 3, but officially, my favorite era of zombies is Black Ops 1. Favorite map being, I'd say, maybe Moon. Even though,
Moon is a good map.
Thank
you for the third Kit Kat.
I have completed every Easter egg from Black Ops 3 into the modern era of CODs. I've done it all. I've seen everything. I've done everything. And, I have an entire guide that I've built into the Discord server because I am such a mega nerd of zombies. That doesn't
You
say
really are a mega nerd.
That doesn't say that I haven't done the Black Ops 1 Easter eggs. I have. I haven't done Shangri-La. I have done Moon more times than I can fucking count, and I think I've done Ascension once. But yeah, that's my general background here. I am an Easter egg hunter. I love the mode, and I will probably be playing it until the mode at some point dies. But as of now, I am just an Omega nerd. But
Sorry, continue.
Oh no, I was about to pass it over to you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm not an Easter egg hunter, obviously. I play whatever map that my friends are playing. I just want to have a good time. That's how I approach zombies.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And again, that is a perfectly valid and perfectly good way of playing zombies. We all start there, like some of us branch off to be high round players, some of us remain playing as just enjoying the game, some of us become Easter egg hunters. Like, the zombies community is very varied, to say the least, and not everything will speak to everybody, which actually is a nice segue into the the tier list itself. So Hobbit, if you'd like to segue yourself into the tier list, I'm about to do so too, so we can explain the parameters. Because there are some parameters to what we are doing.
Welcome to the tier list, everybody.
So the choose your song redeems, I am going to I'm going to disable for now because the music is specifically being chosen. Oh wait, I have to do it somewhere else. Give me a second. The music specifically being chosen because we are doing a zombies podcast at this point in time. Most of the music is actually going to be from zombies in a way or another. But otherwise, feel free to use any of the redeems you would like. Everything is still there. We will be responding to chat, obviously. Might be within the chat boxes itself because we'll be talking, like just nerding the fuck out. If we don't get to your response quickly, I assure you we will get to a response. Let me just disable the viewer reward for now, and then I will be ready to segue completely into the list. But yeah, everything else is good.
Yeah.
You are fine to do everything else. I encourage you to fuck with us and have a good time. Let's see, where is it? I don't know where it is. Oh, there.
And my music is just anything lo-fi because that's just what I feel like doing today. So
yeah. As for the tier list, I'm scrolling down to show show everybody what maps we have here. We have everything from World at War all the way to the newest map, Shattered Veil. As for the parameters of these, we are, above all else, going to be talking about our enjoyment of every map, right? Our experiences.
Yep.
We're going to be talking about the wonder weapons a little bit. If you really enjoy the song Hobbit, if you've ever found the song, feel free to throw it in there, because everything is a part of the map. Any side Easter eggs you know about, throw it in. If there's something that you think elevates the map, talk to me, let me know. And we're going to, as a group, place them within these categories. So I think it is, with that established, I think the best place to start is World at War Nocturne and Totem.
The very beginning.
The very beginning of zombies.
The very beginning.
What do we say? What do we say about the beginning of zombies? Go ahead, Hobbit. Hit me.
It started zombies, so I mean I have nothing bad to say about it. But compared to now, it's very small and boring, to say the least.
Let me take you back to a time. Take you back to a time when I was just a wee owl. I was scared shitless of zombies because obviously I was a kid, right? Nocturne Totem was a very. I'm sorry. Just let me get through the idea and then I'll let you speak again. Sorry, but yeah, Nocturne Totem. Nocturne Totem obviously started everything. So I don't think that we should have it any lower than a C tier, because by comparing it to any other standards, it isn't like a bad map. It's what kickstarted everything. It brought horror into zombies, and it made people strategize. The ray gun was introduced here as the first wonder weapon we had ever seen, and that same gun has prevalated zombies all the way to where we are now, with the exception of Firebase C. Yeah. You know, Vanguard took its time adding the Mark 1 in, but it did eventually do so. But the original Nocturne Totem, when it came down to it as well, the zombies were bugged to shit. I don't know if you remember that, but...
Oh, I do. I really do.
Yeah, the zombies, if you were moving, they legitimately couldn't hit you. They had to box you in, so... as much as high rounds were a pain in the ass, you had the flamethrower that was an infinite damage weapon. And on top of that, the zombies were bugged to shit. So, I don't know about you. And you're free to discourse this if you'd like. But I think that C is probably the best place for it. It's basic, but it's good.
I think C is fair. It started everything. It laid out the groundwork. As I told you earlier, I was scared shitless too because I beat World at War, and I didn't know what the zombies mode was. I mean, I knew what zombies were. I was a kid. I was confused. I was like, what?
It was a brand new thing to you. It was an Easter egg at the end of the campaign that no one expected.
No, it scared the living shit out of me.
For what it is, it has a very special place in my heart.
Exactly, and didn't Knock influence, I guess, well, it influenced everything, but didn't it also influence Die Machine Mishina in Cold War?
It didn't influence it. It is Die Machine.
Well,
It is
you know what I mean.
yeah, I know what you mean, but I'm gonna correct it real quick. It is a revamp. It is not a
No,
remaster, but a reimagining of
no,
Nocturne 2.
you're definitely right. That was not the right thing I wanted to
And
say.
we will get to that.
It's not, but it added more to it.
Yeah, and we will certainly get to Die Machine later on in the stream. Like, it's not for a while, but it's there, I assure you. We got a lot to talk about with that. But
I definitely agree with you. I think Knock belongs in C. I can't put
I'm
it
going
higher,
to move
I
it.
can't put it lower.
Yes. Oh, and also to the chat, both mine and Hobbit. Just because a map, I want to make a few disclaimers. Firstly, if we put a map that you like into F tier, that's okay. You know, it's okay if we don't like a map that you do. I support any zombies player. Find enjoyment where you're going to. It's just that there's a lot of objective things. Like, I'm going to approach a lot of these objectively and mechanically, and Hobbit has experience with his. So if we end up putting one of your favorite maps pretty low, I do apologize. But, you know, it's okay. We all have differing opinions. And also, words. We also have a feature within here too that if we put something in C, for example, like I see Harp says that Nox should be in low C, I can put another map in front or behind to indicate where we put it, as in high or low. So high C, low C, those are things we can call out as the options we want to do.
Yeah,
but,
C sharp, you know, it's fine.
Yeah. C sharp.
Oh, come on.
That was funny. No, that was good. I will turn this place in the freezer if you do it to my favorite maps. Good luck with that. I'll put you in there with your favorite maps. Wow. But yes, going on. Next map, I believe is Verrucht, right? For you? Because I believe that was map pack 1. Unless I misplaced it. Can you confirm?
I will be honest, I don't think I've ever played Verrucht.
I've played the original, and I will tell you, it's fucking horrifying. Now, okay, so it introduced something that was prevalent up until, I believe, Kino, and they were called anxiety frequencies. The map itself had the sounds of, like, a circus, babies crying, people screaming and slamming shit. Women crying in the background as you played, as you went through this asylum.
It was definitely a horror map. Okay.
Oh yeah, and there was a lot of environmental storytelling in this map, and it separated the players at the very beginning of the game. You had 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and they had to work their way up to the power switch. It had a very interesting dynamic. This is also where Perk-a-Colas first showed up. The original 4, Jug, Quick Revive, Double Tap 1.0, and Speed Cola were all introduced on Verrucht. Modernized is not the right word. They revolutionized how the mode was going, but not to the extent that would happen later. Nope, not dealing with that. But it's in that nope, not dealing with that I would say that Verrucht is so much higher of a step than Noct. And I don't want to give high rankings out really haphazardly, but I'd say personally, like, there was no Easter egg quest here. There wasn't anything of the sort, and the zombies were still buggy as shit in Verrucht. However, the Wunderwaffe DG2 was also introduced here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think it was the Wunderwaffe that was introduced here. The ray gun was present. The first secret song, Lullaby of a Dead Man, was on this map. And with the anxiety frequencies, you still played as, like, a random cast that were given name later. They were just Marines. But I think this is a low A tier map. Personally. Just because of how intimidating and fucking scary it is.
Thallium, hi, welcome in.
Hello, Thallium, welcome in. And it brought a lot to the table when it came to zombies. Without Verrucht, we wouldn't have so much more. The power switch concept, the perks, we wouldn't have any of that shit without Verrucht.
Oh, God.
What do you think, Hobbit? And also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate.
What you said A tier, right?
Yeah, it would be a low A tier map because again, it's still World at War. It's still buggy, but I think that it would be either like this version specifically. I might put that in like B, and then
You know
later
what?
on, Varuk for Black Ops 1, I'd put in A.
The
But
horror aspect. Hmm. I don't think I've ever played this, but I think I can put it safely in B tier.
I'd be happy with B for this version. I will make a stronger argument for Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3 when we get there. But
Oh, it's in Black Ops 3?
oh yeah, Varuk's in Black Ops 3. It was part of
Wait.
Chronicles. It's the Asylum.
Oh my god, I might have played it.
I think you have.
BO3 with you.
Yeah,
I forgot it
pulled,
was in. I forgot it was in Chronicles.
I pulled you and Sean through basically all of those maps when they came out. So I'm sure you have played Varuk at some point. You've just played a very modernized version of it.
Yeah. It reminds me, we need to play BO3 and BO4 zombies.
Yes, I am always down to play Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4. I own
play
them, for
them
PC.
all.
I have them all for PC. I have Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, and 4. And you don't need Black Ops 1 because Black Ops 1's maps are in 3. So
well,
all you would need to do is get 3 and 4.
3 or 4. I don't have 3 or 4.
You just need to get them, and then we would play them together again. I'd love to go back.
I will.
But yeah, so we're going B tier? Is that the consensus we're going with here?
B tier, yeah. I think so.
I'm going to say that this version's a low B tier, though. Man, why can't these have been cosplay? Cosplay?
But,
like, crossplay. Crossplay! I think Harp means crossplay. It was beyond that. It was before that time, unfortunately.
Oh my god.
It was beyond that time. We had nowhere close to getting crossplay at that time. But
hey,
it was on the
360
PS3.
You want to go out for Halloween cosplaying as Call of Duty zombie characters?
God, I'll be fucking Nikolai.
I'll be a zombie. Let's go.
Go. You'll be John Doe. I love playing as John Doe.
Fuck yeah.
It's actually a reference to Blackout. That's the name of the zombie model that you can play as. It's John and Jane Doe.
That would make sense.
It's fucking funny. Alright, next map. Shinonuma from World at War, and this one specifically is fun as shit for a very funny reason. I want you to go first, and then I'll tell you why I have such strong feelings on Shinonuma.
I think So Shinonuma is still World at War, right?
Yes, this is still World at War until we hit Deriz.
Okay.
Well,
I think
World at War as well. But...
I think the only map I've ever played in World at War was Knock. So again, I will be completely useless on this one.
So, did you know that Shinonuma is still played to this day? Like the World at War version? Do you know why?
I have a feeling you might tell me.
Oh, I am. I'm definitely going to. It's the easiest fucking high round that's ever existed. There is a maximum of 24 zombies per round, and the Wonder Waff will get you to dog rounds. If you use it right. Plus the Flogger.
Why haven't I played this?
Again, that's not to say that the engine is on your side. It's not. The engine is not. There's also an insta-kill bug. When you hit, I think, past round 100 or something, where the zombies just die in one shot.
Oh, damn.
So,
okay.
And this is a World at War exclusive issue. That's with Shinonuma. But this one issue actually raises the map quite a bit because of that. The Wonder Waffs on this map, this is where Hellhounds first showed up.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Yeah, this was the first map that ever had Hellhounds. It was the Japanese swamp.
I like Hellhounds.
The story of the map actually was told from the one survivor other than Tank Dempsey. And this is where we actually got our original characters, too, by the way. Richtofen, Dempsey, Nikolai Belinsky, and Takio Misaki.
Takio?
Yeah, they were introduced on Shinonuma in World at War. So the story follows them going to get Richtofen's diary so he can begin his grand scheme, which culminates at Moon. And one of the corpses from a lovely person that we'll learn about later, named Peter McCain, is found hanging in the spawning room. He escaped Verrucht, got back to the OSS, and then was sent to Division 9's facility, Shinonuma, and fucked up his landing and ended up dying like that. And it's
Oh,
rumored
damn.
that because his hand's missing, right? It's rumored that his hand's the one that's on the power switch.
That
I'm not
yeah.
even kidding. I'm not even kidding. That is a thing. But this map also had random perk spawns. It didn't bring a lot to the table. It had a really good training spot. The mud did slow you down, like the water slowed you down quite a lot. But it had random perk spawns into the 4 huts. And this map actually is the inspiration for a lot of other layouts of maps. You'll find a lot of maps that are a central hub with branching paths when you get into like non-Treyarch titles and shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
Shinonuma was the start.
I know I'm late for this, but hi, Kit Kat, how's it going? Welcome and happy Friday.
Yeah, that's why I made the disclaimer earlier that it's like we're going to get really into this, so we will respond. It'll just take some time.
And in 3 to 5 business days, probably.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like the environment, there was, I believe, still anxiety frequencies within Shinonuma as well. I'm not 100% certain. Elena Sigmund's "The One" was played on this song, which is basically the telling of the story of the zombies themselves, how it feels to be a zombie. And it is a very nice track. Very good, very fun. I would
Yeah.
personally put the World at War Shinonuma high B. I think it
World
would
at War.
I think it surpasses Verrucht, but I don't think I can justify it. I might be able to justify an A, like because of the high round capabilities of everything, but I am more comfortable with a B considering the limitations of the engine and the limitations of the other things.
Hmm. Okay. Um. Oh. Honestly, to me, I can't put it above Varuk because I like the horror aspect that you described.
Shinonuma also has the same sort of horror aspect to it. People are literally rotting in the swamp, you know?
Yeah, I know. Um. Hmm.
Just it's just not as prevalent as Verrucht.
You know what? Yeah, I do high B.
High
I do
B,
high B
like
for that one too.
just above Verrucht here. Again, it's not
Yeah.
above by much, but
No,
because
no, no. It's slightly above it.
yeah, like again, Shinonuma, not Shino, Verrucht added a lot to the zombies formula. It brought perks into the fold. Shinonuma brought in a special enemy round and a bunch of other shit that would be forever present up until like the later games. Basically, every map in World at War was a revolution for zombies in a way, but not as much as the next map. This one here, Der Riese, the factory. You want? I know that you've probably played this, Hobbit. It is one of the more popular maps that have ever existed.
I
It
I just
it's.
don't remember ever like I don't remember playing the name.
Do you like
Playing the name.
pack-a-punching weapons?
I love pack puncher weapons. What are
This
you
is
talking
where it
about?
started. Der Riese was the place where the concept for the teleporters and the pack-a-punch came from. This was the revolution that turned zombies from just a little side mode into a mode that has progression. Now you had perks. Now you had things to work towards. Your guns are getting weak? Great. Pack-a-punch them, the gun's now great. It also has a special pistol that you might not even expect. What's the pack-a-punch pistol for the M1911? Do you remember it?
I want to say yes, but off the top of my head, no.
Harp has it right there. Mustang and Sally. It's not Mustang and Sally in Doriz. It's the C9. It's the C9000 Blatcha. It's still explosive, but it's like that. That was the point, Harp. I wanted to catch that because I was expecting Hobbit to say Mustang and Sally. It's not Mustang and Sally in Doriz.
I honestly should have guessed that because that's what was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah. To be honest.
Again, it's not a big deal that you didn't remember. That's
Viking.
Fine.
Why? How dare you?
What did Viking do?
Fucking one of my sound redeems. Hello, are you there? I can hear you. Come out to play.
That one.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so Pack-a-Punch was first introduced on this map. There was a special Eb1 1911 on this map when it came down to it. The environmental storytelling in Doriz was great. Outside of the map, that you'll never see, by the way, unless you no-clip out, there is, on, like, rooftops and shit, help, SOS, shit on there, like, as if people were calling for aid when the outbreak happened.
Ooh, hell yeah.
This is actually where, like, Shinonuma and I think Varuk had radios, but Doriz had really, like, this is when the story began kicking off, like, with Samantha and everything else like that. That started in Doriz, with Max's contacting the Reichstag High Command to get more funding for Group 935. This is also where we see the unfortunate end of Dr. Porter outside of the map, following Group 935's instructions to rather be killed instead of captured. There's a lot of things, if you look outside of the map, that is telling the story of the map. However, there is a very bad glitch on World at War Doriz. If you get Juggernaut and you get the Wonderwaffe DG2 or DG3Z, didn't Porter make the ray gun? Yes, he did. He also made the Zap guns, which are one of my full disclosure for everybody here.
Zappies.
The Wonderwaffe DG2 is one of my favorite wonder weapons of all time. I fucking love it, and I love to see it. However, on this map, if you shock yourself with it once, you're at 1 health for the rest of the game. It takes your jug, it takes your health. And this was back before Quick Revive had a self-revive ability as well. That, like, you can buy Quick Revive in World at War, but there is no revive ability for it. It's only a co-op featured perk. So, it became a massive problem for Doriz. And because of that, I'm actually going to suggest that we drop it into the C tier. Above Noct, definitely. But because of this version here, it has such a game-breaking bug that I cannot confidently put it any higher than C. The other ones, I'm definitely going to suggest higher because they are the same map just without the bug. But that one specifically, like, it's super game-breaking.
Okay. Also, when we say we're gonna put higher, like higher to the right,
higher will be to the left-hand side, lower is to the right. So for Shinuma should be to the left of Varuk, Noct is on its own. So for me, yeah, so do we agree? Do you have another opinion that you would like to state about it before we put it into
I don't have an opinion because this is another map I don't think I ever played.
Alright, so you're okay with just putting it in high seed here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I definitely know that you know Kino. Every casual knows Kino.
I do know Kino. I did enjoy playing Kino. Mm-hmm. I know I died a lot on Kino. I know you and Sean were both frustrated at me, but I did enjoy it.
Again, Kino is actually a super overrated map. I know a lot of people put it high and low, like, when it comes to the actual map itself. I don't think it innovated that much. I'm not going to lie to you, because it didn't actually add anything to the formula whatsoever, other than just a really nice training spot. And, no, the Bowie knife was in Keynote or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck. It's a good
it
map.
was.
Don't get me wrong.
It is a good map.
It's great, but it's super overrated. I can't put it any higher than maybe a B. Like, and it would probably be in between Shinonuma and Verruct for me. Because, like, you still have the anxiety frequencies. You hear, like, children crying in the theater. You hear theater music playing. And, like, you also likely heard this when we were playing Black Ops 3, Kino. Because it transferred over there as well. They brought the anxiety frequencies back.
Of course.
And there's a lot of environmental storytelling about how Group 935 turned this theater into a fucking zombie-filled nightmare. You see I believe they're the Nova Crawlers in containers, too, if you pay attention. Yep. And there's a barrier right beside one of the rocks that you hear banging, as if something's trying to get out. This is in the original Black Ops 1 version that I'm referring to. It's also in Black Ops 3, but I'm referring to Black Ops 1 at this point. Fuck off,
I
Mr.
never
Carr.
played the Black Ops 1 version, but
I'd say that this version's better because it preserved the fear factor that World at War did have. Like, this is a Black Ops 1 map, but it was meant to be a part of World at War. Like, it was DLC 4 for World at War that was ported over.
I feel like zombies just in general need that fear factor.
Yeah, I think zombies definitely prevails a lot better if there is a bit of a fear factor to it. And again, it's not just because we were young at the time that it was intimidating. The maps themselves were meant to be intimidating in a way. So, I would likely put this beside Verruct. Oh, don't worry, that's just Jeremy's. Yeah, he's just doing the unfortunate, unspeakable crime of putting milk in the cereal. Well, milk before the cereal. God damn it, Jeremy.
Wait,
what?
You
better. Just what Harp said. We're talking about the guy who keeps driving by my house. But
that's just psychotic.
But yeah, we thinking. Do you have a different opinion or like in between?
So Kino would, no, I never played the BO1 version, but I like the map. The fear factor, as you said, and the voice lines. BO1 introduced the character voice lines, right?
I'm completely. Oh, you're talking about the guy that was banging. For fuck's sakes, go away, Mr. Carr. You're loud and annoying, and my window's closed. But yeah, sorry. I completely forgot something. The Thunder Gun.
How dare you, Lich? I thought you were pro. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, but even I can forget things.
I thought you were a zombie veteran. How dare you forget a menial detail of that?
The Thunder Gun was first released on Kino Toten. It's technically the wonder weapon for Ascension, let's be honest. But it was originally on Kino. And it's what made a lot of like the training that you did on Kino Black Ops 1 really fun. Because you get in like a really shitty situation that you would think you were going to go down. Also, self-revive, quick revive was there. That's an immediate plus. And then he just blasts him the hell with the Zeus cannon. You're like, yeah, no, I'm going to say nope to you trying to kill me. Bye, zombie horde. Bye, Nova crawlers. Bye, everybody. Oh, yeah, and as soon as you, like, turn on the power, this has always confused me. Because technically, the Nova crawlers were already in the theater. But as soon as you turn on the power, the Nova crawlers start breaking in from the building. You can see them breaking in from the roof to get to you. And they crawl down the sides of the map. Just enhancing that fear factor. You know, because you're literally seeing them break in.
I don't like the Nova crawlers. Fuck them.
Fuck the fart gas zombies. Nah, I think they're actually really helpful because they can be used as like little traps. If you kill a Nova crawler, it kills the zombies when it blows up. Like you just gotta use them to your advantage.
Yeah.
But again, it's just another really cool thing that Kino did is instead of them just coming from the barriers, they break in through the theater itself.
Hell yeah.
So honestly, like remembering the Thunder Gun and Kino's thing, I would say that this particular version of Kino, the Black Ops 1 variation, Maybe A tier, actually. I'd argue A tier. Again, it's not close to, it's not S and it's not S plus. But I think with
You know
all of
what?
the anxiety frequencies and shit, go on.
I'm tempted to agree with you. Like, I've never played this version.
This
The
was the
BO1.
way to
Actually,
play it.
I don't think I don't think I played BO1 Zombies, just period. Also, I'm really sorry that I never played BO1. I don't think.
Again, that's
But
okay. There's a lot of things here. I'm just trying to give you as clear of a picture as like how the map played and everything like
it
that.
also it also kind of factors into my, like, I like the BO3 version. So if it's anything like that, well, it is
Far better.
like that basically.
It's far better than the BO3 version.
See, I can't
BO3,
disagree with you or agree with you. I've never played it, but
you lost so much of the horror aspects because of the new looks to the map back in BO3. Like BO3's version is fucking beautiful. But
I'm gonna put it in A tier. Yeah, I
yeah,
agree with you wholeheartedly for that.
this one, I would agree that A is probably like it's a low A. It's gonna get buried in other A's, right? Also, you have a bot there. Eat the bot.
Yeah.
But
fuck you. Be gone, Satan.
be gone, bot. But yeah.
Man, I haven't had, thanks Atomic, I haven't had a bot come to my channel for a long time.
The most overrated shit map got an A tier. Ah, that's great. Okay, moving on. 5. So, again, 5 was actually how this story was meant to go. Because
oh fuck. 5 was the, like, the JFK one, right?
Yeah, the Pentagon. Yeah, with the
okay, never mind. I lied. My brother had BO1. I never played, but I remember playing this for a little bit.
Okay,
I did enjoy it. I just don't have a big, like, grasp of it.
I will agree with Atomic when we get there. Like, we're not there yet, and I'll make the argument for why that version's better. But World at War Deriz Atomic is definitely not S tier. It has some massive bugs. But it was a revolution, so I understand the mindset. But don't worry, I agree with you. Just not that version. Just not the World at War version. No. That one, no. But, yeah, so 5. You know 5. I know 5. It's one of the hardest maps that has ever fucking existed. And that's a good thing. We needed a challenging map to go alongside Kino der Toten. And, by the way, this map was the first one that, technically speaking, was not like a main cast. You know, this one was a guest cast in a way.
What do you mean you want to recount? What the fuck, Atomic? Just because what? What do you mean?
Yeah, to go over it just one more time, Atomic, the main reason we put Deriz in C tier, like, that's the World at War version. We have, there's many other Derizes in this list. We put this one in C tier because of the Juggernaut Wonder Waffle bug. That literally ruins your solo games because you have no health. You'll always be at 1 health. It's super game breaking. So it's a great map. I love Deriz, but I cannot put that any higher than C because of the fact that the gun that's meant to save your life ends your life like that.
This tier list is fake news. You know what, Atomic? You're allowed to have different opinions.
Yeah, that's okay. You're allowed to have a different opinion. Again, World at War was very close to me as well. It's just I can't let that one slide. That's big. But yeah, so
dude, if we all had the same opinion for everything, it would be really boring. Like, life would suck.
Mm-hmm. So back to 5, by the way. Thank you for the hydrate. I literally just did. So, Pentagon. How do you feel about the Pentagon Thief?
Sorry, I'm getting drowned by a text. Nice, buddy.
How do you feel about the Pentagon Thief there, Hobbit?
I didn't play the entirety of the map, okay? I just remember playing the game in, like, the main like table discussion room. I don't remember
the
anything
starting
else.
room.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember if I played. Like if I opened any doors and progressed. I just remember that one area. And I remember being kind of terrified because I played all these games relatively together. So to me it was like this is the same game, an equal level of terrified, right?
Yeah. So with 5, like full disclosure, the original like cast that we got in World at War was not actually supposed to progress past World at War. You know, what was the actual plan for Black Ops 1 was to follow a more Vietnam style thing because like the game was centered around the Viet Cong conflict, right? So 5 was the first one of those maps technically, but it got, retrofitted to fit the ultimate storyline. The
Gotcha.
Pentagon Thief, like for me personally, I actually like him quite a lot. I think that instead of Hounds, he is a far better like I don't want him on every map. Don't get me wrong. I just think that for this particular map, it was such a mind fuck after you turned on the power and all you heard was there was a security breach detected and that everything went blue and you just hear his noises as he's approaching you. And he's faster than you. You can't outrun him. So you were either going to get really lucky and kill him, which if you did kill him, you got rewarded quite heavily. If he doesn't take a weapon, you get a bonfire sale. And which, to everyone who doesn't know what a bonfire sale is, it is a price cut on the Pack-a-Punch machine.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, for I believe 30 seconds, you get a bonfire sale for killing him without him stealing anyone's weapons. Otherwise, like if you kill him and he took a weapon from somebody, yeah, it cut it down from 5,000 to 1,000. It was 1,000 points for Pack-a-Punch.
Hell yeah.
But if he took your weapon and you were able to kill him, it was just going to be a max ammo. That's fine. But if you weren't able to kill him, he'd take your weapon. You'd be gone. So he could throw a spanner in the works for you. He could completely fuck you over if you didn't work with your team. And following him through those teleporters, because he really liked going through those teleporters, was a pain in the ass. He steals a gun? Yeah, he just comes and takes your gun. Like, flat out. Your character looks at their hands as if, like, they're surprised that the gun's taken away from them. Then he teleports you and him somewhere else, and you have to go and try to kill him for that gun.
Well, that would be fun.
He just yoinks your shit and leaves. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Now, again,
fucker.
There isn't a lot of traps on 5, right? Like, we didn't talk about the traps in Kino, because there's one. There's the fire trap, and it's alright, but in a really shitty place. 5's traps are in the shittiest places possible, but they're the only way you get to the high rounds. Because the Winter's Howl is ass in this game. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with the Winter's Howl. At all. Do you know what that is, by the way? Or do you want me to explain it?
Winter's Howl.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
It's about the size of a ray gun. It's a frost gun. It freezes the zombies.
Well, yeah. That Winter's Breath. That would make sense.
He becomes a member of the British Museum in a foreign country. No, he actually becomes the test subject in Alpha Omega, but we'll get there. But yeah, he's sent from Ascension to fuck with the presidents as the zombies are trying to overrun the Pentagon. But he himself brings so much value to the map that, and again, it is just a really good, challenge map. There was some really good dichotomy between Kino and 5. Kino is where a lot of the casual people went. 5 is where people who wanted a really hard challenge went. Because there was a lot more that would fuck you. The War Room was like the only viable training spot in the entire map. Because, Labs was a death trap. And then the upstairs was also a death trap.
Yeah.
Like, Classified expanded on it a lot. And I think, actually, that Classified's better. So, I would say for 5 itself, I I would say it would be a high B tier map for me. Because
for 5?
For 5, it's a high B tier map.
High B tier.
Yeah, like it's above Shino. My reasons being that, like, again, there isn't a lot of places for you really to work in. The game does get pretty hard. The only way is to use inconsistent traps to be able to kill zombies because of how they're placed. And it just doesn't have a lot of good map flow. But the elevators offer quick escapes. The Pentagon Thief is there, and he brings a lot of value to the map. Pack-a-Punch is easy with the bonfire sales if you can get it. The Winter's Howl's ass. It doesn't save you. It shits out at like round 30, maybe less than. I think it like the original one was like around 20 or something. It began shitting out and just slowing zombies. It was more of a utility weapon.
Stupid.
It was more of a utility weapon than anything else. So I would think that a high B tier would be for 5. At least for me. Feel free to argue against it. I could go lower or higher.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue when you haven't really played the map. But I also feel like in terms of like the horror aspect, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's all I can go on because I don't remember much about this map. I would be okay with a high C.
A high C tier. Could I talk into a low B then? Because I'll tell you, the horror is a lot more on the 3rd level in the laboratory. Like, you see the effects of the testing underground.
You know what? You can't convince me to a low B.
Yeah, there is a living pig that is basically a morality test for the player. Do you let that
living pig?
Yeah. Do you let that pig stay there and get...
Dad! You found my dad!
Do you sit there and let that pig get eaten to flies, or do you just kill it? Because it will eventually die because there's flies eating at it.
Oh.
Like, you see that's how the Nova Crawlers were created, through swine. It was an American experiment along with the Germans had their own, but the Americans fucking recreated it. They have teleport technology in the back of the lab. The horror aspect that you're looking for is in the labs.
Dude, I just want to put it in F tier because they murdered my dad.
Yeah, no, fucking F tier. Let's go. No. So yeah, low B tier then. Have I convinced you? Yeah. Again, I could make an argument for C because again, there is a lot of issues when it comes to the casual experience. It is very much a more hardcore center map. But I do think it deserves to be in B tier.
Yeah, I can give it high B.
Dead Ops Arcade's a D.
Dead Up Arcade, it's an S+. What the fuck do you mean?
Okay, I don't hate Dead Ops Arcade. Don't get me wrong. It was basically created by one person. The entire mode. And it's a long fucking mode. And it has an ending.
Right? That's what makes it impressive.
Half of the zombie soundtrack is Dead Ops Arcade. Like,
yes.
From the original thing. I can't disrespect it in that, like, in a big way, but there is no story implication for the main story. It has its own thing that isn't really, I don't know.
Can I talk you down from S+ to just S?
I wasn't even going to put it in S, but can I talk you down to fucking D?
Fuck you! What, D for Dead Ops?
Yeah, D for Dead Ops. Again, I have a lot of respect for the developer who made it, and I think its future renditions actually might have done it a bit better with the additions. But as it stands for me, I don't... Like, Dead Ops Arcade, I played it once or twice and never touched it again.
Again,
if you had other experiences with Dead Ops, please, like, enlighten me. I want to hear.
I mean, no, I played the shit out of Dead Ops Arcade 3. Yeah, the Cold War one. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm judging it on
I fucking loved because it was different. It was fun. It was a nice change of pace, you know. A nice
Yeah.
different set of challenges.
Yeah, not a lot of that was in the original. It was a lot more basic,
Okay.
just different places.
No S tier for you, which I was also somewhat joking when I said S tier.
I know.
I can't put it in D tier. I really can't.
So low C. Is that what we're thinking?
For this one,
Why? Okay, but why specifically Black Ops 1 Dead Ops Arcade can you not put it in D?
might be a one Dead Ops Arcade.
Yeah, because that's
I
what we're
just don't want
referring
to
to.
agree with you. I'm joking, dude.
Just because you don't want to, you just don't
I
want to
don't
agree
want to
with
agree with
me.
you. Fuck you.
I want to be confrontational.
I thrive on chaos.
I am an agent of chaos. Chaos.
Yeah.
Oh
First name Chaos,
lordy.
last name Shuffle. The fact that I mean, obviously, yes, I haven't played this version of Dead Ops Arcade, but I love the fact that it's a different pace, it's a different set of challenges, it's just a different overall kind of fun. And I
can
really
respect
like that it was made just by one guy.
Yeah, like full respect to that one fucking dev. By the way, it's the same dev that made the other two, by the way.
Could we put it in low?
I think the
You know
highest I
what?
can go is maybe
I kind of
mid
want to do
C.
low C.
Yeah, like
I kind of want to do low C.
low C, I can definitely agree with low C. The highest I could go is mid C, because it's nowhere closer to Reese, even with its buggy state.
It's definitely not above Kino.
Definitely not above Kino. It's not above any of these, really. Again, Dead Ops Arcade was
Well,
missing a
technically
lot.
not because it's in the low C, but yeah.
Yeah, but you get the point I'm making. It's like I liked Dead Ops, but I played it like once or twice and then never again. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah, we have a little bit
Ascension.
different experiences when it comes to Dead Ops.
Ascension, however.
Oh wait, was Ascension next? Because next for me was Call of the Dead. Did I fuck up?
It should be it could it might be me. If it's Call of the Dead for you, I'll switch it over and we'll do Call of the Dead next. One of the
I think I accidentally fucked up the order.
It's fine.
Oh well.
It doesn't particularly matter. Call of the Dead we can do next then.
Well, Call of the Dead was the
George Romero.
lighthouse one, and you had to take a boat to it, right?
No, there was a boat on the map. This is the first celebrity cast.
Right.
Freddy Krueger, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Danny Trejo, and Michael Rooker.
Okay. I've never played this again, but I remember watching Riddle play it when I was visiting them. I didn't like it. I didn't hate it.
I'm going to tell you just like flat out before I explain it that I would put this as a high A, maybe S tier map for a few reasons. As much as yes, the Weirdest cast. Yeah, no, it was like it wasn't actually the characters. It was like the people who played them. They were filming a movie for George Romero. That's the entire plot of it. Is that it was a film. Romero.
It definitely sounds like a weird cast.
Yeah, Romero found Richtofen's notes from World War II and was studying the experiments that brought about the zombies. That's how it ties into the main story. They're literally stuck in the locker. It actually, yeah, because Ascension is technically first, and Ascension is the first Easter egg. Call the Dead has the first substantial Easter egg reward. Like the other one, you just got a 90-second death machine for Ascension. It wasn't that good. But for Call of the Dead, it's one of the hardest maps to high round. I'm not shitting you when I say it. I think like a year ago was the first time someone's ever got round 100 on that map. Because of the timer and how the wonder weapons drop off. The VR-11... Yeah, the VR-11 isn't a great weapon, but it turns turns zombies into people to distract zombies to get them away. It can give your friend an insta kill and zombie blood, so the zombies ignore them while they can kill them with no effort whatsoever. And on top of that too, the scavenger can kill George really easily. and I believe with PhD with it as well. It was really good. And as for the reward for the Easter egg, if you were able to finish the egg, not only are you going to get the first part of the super Easter egg of Black Ops 1, because there was one, to incentivize you to buy the next map, an item would carry over from Call of the Dead into Shangri-La. It's called the Vril device.
Oh,
1 second.
that's cool. That's cool.
It was part of Richtofen's grand scheme. The entire point of getting the Easter egg quest done was to get him the Vril device. If you did, you got the Wonder Waff instead of a death machine when you killed George Romero. And it wasn't timed. It was just until you ran out of ammo, and then it would go away.
Ah.
That's your reward. You get a wonder weapon with infinite damage. And then again,
I like the infinite damage.
And on top of that too, the layout of the map, as much as yes, it gets hard. Yes, the map does get hard. The layout's one of the best layouts we've ever had in zombies. Everything flows. If you went down on one side of the map, I could still get to you from the other. I could use the flinger to get to you. I could use the zip lines to get to you. There is nowhere on the map that I cannot get to you if you die. And and I've actually gotten to re-experience Call of the Dead recently because Black Ops 3 cop for that a lovely person on Steam remade it. It's on Black Ops 3 now as well. So I got the re-experience. Yeah, I got to re-experience it. Again, I'll say it again for everybody, anyone coming in. If you want the ultimate zombies experience, Black Ops 3 is your go-to. You'll get all the Black Ops 3 maps. You'll get Chronicles, which will give you Kino, Shangri-La, Ascension, Moon, Origins. And then in the custom space, Die Rise was remastered. They are remastering Transit currently. Buried is being remastered. 5 is being remastered. And on top of that, Mob of the Dead and Call of the Dead are done. There's also the DS ports too for like Black Ops DS for zombies.
Are they planning a Chronicles 3?
Chronicles 2 never came out. It was rumored for years and it never came out.
Sorry, I thought it came out for 6. I thought it finally came out.
Nah, Treyarch will likely never give us what we want there. They're barely giving us decent maps, you know. They didn't even get a fucking
Treyarch, the Masters of Edging.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, for me, at least with Call of the Dead, the fact that it was so hard to get round 100, the fact that when you got that Easter egg done, you got a substantial award in both the next map and the current one, because you needed the Vril device to complete Shang's Easter egg, by the way. You need it.
Okay, so you had to beat Cult to make Shangri-La.
Yeah, it was a super Easter egg. You had to beat one, go to the next, go to the next. That's how you did it originally. Nowadays, it's not so much because it came back with, you know, Shang came back, Call of the Dead didn't, but back then it mattered. You had to finish the map's egg, or had somebody in your lobby that did beat the Easter egg to continue down the path, and it rewarded you at the end. So at least for me, with all of the positives with that, with George Romero being a super special enemy, with the fog rolling in, with the anxiety, with the zombies being the way they are, because like Black Ops 1 had the best fucking zombies when it came to how they acted mechanically. I'd say that this is a fucking S tier map. This is one of our first S, maybe S plus maps. It might not be great for casuals, but there was just so much to it, and it was such a good experience. You just had to take the time to learn it.
I want to piss you off. I really want to piss you off.
Again, if you have another opinion, let me hear it. I can be talked down. I'm just telling you that I personally think it should be in one of those two.
I know. Well, it definitely sounds like everything a zombie map should be, right?
Yeah.
like the horror, the anticipation, the
The
my glasses are
progression,
fogging up.
the
Yeah,
progression, the reward for
yeah.
completion, the strategy for high round, the challenge in high
The
rounding,
tie into the next game, the super Easter egg. Yeah,
the ease of access. If your teammate ends up dying, you can always get to them some way.
that's a huge factor too.
It's map
Don't
flow.
get me wrong.
It's something that I
Hmm?
criticize other maps about quite heavily is their map flow. Like if
Yeah.
map has bad flow, I'm not a big fan.
No, I agree with you.
I got a controversial take about a map later on in the line, and you'll hear the controversial take, and you
well
probably won't agree.
if I go down on a map, right? I want somebody to be able to come get me before I bleed out. I don't
Yeah.
want to lose my shit.
Yeah. Ideally, you'd want to be rescued. This map basically allows that to happen almost constantly. There's always a
I know
way to get back down.
it sounds insane, right? The
Mm,
fact that I want to be rescued and I
I
don't
know,
want to
right?
bleed out. It sounds insane.
Mm.
I don't know why, but I really want to say high A.
High A. I can't talk you up to an S at least.
No,
No.
no.
Okay, I can. What? Really? I thought you want. Oh yeah! Not ready to die. Thank you, Harp. The first the first out of Treyarch Studios song was released on this map. Avenged Sevenfold made a fucking song for this map.
Yes.
Not Ready to Die, and it's one of the best soundtracks in the fucking Zombies ethos.
That is a good song. That is a good song.
Can that sway you up to S? The fact that that's there? Or are we still high A?
We're still high A.
Okay, I can live with a high A. Alright, so Call of
I'm
the Dead.
sorry, dude, but
It's
it's a high
fine.
A.
It's fine. Again, we can have differing opinions, but I still think I think that S is where it should be, but I can live with a high A. Okay, so Ascension. This is the noobs map. I'm gonna be straight up with you. This is the fucking noobs map. Music is music.
If it was
Music
a
is
noobs map, Lich, tell me why I was having so much trouble with
I
this
don't
map.
know. I honestly don't know. You know what
God
the
damn
fuck?
it.
You get the thunder gun. You go to fucking what's it called? You go to the Lander B, like where PhD is. You run around in circles, and that's your game. I got to round 94 on this map on Black Ops 3 with fucking ease. I could have got higher. Yes, Bob, I see you posting over there. But it honestly, I don't mean that as like an insult though. Like storyline, it was the one that that introduced Easter eggs. Thank you, baby. Like introduced the concept of a main quest. Its reward
Yeah.
wasn't great. Just a 90-second death machine, but
I
it
know
did introduce it.
I know that you and I are different zombie players. I know we have different experiences with the games. I know that any like okay, when I play zombies,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I get or any game, I get way too in my head. So like things are going great for a few rounds. I get the lay of the land, everything feels comfortable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I mess one thing up, or somebody says something that throws me off guard because I was planning how I was gonna loop zombies a certain way. Somebody says something, or I fuck up, or a zombie just spawns out of nowhere and fucks up my entire plan,
Yeah,
and then I just overfluster and go down.
yeah. Is this about Ascension or just in general?
That this is in general,
Okay.
but specifically in Ascension. I know you and mainly Sean were yelling at me a lot. Not
I
getting
wasn't really getting.
not
I know that you were
not the
new. You know,
not the getting mad yelling at me.
Sean was more getting mad at you when it came to that
Well,
stuff. I
yeah,
was laughing about it. I was having fun
you
with
were
it.
you were more encouraging, right?
Yeah.
Trying to yeah. Sean yelling me wasn't helping. Okay,
yeah,
let's be
I've
honest.
always tried to push you forward when it comes to your zombies experiences, because I know that like you're not new, but you're relatively casual, right? You do
Yeah.
get into your own head quite a bit, and it can lead to unnecessary downing. But to bring it back to the
Oh,
map in
100%.
general, this map is the map I would take you to teach you basic training skills. Because there's so many places on this map that you can actually go to and train successfully. Down by the rocket, you can get that done. In the rocket launch pad, you can do that too. It's a little bit more dangerous. That I think that'd be a place I would go.
Yeah.
In the main starting room, you know that spinning dildo thing? Yeah, I'm calling it that. It's basically just it's a G-force simulator. I believe it. That's what they're referred to. It's like it's meant to expose fucking what? Yeah,
A giant spinning
it's some
dildo.
giant
I like
spinning
it.
dildo.
Let's fucking go.
I gotta get
Anything's
sussy,
a
yeah.
dildo if you're brave enough,
I'm
right?
sure, but I think that's a little too big. But go, yeah. So that thing, it doesn't make zombies respawn. If it when it spins and hits them, it kills them. If you
Oh,
wanted
fuck
to,
yeah.
you could get to round 100 without killing a single zombie. If you just stand in the spawn room and like you just circle
Yeah,
spawn.
I'm not that good at looping.
It is a little difficult to do, but you can do it. It like that
Uh,
thing goes off every few minutes and it kills any zombie it hits.
like I remember when you and I played it. Um yes, I went down like 15 times. Okay?
Hmm,
Yes, it was embarrassing.
that's fine. Again,
But
zombies players are zombies players.
we also got to a relatively high round.
Yeah,
Like I know you carried, but I also felt like I was doing something
participating.
and learning, and yeah, exactly.
On top of that, too, by
And
the way, I should mention that Stamina Up and PhD were introduced on this map. Black Ops
that's
1,
right.
this is the biggest map that they ever had made at that point, and they brought a perk that gives you more stamina. So you can run for longer. And one that negates explosive damage. So you can use Mustang and Sally without downing yourself. You can use the ray gun without downing yourself. This was the fucking map that released those two perks. The lunar landers simulated what we did in Doriz with the 3 teleporters, except you weren't teleporting, you were just being transferred to a different part of the map, and it was completely random which one you would go to after the original. So
Yeah.
it added a bit of chaos into the mix. Like, the monkeys would steal your perks. We went from stealing
That was
guns to stealing
annoying.
perks. But even them, like, the monkeys
They're
weren't.
learning.
Even then though, like it wasn't that hard to deal with. You would just have some like what we would do, or at least what I would do, is I'd keep the jug door closed if I was like from either from power switch, right? Because what I could do
Yeah.
is if you keep the jug door from power switch closed, uh, like you don't open that one, and you go up through power through lander B and then up instead, what ends up happening is you would lose your lesser perks. You'd be able to defend Quick Revive on solo, and you'd be able to defend Juggernaut. You might lose Stamina Up, you might lose Speed Cola, you might lose PhD, but those perks are less needed than those other two when it comes to solo play. And like I could in Black Ops 3, I can just get to the other perks and defend them after I've killed enough monkeys. And the monkeys do generally go for Quick Revive and Chug more than anything else. So you could actually make them relatively trivial when it came to the monkeys. And eventually they would get pretty hard to kill. But even if they took your perks, at the point where that actually becomes an issue, you'd have a lot of points. You can train without perks on this map because of how much space is in your fucking in the fucking map. It is a
Which is why
non-issue.
it's great for noobs.
Yeah, and it's in the
Not
map flow is pretty good too.
yeah. I'm okay with putting this one. What do you think, Lich? Can we do high B?
I was gonna go higher.
Of course you were.
I have a soft spot for Ascension. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking love this map. Like it's very noob friendly, but it's also really fun to play.
It's definitely fun to play. It's definitely fun to play.
If you want to know where I would put it, I would actually likely put this in S as well.
You'd put this in S.
I would put this in S because again, the map flow is really good. It introduced 2 perks to the formula, not just one. Like nowadays, we're lucky to get 1, right? But it introduced not 1 but 2, and not like one shitty one like Call of the Dead did, because Deadshot Daiquiri is fucking useless on PC and relatively useless on console. That's why I didn't bring it up during Call of the Dead. It's because it's fucking useless. But these perks they released were really good. The Gersh devices came in, the black hole grenades. Those were used for the Easter egg, and those were actually just a good fucking thing to use.
Well, the fact that they have Soundgarden grenades, you can put them. Yeah, I'll put them in S tier.
Yeah,
for sure.
I would defend Ascension for S tier harder than I defended Call of the Dead. As much as I love Call of the Dead, I love Ascension so much more because there's just so much to offer here for any type of zombies player. High rounder.
The fact.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, this one's an S tier, not Call of the Dead, because I actually played Ascension.
But yeah, for me, I'd say that the Black Ops 1 version of Ascension is slightly better than the Black Ops 3 version. Not by much, but it is. But Ascension itself has a lot for everybody. If you're a new player, I will take you to Ascension. Because this map will teach you training, this map will teach you survival skills, it will teach you how to play without perks.
How to be smart, essentially.
It'll teach you how to play tactfully, and it will get difficult if you are new. For me, I'll just run around in circles like a fucking Muppet. I could play this map until round 94 and I'm fine. You, on the other hand, will have a little, and I don't mean you as in you, I mean you as in like the general person.
Yeah, I finished to
that. You will struggle. Yep. And you will learn from this map. And the skills you learn here will help you on a lot more of the tight quarters maps, the ones that have less forgiveness for failure. I just generally love this map. It's one of my favorite. It is my favorite in Black Ops 1. It's Ascension. Next one, Shangri-La.
Shangri-La.
Oh, fucking Shang. I love the Wonder Weapon. Baby gun's fucking
Shangri-La
great.
had the suspended bridge that you had to be very careful on, right?
You didn't really have to be careful on it. You could just get cornered easily. This map didn't have a...
Yeah, like, that's what I meant. Like,
this map...
time it.
This map basically forced you to do a whole map train for the most part. There wasn't a lot of good places for you to train. The baby gun was really good. There was an entire Eclipse mode where you could turn it into a fucking Eclipse as part of the Easter egg. The Easter egg, I'd say, is the second best one in Call of Duty Black Ops. Maybe even like the second best one that maybe third best one we've experienced over time. But like you also had the Napalm Zombie and the Shrieker Zombie to contend to, but you could turn both of these zombies into like anything in this map that could fuck you up, you could turn to your favor. Like the Napalm Zombie would explode into a sonic burst that would, I believe, knock zombies down if they were in range. And the Napalm Zombie, if you were able to kill that fucker, he turned into a portable fire trap.
Oh, hell yeah.
He would kill anything that touches his fire. So you could...
Fuck yeah.
You could turn it to your favor. It's just that this map was very against you. No new perk. I don't believe... no new perk. I don't believe so. 2 power switches, which were extremely thematic. I will say, because this is a Mayan temple, right? I believe it's a Mayan temple. And you powered the place by 2 waterfall generators.
Yep, I remember that one.
I fucking hate the Pack-a-Punch in co-op. Playing that in public matches. Oh boy. Get me started. No, please get me started. But, you know, the Pack-a-Punch, second worst Pack-a-Punch that's ever existed. Like, Transit has a worse Pack-a-Punch system, but Shangri-La is not that far off. Do you remember what the system was, or do you want me to tell you?
For Shangri-La.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell chat, obviously, but I want to like just verify. Do you know how bad it is?
Uh,
Are you aware of the suffering we went through back in the day?
yeah, we had to go through a few waterfalls, right? To do
No,
Pac-Man? No?
no, not at all.
Different area? Okay.
No, no, no. That
Fuck.
was part of the Easter egg. It was, but the
Oh.
Pack-a-Punches required all. If you had 4 players in the lobby, all 4 had to be standing on a pressure plate to turn Pack-a-Punch's stairs on, so you could get
Oh,
upstairs, and
yeah,
then it was on a
that's
timer.
right. That fucking bitch.
It made
Oh,
it
God.
impossible for you to get Pack-a-Punch in fucking public
That
matches.
oh my god.
It made it fucking impossible. And they didn't change this for Chronicles either. It's still like that, and it's fucking ass. I hate it. Like
So, D tier?
D tier. I would agree. You know what? Shangri-La is beautiful. I would maybe even give Black Ops 3 Shangri-La a low C, but fucking Shangri-La can go right into D tier and stay there. Oh, so much pain.
No, full screen, you idiot. What are you doing?
Like, I swear to God, the Pack-a-Punch system, combining that with how close quarters the map is, the Wonder Weapon is amazing. The zombies can be used against you. You can get free perks through the monkeys if you're patient enough.
Yes.
Like when they steal your power-ups.
I remember that.
But just because of how fucking tedious certain aspects are of this map, I do not want to put the original Shag any higher than D. The best Easter egg we've ever fucking had is on this map. Drake Shang behind the barn. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not an F tier. But Moon, I'm just going to say flat out, is the best Easter egg we've ever had. I'm sick of doing it, but it's the best. Blowing up the Earth. You start off in Area 51, right? It started the game differently than back that we would normally do.
And then you beam to the moon, and you have to put the I like that you actually physically have to put the oxygen, have to put the helmets on to breathe.
Mm-hmm. And the game actually, firstly, Lumia, that song is not from Vanguard. That's technically from fucking Black Ops 4, but I'll let you swing with that. But going back to topic, with Moon itself, the astronaut, you would go through Area 51. This is a part that I don't particularly like. I love Area 51. I don't like that Jug and Speedcola are here in the alternate, because it really can fuck you up if any of the other issues that I'm about to mention come into play. So,
yeah.
Firstly, Area 51, it is completely 100% possible to get Mustang and Sally before you leave if you are skilled enough. You can pack a punch in Area 51 before you leave if you can make enough points. I would highly not recommend it, otherwise you're going to suffocate when you get up there, because those windows break upon explosion near them. You're still going to suffocate, but...
Yeah, I always try to do that, though. I always try to give myself my best chance.
Yeah.
Even if I die at the end, but...
You could get Jug on round 1.
Oh, yeah.
If you're lucky. Of course, the teleporter pad did require all players to be on it to teleport anyone to the moon, so you could have those games where you don't even get to the moon because some guy didn't pay attention, got down so far away. But when you got to the moon...
That guy who didn't pay attention, that was me. Hi, how are you?
It was me too at some point in time. Like, you get overconfident, the zombies start running because you didn't keep track of the time, and then you got downed by them when they started running at you, and then Hellhounds came and fucked you up. Hellhounds were dangerous in World at War and Black Ops 4.
They really were.
Yeah, Harp, Moon starts differently than every other zombies map in Black Ops 1. You don't start on the moon. You are in a time sequence where you're basically meant to just run to the teleporter pad when it opens up and teleport to the moon. But you can actually game this, so you can get either Jug or Speed Cola, depending on which one spawns with you on Area 51, because they alternate every time you come back. You could get pack-a-punch pistols if you wanted to. I don't recommend it, because you'll probably break the processing room windows right away and fuck that training area up. Which is actually a problem with Black Ops 3, because that got even worse in Black Ops 3, by the way. So, and we'll get there. But, yeah, so that was a thing. The astronaut. I love the astronaut, but I also fucking hate the astronaut. He steals your perks.
Honestly, same.
He is the issue that I was referring to. If things come into play, he is what comes into play. He always seems to fucking steal your Jug or Speed Cola for some fucking reason. He can steal every perk, and he chooses those ones. And they're not on the moon.
It's annoying, right?
He's easy to kill. Like, you'll generally, like, see him stumble over to you. Sometimes, in Black Ops 1, by the way, it was either the dev's name or your friend's names that popped over his head. In Black Ops 1 specifically. So I could see Meat Shield Hobbit, hypothetically, if we were friends at that time, come up and just fucking take my perk away.
Hello, motherfucker, it's me!
Hi, I'm here for your perk, Headbutt!
I'm here for your jug!
Headbutt teleports you away and steals your Juggernaut.
That would be something I would do.
It's a pain in the ass, but you know, it's not even that rewarding to kill him. He does also share that sort of trap sort of feeling where I could kill him, he would blow up the zombies around. But like, he is a big threat and you need to be keeping an eye on him. This map has, technically speaking, 2 Easter eggs. A solo completable, and then an extra bit. Bro shows up. Yeah, he immediately starts chasing you again. Wherever you spawn, he'll start walking. He could teleport you, like, really close, so you'll see him walking to you. But, sorry, I had a thought. There's technically 2 Easter eggs with that. You have the solo one, and then a little extra that you can do to finish it. And you get the cryogenic slumber party, which, at this point in time, you get to see the Earth be destroyed. It was the most cinematic, not cutscene, Easter egg ending we've ever had. Like, Horizon Drax tried to do the opposite, but it was really cool. And when you went back to Area 51, you got to see the effects. Like, it changed Area 51 when you went back.
Into Area 52.
No, it's just, you could see that the planet was fucked.
Yeah, I know.
The dual-wield zap guns are really cool. It's a Wonder Waff mixed with basically a weapon that turns the zombies into a line of teddy bears that explode. It's really fucking cool. It's called the wave gun, but in reality, it's a microwave gun. That's what you're doing. You're microwaving the zombies. What else? There was more that I really liked about this map. There's a lot of training spaces. The biodome's beautiful. I dislike the fact that it's all gray. There's, like, no color to Moon. At least the Black Ops 1 version.
To be fair, it's the moon.
It is,
There's
but
not a lot of color on the moon.
Look at the difference between Black Ops 1 Moon and Black Ops 3's. Everywhere in Black Ops 3's is
that's
pretty
true.
pretty.
I'll take it back.
That's an issue I have with Moon, is that the original one was just gray. There was nothing to it. The Easter egg was relatively simple, but it relied a lot on RNG. The Gersh devices came back. They were used again for the Easter egg. And the quantum entanglement devices, there's like 27 different combinations of what that fucking thing can do. We will never see an item like the QED ever again. And it's such a good item. Mm-hmm. So for me, with everything combined, even with its flaws, I would likely give this an S tier. Low S tier, but I'd still give Moon an S tier. It is one of my favorite maps because of how there's a lot more good than there's bad.
Yeah, a low S tier. I will agree with you.
Puts out. Don't put me in the microwave. I don't
wish
to be roasted.
Do it, Harp. I want to see for scientific reasons.
All right. Black Ops 1 Knocked is next. I would honestly put it just ahead of the other one. Like, it adds the Thunder Gun in, so survivability is more of a thing. You get the Black Ops 1 weapons instead of the World at War ones, with exception to the weapons on the wall. The wall weapons are still the World at War weapons. You can play with those and enjoy using those better, older weapons.
Why the fuck am I being microwaved? Go away.
Well, I
No
guess we're both going in
microwave
the
for me.
microwave.
You can put me in the pan though.
But I would honestly say Nocturne and Totem, as it stands with Black Ops 1, should be just right beside the other.
Okay, when you say just above, is it like
No,
ahead
no,
or below?
literally beside it. It's ahead of it, but just by a little. Because again, you're dealing with an engine that's a lot better. The zombies are not nearly as glitchy in Black Ops 1. And on top of that, you get the Thunder Gun.
Yeah,
Mule Kick, by the way.
Ooh, it's true.
Mule Kick
Of
was
course you
added
agree
into
with
Noct.
Harp. You want to microwave me, Atomic. You know what? Remind me never to come visit you.
As soon as Moon unveiled Mule Kick to the world, it was added into every other Black Ops 1 map.
So BO1 knock is ahead of it?
Yeah, just ahead. Not by much, but it's just ahead of Nocturne Totem Basic. Because again, Nocturne Totem suffers from its engine, and it suffers from not really having sustainability. Right? With exception to the flamethrower. But even then, the engine will fuck you.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can't put it much higher than that. Verrucht. Again. I'm
Verrucht.
actually going to tell you that I would put it lower than World at War Verrucht. It has everything that World at War does, yes.
Well,
but
the fact that they wait, was it this one or Kino that they took away the horror aspect for you?
That wasn't really until Black Ops 3. As I said, Verrucht has everything that World at War Verrucht does. Except for one very key thing. They took away the Wafa.
You trigger me with Moon S tier, that's
I
why.
just explained there's a lot more good to the original Moon than there was bad. There was 2 secret songs. There was a new perk that was unveiled, the QED with 27 different outcomes. The fact that we had the Big Bang Theory Easter egg, one of the best Easter eggs we've ever seen in COD Zombies, and will likely be the best one that we've ever seen. There is so many reasons why I would give Moon the S tier. Yeah, it was. I believe it's 27 different things that can happen with the QED device. Just by using it. Some of them will kill you, but again, there was a lot of variety. There was good and bad.
There you go. Then my tracking. I'm back, babies. Did you miss me?
But there was a lot of reasons why I wanted to put Moon as an S tier map. Like, it had issues, but not enough to pull it down. But going back to topic with Verrucht, yeah. The Winter's Howl was added instead of the Wonder Waffa. And the Winter's Howl was ass.
Okay, so they didn't buff the Winter's Howl.
Oh no, they definitely didn't do anything of the sort. They didn't buff that until Black Ops 4. But yeah, I honestly think that pulls Verrucht down a bit, like this version, to like a fucking C. I don't know where we would put it in C tier at this point, because it's definitely not worse than Dead Ops, and it's not better than Deriz. And probably like right above, like right beside Black Ops 1 Nocturne Totem, like in front of that one, is where I would put it. Because the fact...
So like between BO1 and World at War?
It'd be Deriz and Noct is where I'd be putting it. Because it's not worse than Noct. It's still Verrucht. Verrucht was still better than Nocturne Totem. But with the fact that they made it less survivable, the engine's great and all. Like, you know, the engine buff really helps. And it still did the same thing that it did in old World at War, where it split people apart. The old characters were replaced with our characters instead of the random Marines. So Ultimus were there, they had their quotes, all that shit. The anxiety frequencies were still there. All the horror aspects of Verrucht were still there. However, with the fact that they removed the Wafa and replaced it with a fucking shit wonder weapon that makes the map even harder to survive on, I don't believe it deserves to be in B tier anymore. I can't, in good conscience, put it there.
Okay. So yeah, let's put it in C tier then.
Again, if you have another opinion, please let me know. But I think it should go right beside Deriz. Like World War Deriz. Rack shock in my little penguin eyes. Yeah, so Shinonuma. The only reason I put Shinonuma as high as I did was the
What
fact
the fuck, Atomic? What was that for?
Sorry.
Why you bonking?
Word. The only reason why I put Shinonuma where I did put it is because of how easy the high round is, right? The Wonder Waff with the 24 zombie limit and the engine of the zombies is what put it there. Without that shit,
Yeah.
which does not actually happen in Shinonuma, it's basically the same as World at War without those things. I'd say it's also a D tier at this point because of that. It drops massively. And before anyone complains about that choice, when's the last time you played Black Ops 1 Shinonuma? I'll wait. Whenever people play this map, it's generally the World at War version. Because of that.
So,
D.
F?
I wouldn't put it
D?
in F. It's not horrible. It's still Shinonuma. It's just that it lost a lot of what made Shino for us.
Low or high?
I would put it above Shangri-La. I would definitely put it above Shang. Because again, Shang just has so many issues. Alright, this one's gonna be a little bit of a curveball for you, considering the trend of things getting lower when they hit Black Ops 1. I'd actually put Deriz higher. Instead of it being in C tier, I'd actually put it in A tier now. And I'll explain why. For me, with Deriz, again, you get everything that was in World at War Deriz. All of the ambience, you get all the other shit. The Wonder Waff is there, and it can no longer one-hit down you. You can no longer be murdered by your own jug in Wonder Waff. That bug was fixed. It makes...
Well, that's good.
This map...
Imagine being murdered by the thing that's supposed to give you more health.
I know! That's why we dropped it so low! It's because of that! Imagine if you got killed by the thing that's meant to save you!
But, like, I'm just wondering why that was a thing in the...
It was a glitch. It wasn't meant to be that way. They just never patched it. It was a bug with the engine.
I know it was meant... Yeah. It's just... It's funny.
But this map was the revolution of zombies. The entire formula was done here. It has one of the best musical Easter eggs in the game. The first side Easter egg with the hide and seek Easter egg with Samantha. The dogs, obviously, the layout of the map, the 3 teleporter system to get to Pack-a-Punch that we will later see in maps like Ascension and things that are done slightly differently. It came from here. This was it. It's just done better this time. It's with more care. The engine's better. The zombies act better. The Wonder Waff will not kill you anymore. Unless you're being really dumb with it.
Hell yeah.
So with all of that in mind, I honestly think that this is an A tier map. Maybe higher.
The fact that they actually patched it where Jug doesn't kill you.
Yeah, that's kind of a pain in the ass, you know. I don't think Treyarch wanted that coming back.
I'll do high A.
I would go as high A as possible. This map had so much impact on zombies. It's
okay. So can we add another what are we gonna do? Like a double A and a triple A tier, and then S?
No. We're keeping it like this. It's not going to S tier because it's still, a really old map. But honestly, it could be an S tier map if we wanted it to be. I don't think it's undeserving of the title.
So, no, we'll keep it at A.
Transit.
Alright, Transit, S+, move on. Bus Depot.
Yeah, no, we're gonna make our own category for Transit just underneath everything else.
It's Transit.
No, we're going to go into detail about Transit. We're not going to shit on it. We're going to review it objectively. And we're going to make a decision.
Transit is complex.
Transit is missed opportunity and potential due to hardware limitations. And Die Rise is no different. But
for sure, Transit could have been way better, way whatever. It was fine for what it is. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I am going to give this shit right now because it was done so much better in Modern Zombies. Liberty Falls brought back the jet gun. The jet gun would break in seconds of use. And then if it fell in the lava, you'd have to go back around the big-ass map to find the parts again.
Yep.
Atomic is also correct. The Easter egg, both Easter eggs, by the way, they were relatively simple Easter eggs.
Well, yeah, because you had to take the bus to go everywhere for like 2 or 3 times, right?
Yes.
Just going around the map.
Yeah, both. Black Ops, well, not even technically that, because a lot of the Easter egg stuff was actually outside of the map. Like, not outside of the map, it was in the, like, the foggy areas, you know, where Nocturne and Tone was, and... Because, by the way, Noct actually makes a reappearance in in Transit for some fucking reason. It does. Temporal anomalies, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
But yeah,
for
sure. I have to give it credit for that, though. This was the beginning of the Black Ops 2 Super Easter egg. Like, there is 2 Easter eggs on Transit. Either Max's side or Richtofen's side. You can pick one. They have slightly different steps, but they are relatively simple and easy. It's just executing them is a little bit difficult. But when you know how to do it, it's not hard.
I have so many, like, fun, nostalgic memories when it comes to Transit.
Yeah,
not like nostalgic because we would just get the Easter egg all the time and speedrun. It was just Riddle, Delilah, and I, we were just laughing our entire way through it. It was such a riot to play.
Mm-hmm.
We were just being goofy with the entire thing.
But yeah, sorry, 1 second, Hobbit. I just want to answer a question real quick. Harp. Yeah, the concept of a super Easter egg is effectively the transitioning from one map to the next and having things happen because you did something else in another map. Again, the Big Bang Theory in Black Ops 1 is a super Easter egg. You need to do Call of the Dead and Shangri-La to be able to complete Moon and blow up the Earth. Here, you needed to complete Transit, Die Rise, and Buried to finish the Black Ops 2 Super Easter egg. But going back to what Hobbit was saying, you know that my lovely friend Brandon over there calls himself King of the Noobs on Transit? Like, he doesn't play zombies much, and he has good experiences on Transit. That's one thing that we got from Transit, despite the fact it's so poorly designed. It's so poor. Its potential was there, but it's just so poorly executed. Is that we have good experiences with it. It was everyone was coming off the hype of Moon, and they wanted to see what was next. And Transit was that. We had a big, expansive map with secret locations. You had the fucking hut. You had the antenna relay in the cornfield. You had fucking Nocturne and Toten. And you had a secret way to get to town that only people who would go out of their way to figure it out would ever end up finding. The Avogadro was the special enemy on the map, and he was triggered if you ended a round while the thunderstorm was above you. And he could only be damaged through melee or EMP bombs, which is where the Galvanuckles come in.
I hated that fucker.
The shield was introduced here, like the zombie shield.
Yes.
And buildables in general was originally in Transit. Some of them were kind of ass. Let's be honest here. The turret wasn't great. The lightning trap wasn't great. But the turbine had a lot of uses. The fucking zombie shield would be in future installments of zombies up until Modern Zombies. Its last appearance was in Black Ops 4. Continuing on from that, Tombstone was released on this map, and Tombstone incentivizes people to die. So I cannot give points for that one because you could just replace it with something else. But it was kind of required for Transit because of the map flow. My big thing is map flow. if you die on one, we've had this experience before where I'm on the bus.
You really have.
You've been left behind because you just weren't able to catch up, and you had to retreat back to the diner. And I couldn't go through because the denizens were there, and there's a big ass pit of lava in my way. So I had to wait for the bus to go around, and you would die, and there would be nothing I could do to help you. That was a major issue.
That was unfortunate circumstance for sure.
That's why Tombstone exists. Is because at that point in time, if no one can save you, you can at least go and get your shit back.
I understand that. I know that. I just hate Tombstone.
Yeah, I don't like Tombstone. Like, if we ever do that perk tier list, it's going in F tier. I will fight you. I will die on that hill that perk's going in F tier. But yeah. So
what, Tombstone in F tier?
Oh, Tombstone's going directly in F tier. We'll make its own.
Yeah, Tombstone is going in F minus.
We'll give it its own category at the very bottom. Tombstone. I don't know why Trier keeps bringing that shit back. It wasn't good the first time, and then the second time it wasn't good either. But yeah, but taking and on top of that, the pack-a-punch system. As I said about Shangri-La, I'm gonna give Transit this shit too. It was the worst pack-a-punch system that's ever existed.
It was.
You had to take a turbine, go to the power station, drop down, look at the door that had the power symbol, place the turbine there, hope the zombie didn't break it, go to the bank, blow open the vault, both doors with a grenade, and then hope the turbine wasn't broken.
I did like the fact that you could upgrade the bus though.
Yeah. That was nice. Being able to put the cowcatcher on the bus, taking the top hatch of the bus and putting it there, or taking it to get the Galvanuckles at Diner. That was cool. I like that. The ladder on the side of the bus, that was also really cool. Breaks turbine on purpose. Yeah. The zombie, you say that hard, but 9 times out of 10, the zombies would break it. So on solo, good luck pack-a-punching shit on Transit. It just isn't happening. But that basically comes back to what Transit was made for, though. If we just take a step back,
co-op.
It's a co-op experience. You're meant to work along, because you can run from town to the power station. You can run from town to the bus depot. You were meant, and also there's no guns in town. I know why they did it. They did it so people wouldn't just train in town, because you'd eventually have to run out and continue going, right? They wanted you constantly moving, which, again, was to the detriment of the map. Yes, get yourself some snackos.
Sorry.
But,
thanks for the alert, Michi.
Yes, thank you for the alert. But, yeah, if you were playing solo, it was very unlikely that you would get Pack-a-Punch done, because, you know, the game would fuck you. On co-op, it's a lot better.
100%. Yeah.
This map released the broken as shit bank system. That was highly exploitable. And very easy to fuck with, which I have to give it credit to. So with everything being said, because I think we've actually covered Transit more in depth than any other map that we've had here so far. Let's be honest. Where would you put it?
Oh God. Okay, for me, well, with everything being said, the fact that you know, the upgrades, the taking the bus everywhere, everything. I kind of want to say either high C or low B. Low B. Transit is not. Yeah. It was great, honestly. I love Transit. Will always have a special place in my heart. I'm not gonna lie. Because I want to see transit redone to its full potential. I really do. We we hell yeah. If oh fuck. And plus, if Treyarch doesn't want to remaster Transit, there's a lot of fans who can collab together and make a you know. Oh, they are. Hell yeah. Mm. I am so excited to get my hands on that. Oh, okay. I can't. Fuck! I can't wait to play it. Black Ops 3? Sweet. Well, looks like I'm getting BO3. Honestly, yes. One of my next investments will be VO3. Yep. Grief. Okay. See, I don't remember Grief as much. I remember playing Turned. I don't remember playing Grief. Ah. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever played the Grief mode. Oh, fuck. Boo. Boo. A fucking shame. You know what? I'll give it an F2. It sucks. No. There isn't. It's just the worst version of Nuketown. Farm? Farm? Uh, it's definitely not special, but I also feel like I could get pretty far on farm on my own. I honestly, I kind of. You said what, D? Okay. I No, it's not. But I will just tell you that for free, I prefer playing farm, especially my own, than Shangri-La. Yeah, you can endlessly survive on anything. Sit down, sweat.
What? I just
Oh,
went to
really? What?
my audio wasn't being heard. I was explaining my points. Okay, well, to give you a quick update with what I was saying, we put fucking Bus Depot in F because Bus Depot is fucking ass. There's like nothing there, and it's a
How
masochistic
long was
dream.
your audio not going through?
I'm assuming since we put Bus Depot up, because I quickly muted myself because there was a car going by. I didn't want you to be interrupted by the car. And then we're talking about putting farm in D tier at this point in time. Hobbit's trying to convince me to go higher than Shang. But again, to bring back what I was saying, just to bring everyone up to speed, I'm not thinking of farm in just a casual way. I'm thinking about it in every other way. There isn't any ambience to it, not a lot of ambience at all, other than the sounds of like flames in the background. There's nothing that we had at this point other than the 4 perks. Double Tap 2 does exist. That was released in transit, but I'm not going to give it to Farm as something Farm unveiled, because it didn't. Transit unveiled Double Tap 2. So it just has it. So I honestly think, like, with everything, just take everything there and put it for the co-op experience instead of the solo, because with more people, Farm becomes a lot harder to survive in. I think that it is a D tier map. If you're insistent on putting it above Shang, I could put it slightly above Shang. But I don't think it deserves to be that high up because it is just a subsidiary of Transit, and a shitty one.
Oh no, Farm is. I'm not gonna make an argument that it should be like C or B or A or whatever. It's just.
No, I said Shang, not A or B. I'm talking about like the
No, I know what you said. I'm just saying, like, I couldn't put it any higher than above Shang. It's just. I feel like Shang can get very chaotic.
It's part
at
of
least
the
for me, anyway.
Yeah, it's part of the map's
benefit. Well, yeah, I know that. And Farm is just like, yes, it's challenging, but it's also relaxing because you don't have a lot to think about.
I think I will make the compromise that we're going to put it beside Shangri-La to the left. It's going to be it'll be a little better than Shang.
Yeah, okay. It's not better than Shino. It's not better than Shino.
Definitely not. But I can make you the compromise with Shangri-La. That's not to say that, like, to everyone here, that I dislike Shang more than Farm. It's just that I can understand from a casual perspective that Farm is easier to play and probably more enjoyable for people who aren't as much of a fan of tight-knit spaces and shit. I will say that that, like, when we get to Black Ops 3 and Shangri-La comes back up, Shangri-La's going to skyrocket. I'm just telling you, like, they made some good improvements to Shang when it comes to how the map plays and how it looks. Like, it's not... Shang ain't staying in D tier, at least in my mind. Just this version is
fucking bad. See. We'll fucking see.
Town. I'd say Town's a B tier map. It is a good survival map. You can get some good training going on it. You can have people in the barn. You can not barn, the bar, the apartment buildings. You have quite a few perks. The 6 perk glitch exists. That way you can get every perk in the map. Pack a punch, which is easy, and most people flocked to town back in the old days. When people started not wanting to play transit that time, we went to town instead.
My issue with town, okay, is at least for me, the jump felt a little delayed. So instead of jumping at the edge of where the lava crack was,
you'd step on the lava.
I had to jump before that, and even then I would like it didn't feel flowy. At least the jumping didn't.
I would say
and
that
I hated jumping over and over again, especially with the zombie horde following me. It's like, come on, don't give me that extra thing to think about, right?
As long as you're not getting hit, you can just tank the fire damage, though. That's my argument that I'll give to you here, and the map does have good flow. I remember back in the day...
No, that's
true. What I would do personally, and I've actually replicated this in Black Ops 3. It's a little harder to replicate because the zombies are a little faster, but I would train them into the barn, into the bar itself, go upstairs to where the drop is, kill them there until I get overwhelmed, drop down, run to the apartment, and do this cycle.
Yeah, I remember you showed me that cycle, and I did like that. And no, you're right, you can tank the fire. Yeah. You're absolutely right on that one. Mm-hmm. It's just when it does get overwhelming and you kind of accidentally corner yourself, and the only way to get to where you're going is through the fire, and there's a horde following you can't tank it, right? The jumping is kind of wonky, and I don't want to add to that extra...
Not to sound mean, but the jumping...
mental chaos.
Yeah, not to sound mean or anything. This isn't meant to be like a burn to you or anything or sort before I say it.
Oh, go ahead.
The jumping is a skill thing. That is something that you get over time. Because I personally have never experienced that sort of thing. Like, I know the time to jump. You know, so I do.
I mean, yeah, I understand that because, like, you play the map constantly. You know where all the sweet spots are. You know where all the glitches are, if you even want to do that.
I don't want to judge a map too harshly because of a thing that could be corrected with just practice. You know.
Well, practice doesn't make perfect. You know.
So if that's your
I'm not gonna be too harsh on it for that one. Because
like, it's a valid complaint.
Even with that jump, that, yes, skill issue, I get it. I still like town. It's a fun map.
And you could, instead of taking multiple jumps, you could loop through the bank itself and then take the one jump to get to there, and then you wouldn't have to do any of the 3 jumps.
Another thing, very true. Very true.
Yeah. And then you're also to remember as well, when Buried came out, the Ray Gun Mark II was added into the box as well. So you would now have a weapon that can carry you to rank. Well, not you specifically. I know you. With the Ray Gun Mark II. You're not allowed to have it. No,
Shut
bad.
Up.
Bonk.
Oh, come on, man. It was just one time.
One time where you died 6 times with the 6 games, and you got the Ray Gun Mark II each time and immediately died.
You know what? It was somebody who looked, talked, and acted like me, but it wasn't me. I wouldn't home those days.
Oh yeah, you weren't there. 100%.
No, I wouldn't home.
So
my dog did my homework. Don't look at me. Shush.
So again, if you don't feel the same, let me know. Give me the argument for it. But for me personally, with everything combined, both the good and the bad, I'd honestly still say that this map might be better than 5. Maybe even Verrucht.
You know what? I'll say it's better than 5.
Yeah. I would put it in a mid B tier map.
Yeah, mid B. I'm sorry, I can't do A.
That's fine. Mid B is fine. There was a reason why we all flocked to town when we realized that transit wasn't that good.
Like, yes, town. Yes, it had the Ray Gun Mark II. And if I had a horde and I can go up and then kill them and jump down, I would turn around and obviously spray them that way, but I would always be walking behind me, and yet again, skill issue, nothing to do with the
We
map.
got like a perfect pyramid here, by the way. If you take a look at this fucking thing, look at that shit.
We really
it's almost
do.
Perfect.
I would constantly be swarmed behind me because I wasn't paying attention, you know, or step through the lava.
Yeah.
But okay.
Instead of doing
I would
Die Rise next, we're going to do Nuketown. But
wait.
Finish your sentence.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd be fine with Town between 5 and Verrückt.
Yeah,
I really would.
I'm happy with that. Like again, there's a lot good when it came to Town itself. Like when they added guns into it, because the MP5's in there, the M14. You know, there is weapons in Town now. Hooray! But yeah, with how it plays, there was a reason why we played it primarily until we got the next maps.
Exactly.
I think the next one it's Die Rise for you, but we're going to do Nuketown first because Nuketown was a bonus map.
No, Nuketown is next for me, and
okay, then I fucked it up.
is Nuketown. Oh God,
Also,
you know what, Nuketown?
Welcome to our podcast.
Just like Farm, there's no Easter egg. There's nothing to it. It's
actually.
Just wait.
There is
all this time and I didn't know that.
You've never been past round 25?
Oh, do tell.
Okay, so Moon and Nuketown take place side by side.
Oh fuck! You told me this.
When you get to round 25,
you told me this.
Just like in Moon, you know how the zombies have blue eyes throughout Transit and the other Black Ops 2 maps that are Richtofen sided?
Okay.
That happened in Moon when Richtofen took over from Samantha's body. When their body swapped, the eyes went from yellow to blue. In Nuketown, you hear the progress of the Ultimus crew as they're completing the Moon Easter egg. And at the end, when Richtofen takes control at round 25, the zombies' eyes go from yellow to blue.
I have been past round 25, but I just didn't remark on that.
Yeah, and also there is a secret song on Nuketown, and it's Samantha's Lullaby. It's one of the more well-known. I'm actually going to play it on stream right now. If you'd like to do the same, feel free. But this song is very iconic with the main character of Samantha.
Ahsoka, what the fuck are you barking at?
We are going to quickly just cue that. Don't the mannequins chase you if you shoot the heads off? That's actually not Nuketown. That's Alpha Omega in Nuketown 2025. But we'll get there. So yeah, I am now currently playing Samantha's Lullaby. This is the song you hear if you get the 3 teddy bears on Nuketown Zombies. And when the game ends, you see the bomb coming from Moon. The game ends by getting hit by the missile from Moon.
Give me a sec. I gotta see what the fuck my dog's doing.
Alright, then we'll take a quick break back so I can get some water real quick. And yeah. Just give us 1 second. The podcast will continue very soon, everybody. Just as confused as you are. I think it's... I mean, at least you gave you a chance to run as you stood by. Yeah, no.
Sir, you have claustrophobia? I can't heal? Yes.
He's got both.
Oh my god.
Mr. Wesker, they're beating me up. They're beating me up, Mr. Wesker. Ow. Oh. You fucking asshole. God damn it, guys, I'm aggressive. Fucking empty. Guys!
We can't hit him! We can't hit shot!
Oh, that's fucking great. The power of the West. So Nuketown, as much as yes, it's a very basic map. You get perks at random intervals, and I will explain this again for Hob when he gets back. But there was a lot of story implication that came in Nuketown Zombies. You basically get to see a retelling of an outsider's perspective of what happened on the moon. And the game ends with the moon missile hitting Nuketown. Marlton's also hiding in Nuketown. Don't ask me how he got there, I don't know. He just is there. And that's where apparently he survives the explosion and then goes to transit and meets Misty and Rustman and Stuhlinger. But yeah. Nuketown also had the Mark II when Buried came out. And it has its own special weapon that's only on that map. The M27. The M27 is in multiplayer, but it only makes one appearance in Zombies. And it's on that map. It's really good. I love it. The Mystifier is fucking great. Yeah. But I hope everyone's enjoying the podcast so far. We're nerds and we love nerding out. Round the river, round smug. Hello. Hi, Mala. I see you being smug over there. You doing Wesker things over there, too. And again, another reminder that just because we put a map somewhere does not necessarily mean that it's bad that people don't like them, or if you like something we don't. It's okay. We're all Zombies players at heart. If you are a Zombies player, we all have our own enjoyment of different things, and everyone is accepted for what you like. It's just that there are, we have our own reasons why we dislike or like maps. Wesker Wall Slam be broken sometimes. It do be broken sometimes. There's a reason why we call him Slam Daddy. Or at least I call him Slam Daddy. Let's see. We have some time, so if there's any questions people have about the Zombies maps we've talked about thus far, I am more than willing to talk more about them and continue informing about the oddities of certain maps. I fucking love talking about zombies. Oh, did you also know? Nobody wants to play custom. Oh, that's a shame. Did you know that Transit, in its first rendition, had three secret songs, and it really depended on what order you got the teddy bears in that would give you each song. This was later removed, but originally you had Carry On by Kevin Sherwood, you had Skrillex's I'ma Try It Out, and you had, what's it called? Avenged Sevenfold's Carry On, a song that was in the campaign. All three of them were within Transit. You could also see a zombie in the in the campaign ending where they play Carry On Dancing. Are you back, Hobbit?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry.
So where
I also had to switch my clothes from the washer to the dryer. So. Okay, so did we decide anything on Nuketown?
Well, I'm not quite done. Not quite done explaining it because I was mid explaining things to you while when you had to leave. And then I got water. But what I was saying to chat was that Nuketown also has a Nuketown only weapon. In Zombies, the M27 only appears on Nuketown. The Mystifier is only on that map. It used to be on Transit. They took it out of Transit.
You know what? You're right. Yeah,
which egg story do you love so far between the games? I mean, Big Bang Theory. It is my favorite of all the Easter eggs. I don't think we've topped it yet. But, yeah, so blowing up the Earth. Black Ops 1. What? Black Ops 1. The Big Bang Theory. Going from Nocturne and Toten all the way to Moon.
They made a TV show out of the Big Bang Theory.
Not particularly. But that's a different thing.
I'm just being an asshole. I'm being an asshole.
But,
relax.
But yeah, so the M27 was only in Nuketown. Samantha's Lullaby is there. There's a lot of story implication, and when the game ends, it's the nuke from Moon that hits Nuketown. It's one of the 3 places that were hit on the planet. When you said Big Bang Theory, I thought the show. No, the achievement name for finishing all of them is the Big Bang Theory, because you literally blow up the planet.
Oh my god,
literally.
Sheldon falling from the sky.
As for Nuketown, it does also suffer from a lack of map flow. As much as it's a small map, it's very hard to get around. Remember when we were last playing it, you went down and I was stuck in the fucking house because there's only one way out.
That is, that's not great for flow.
Great. Both houses are like this. I would say that it is as much as I love the story implications, it is a D tier map, just above Shinonuma.
Above Shino?
Just above it. Not by much, but it is above it.
You know what? I would say just below Shino.
I could agree with that, because there is still a lot of issues with Nuketown Zombies.
Like,
it's
above...
super random. Above Farm.
Actually, wait, hold on.
Molding on.
Below Farm 2. Above Shangri-La.
Wait, you think that Farm's better than Nuketown? Someone's Discord's going wild. I think it might be mine. I don't know why it's going wild. I should have fucking streamer mode on. Please hold. Enable streamer mode. Stop giving me notifications, please. Thank you.
Silence!
We're doing a podcast!
Yeah, so for the Shino, then Farm, then Nuketown, then Shangri-La.
I could live with that.
At least for me.
Yeah, no, I can live with that. That's fine. Again, I don't personally like Nuketown that much. I think it's kind of shitty, but I could definitely live with that.
Nuketown, I love for the nostalgia, but that can't be everything. If you factor in everything, it is a D tier map.
Very agreeable. It is super D tier. Oh my.
Yes.
Speaking of D tier maps. Now, before we begin,
hold on, Lich. Just back up. I'm just gonna say one more thing for Nuketown.
Okay.
I'm not changing the placement at all. I'm just gonna say one thing. You remember when you said there's only one way out of the house? I could argue that if you buy all the openings, there's a second way.
Yes, but no, because you could go through the window, but if you drop down, you'll likely get hit by everything that's coming out the front door.
You know what? That was my argument. You are correct, but that was just my argument.
It's the time for landing, it's a second, but getting through that house to get through the window, you could have zombies that, because they do spawn in the upstairs as well, you could just get clothesline on the staircase.
You really could, yeah.
It's in that you would have to basically get to where the door is, to escape, to take the stairs anyway, unless you're going through the backyard. And even then, you could get cut off there as well. There's just not enough room to train, especially in the yellow house specifically. Greenhouse, there's a little bit more, but you were on the yellow side, with that furnace in the way, there's not enough space for you to train to be able to get there safely.
Oh, that furnace fucked me over so many times.
Yeah. And as for the monkeys, did you know, Malachi, that in Black Ops 1, you could use them to get free perks? Also, did you know they steal 500 points from you if they hit you? I just learned that. If you take the power-up they had and then they hit you, they take 500 points away from you. But if you kill them, you get 500 points. And if you have a double points, if you kill them, you get 1,000 points. You could get a free 1,000 points from those monkeys. This did transfer over to Black Ops 3, by the way, so it is in the benefit of Black Ops 3. But moving on to Die Rise, I personally have been back to this map in Black Ops 3 recently. I'd say it plays better in Black Ops 2, though it is very much missing potential. I don't like this map very much.
I hate Die Rise. I really do. Below Busty.
Who's Who is a horrible perk. like I understand the concept, but with Die Rise and its layout being super vertical and not a lot of room for to do anything, spawning in with just a pistol and having to revive yourself, especially without quick revive, it's nearly impossible. If you try it, you will likely die. It could be good for co-op if someone takes the zombies and hoards them, but I have to think about the entire compass, not just co-op play.
Exactly.
The Slip of Fire was one of the best wonder weapons that ever existed until they nerfed it. It's still decent.
Yeah, I didn't like the vertical aspect. And I didn't like the like there's a few times where one misstep could just make you fall off.
And the Slip of Fire would just exacerbate that problem, because if you shot the ground to try to like kill the zombies, you could step on it, and if you stepped on it, you would just slide, so you could slide right off the building.
Yeah.
That was 100% something that could happen and has happened to many people. Or I saw this funny as shit clip where the Slick of Fire sent them into an elevator and they just barely got out before it crushed them. Like, it is fucking wild, the bullshit that happens with that shit. The music is pretty good. I like the song. We All Fall Down, good song. Clark S. Nova did a great job. What else? There's a lot of shortcuts, actually. If you're skilled enough to pull them off, they will kill you if you fuck it up. But if you're able to do it, I can drop down to the PDW room without actually buying the door. There was a whole second way that you could drop down into, which would allow you to get a key and get to the power room on round 1. And access to the bank and the showers. I still think some of the doors are pricey, too. So, you know...
Very pricey. Very pricey, indeed.
And there's a lot of wasted space on the map, as well. But... I don't know. I just can't in good conscience put this very high. There's so much bad with Die Rise. Even in the remaster, there's still so much bad with it. It's fun.
I want to keep the pyramid intact. I have it below Bus Depot.
You have it in F?
Well, in F tier, yeah.
You know what? Black Ops, I'd say in Black Ops 3, and we're judging Black Ops 2, right? But in Black Ops 3, this bumps up to maybe C tier because of how Mr. T. Electrified did it. Like, they did a lot of work on that shit. But Black Ops 2 does deserve to be an F tier. But I would say it's above Bus Depot. Because Bus Depot's bare bones. There's nothing there. At least you have the perks. At least you have the bone
but
knife.
at least the Wonder Weapon doesn't make you slide off.
Yeah, but the Wonder Weapon's really good. Like, don't get... like it's
the Wonder Weapon is really good.
You know those Nova Crawlers, by the way?
Yeah.
They give you a free perk if you can kill them without wasting a bullet. Like, if you end up hitting every shot, 100%, you get a free perk.
Yeah, I'm not that accurate.
The Slick of Fire, all you have to do is go to where that upside-down box location room was. They are coded to climb up on that ledge. You just shoot down as they're climbing up. It's a guaranteed way to get a free perk. And the Galva Knuckles are a one-hit kill. What's the Wonder Weapon? It's called the Sliquifier. You shoot down a bunch of liquid that makes a zombie slip and die. This can also make you slip and die. But it is really good. Again,
high risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward. So that's why I would say that it's above Bus Depot. There is a lot more going for you on this map. It's just you have to be a little bit more careful. I can't in good conscience put Bus Depot above it because Bus Depot has nothing. It's just Bus Depot.
Yeah, I know Bus Depot has nothing, but it doesn't make me, like, smash the fucking TV.
There's a bunch of lava all around that you could kill yourself in easily.
Yeah, I know. I'd rather take on the lava than a skyscraper.
What the fuck is Bus Depot? It's one of the maps that were surrounding transit.
Thanks for shouting yourself out of time.
Again, if you would die on the hill that Die Rise needs to be behind Bus Depot, I can accept Die Rise being behind Bus Depot. I just think that it's incorrect because obviously there's so much more Die Rise has that Bus Depot does not. You know, like Bus Depot is just a plane. You open one door and that's the entire map.
Yeah.
You know.
But that's the beauty of small maps, right? There's really not brain, mouth, work, correlate. There's not a lot going on. There's not a lot to think about. It's just like grab your gun and pew pew.
And just try to survive with almost nothing.
Honestly, yes.
I will accept Die Rise being here.
It's more of like a challenge. Thing.
It's a challenge. Again, it's a masochist's dream, as the game likes to describe it.
Yes,
Mob of the Dead.
Why
I am going to throw a curveball that nobody expected, because I know that Hobbit knows my position on Mob of the Dead. I think it's a good map. Yes. But,
just one thing.
I hate the map flow.
Atomic, can you shout Michi out, please?
What does a map need to be S tier? Well, ideally for me, I don't know what Hobbit scale would be there, is the Easter egg needs to be good, if there is one. There needs to be decent map flow. It has to have brought something to the table that's tangible. Like, for example, Ascension's a really good training map. It also released 2 perks and the Gersh device and was the first Easter egg that ever existed. Moon was the Big Bang Theory, right? Where it brought back those elements, released Mule Kick, and had a great end to a super Easter egg. It was the first super Easter egg, technically speaking. Whereas with, like, Deriz, Call of the Dead, and Kino, they didn't really, like, some of them, they had innovations, they had cool shit, but, like, for example, Kino's just super overrated. It's basically just what Deriz did, just a little bit less. And again, it comes down to personal preference. There might be some maps that we think are S tier that you don't, or you think are S2 that we don't agree with, because we're all Zombies players. We all have our own tastes. We all like things. But for me, that's my criteria for an S tier map, is it has to be good in every category to get there. Like, again, for me, as much as Hobbit disagreed, I thought Call of the Dead should also be an S tier. But there's things that I like that Hobbit doesn't. You know, does that make more sense, Malachi? But going back to Mob, I hate the fucking map flow. We experienced it when we were doing the Easter egg together, remember?
I do not like the map flow either.
You fucked up, and it got Sensu and me killed.
Oh, I know.
That's not meant to, like, you know, be an asshole to you. That is just what happened. You ended up going
down.
You did something I told you not to do, and then we lost the entire run.
It is what happens. I'm so sorry.
However, it is one of the easiest Easter eggs that I've ever been there, and it was one of the first that actually had 2 endings. The weasel either kills the monsters, or the monsters kill the weasel. And either the cycle continues or the cycle ends. And we didn't know this at the time, but this implicates which game happens. If the cycle continues, Black Ops 3 happens. If the cycle ends, Black Ops 4 happens. Again, it wasn't planned at that time because, you know, it was like a last-ditch effort. But that's how it was retroactively added in, to have a lot more story implication. If Mob of the Dead happens one way, one game happens, because it requires the cycle to be in motion for the premise cycle to be in motion.
Yes.
The Blunder Gat's fucking great wonder weapon. The Acid Gat is even better. It will still kill you, but it's even better.
It will still kill you, but fuck it, you're fine.
It's basically a portable acidic monkey bomb. Did you hear about, did you hear that they're making Modern Warfare 4 set in North Korea? I haven't actually seen a lot about Modern Warfare 4 yet. But that's cool. For Mob of the Dead, though, like, most people would put it in S+ or S. For me, you could talk me up to an S, but I'm actually more akin to give it an A or a B. It's a good map, it's just its map flow isn't great when it comes to teammates. Its Easter egg is great. I love going to the Golden Gate Bridge for Pack-a-Punch. I don't like doing that cycle multiple times, but I guess it's kind of rewarding to do it multiple times. There's a lot of side Easter eggs.
Yeah.
The shield's still there. Electric Cherry was introduced on this map, which is a good fucking perk, by the way.
It really is a good perk.
Every,
Awesome perk.
every fucking perk machine had their own jingle for this too. That was different than their originals. They had a more demonic jingle to them
Yes.
because this
yes.
was purgatory, effectively.
Yep.
Where are we going? If you went to go in, well, you had 2 Easter egg songs in Mob of the Dead as well. You had Johnny Cash's Rusty Cage, which was in the intro cutscene. The map had an intro cutscene, by the way. And Where Are We Going?
I do love those intro cutscenes.
With Where Are We Going, how you got it was you went into Afterlife, which, by the way, Afterlife is a big call out that we need to talk about because that shit was really good for casual players. It gave you 3 free chances or 1 free chance if you went down. And it had story implication to it as well.
Oh yeah.
So that was really in the benefit of Mob of the Dead. Yeah, you would go down to the Citadel tunnels. You'd shock the panel to 935, and you'd hear Brutus yell at you, "Not this time," because it wasn't 935 that did this. Then you go 115, and it plays the song. So it had one of the more unique ways of getting the secret song. Plus all of the side Easter eggs, plus the jump scares, plus grief being added in, because Cell Block had grief. I would personally put this, now that I'm thinking about everything all together, I would put it in a low A tier. It's a good map. It just has some map flow issues. And you have to work as a team or you're going to fall apart. What about you? Yes, wonder weapons and perks affect the map. If a perk was introduced on a map, then I take it into account. If the map has anything that radically changes how the game plays, it is added into the account for where I would rank it. For example, with this map, I just called out Electric Cherry. But yeah, Hobbit, I can't hear you for talking.
No, I'm not talking. I was trying to think.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Teamwork makes the prison break work. That's the entire modus operandi of fucking Mob of the Dead.
I could see, and I agree with you. Low A, and I know that they're the BO2 versions, but I honestly want to put it below Verrückt, above Town.
I just don't think that it is that bad to get there. There is so much in Mob of the Dead that would make it an A tier. That, like, yes, I understand that you could die really easily if people are across the way, but this map's meant to be played as a team together, very close quarters sort of thing, or at least in the same area, right? So that's like the one flaw you've given me, right, when it comes to this, is that. But you gotta think that you have the spoon, the spork knife, the fucking Blundergat upgrade. You can upgrade that from the base to a Pack Punch version, or you could upgrade to the Acid Gat and then Pack a Punch that. The Hell's Retriever quest, which is very story driven with how it goes, with how it works, into the Hell's Redeemer quest. The Golden,
you know what?
The Golden Spork was added. No, yeah, the Golden Spork was in Mob of the Dead as well. So you had just so much. Brutus,
you know what? I'll do low A.
Yeah, like there's just so much in Mob of the Dead. I'm not the biggest fan of this map, but I can't just not see like the quality that was there. There's a
no, there is a lot of quality to the map. No, I agree with you now.
This map saved Black Ops 2 and probably zombies as a whole.
Buried? Yes.
No, not Buried. Mob.
Oh.
Buried was good. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But at this point, because of Die Rise in Transit, a lot of people in the community were starting to fuck off. Like, we didn't want to keep playing. Jimmy Zielinski, after Buried, lost his job. Because of how bad the launch of Black Ops 2 was. But, yes, now we'll talk about Buried. Buried is another one of these new friendly maps. Very noob friendly. And I will say to you right now, Hobbit, that I completely understand you thinking
Unless you're me.
yes, that you're a funny case. Never really played it, but Dog the Spork is my it's actually really cool. It I think it kills like round 30. But Buried, I can understand why you would say to me that it saved Black Ops 2 Zombies. Because the Rega Mark II was introduced here. The Paralyzer as a utility weapon was introduced here as well, and it was really good. Leroy was a unique way of opening up the maps. Vulturade.
I love Leroy.
Vulturade. Three
Yes.
abilities, 3,000 points. One ability per 1,000 points. It was great. The revolver that we got there. If you want to be a Rune Toon cowboy, that's the map for you. The zombie models.
Didn't you also have a glitch with mob?
Not.
Uh,
I think the Black Ops 3 version is what we're referring to. Like when I was trying to do the Easter egg and it glitched the fuck out and I couldn't finish it. But I'm not going to judge Black Ops 2 based on 3 because 3 was a remake and there could be like bugs within a custom zombies map. You know, like that's it's customs, right? It's not Treyarch made. But
yeah.
no, I think that was more the Black Ops 3 version you're referring to.
I was talking about when you run up the stairs and jump, you had infinite fuck, what was that
Buried.
called?
That's not a glitch. That's permaperks. Permaperks are in every single one of Jimmy's Lindsay's maps. And there's many of them. I just didn't include them because they're not map specific. They're game specific.
Yeah.
But
no, yes. I'm not judging it on that. I'm just saying like I like that permaperk. That was cool. I never realized that was the thing until I don't know if it was you or
it was me.
No, it was you.
I showed you the perma PhD.
Yeah.
So there was many perma perks within Black Ops 2, like within Buried, Transit, and Die Rise. They didn't translate to Mob. They didn't translate to Origins, but they were or Nuketown. But they were in. They might have been in Nuketown. Not 100% sure. But there was many. There was perma PhD. There was iron boards, perma jug, buying a ray gun off the wall if you were at one crossbone or one bone or crossbones. Perma quick revive. I ended up getting perma quick revive when we played Buried last time. Because you kept dying over and over again, which gave me a even quicker quick revive because I had quick revive on top of it. It like perma perks could change how zombies play. We're not gonna keep perma perks will not be in the ratings of maps because as I said, The Hobbit, they are not map specific. They are game specific. But Buried, also like with all the rest of the good that we just said there too, had the time bomb, which had story implication, obviously. However, it also had the ability to say I threw it down after you got something, you know, and you had like your perks and shit, and you went down. I could pop the time bomb and bring you back with all of your perks, all of the weapons you had at that given time.
Yes, I remember fucking with you and Sensu with that.
Yeah, you did fuck with us a few times with that time bomb,
and that was fun.
You can do the same with the EMP grenade too. Let's not lie. You would do the same shit.
Oh, come on. That was fun.
You know I'm not lying when I say that. But yeah, like the time bomb could be really helpful. And then when you dealt with the ghost lady, you get free perks. And if you see her in the window, you can get another free perk if you do it again.
Yes.
Pack Punch is in a very dangerous spot. But again, you can also turn that into turn her maze into a teleporter back to the processing room if you use Leroy. So very intuitive design there as well. And how about the fact that you can turn on power without opening a single door? Did you forget that one?
You know what? No, I didn't. I did like that. I do like that.
You could get to to power without opening a single goddamn door, chat. It is something that you can
honestly, Buried is a S tier map for me.
Yes, I'm not kidding, Mala. You can do that. I would agree with you. I would say that it's likely on the low end of the S tiers. Like it's nowhere. It's not anywhere close when it comes to like its Easter egg. Well, actually, no, because it had 2 endings. Buried's the end of the Super Easter egg.
I honestly, and I might break your heart. High S.
High S.
You know what?
I think you're right.
I could even put S plus. I don't care. I could put this in S plus.
I don't know if I'd put in S plus, but like I think I would die on that hill saying that it's not an S plus map. Because we're about to get to an S plus map.
What was your definition of what was your criteria for an S plus again?
For like an S plus is even more than my S tier. Like because like my
I know that.
Yeah, but my S tier is it needs to be good in every single category to even qualify for S. S plus is a different thing. It needs to excel in these areas. These are good. There's some maps that do it the best. And S plus is saved for the best of the best. But
you're trying to tell me Origins S plus, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Origins in Black Ops 2 specifically. It is one of the best maps. This map kicked off everything. Now we're done with Barrett, I'll just go right to Origins. This map kicked off the Primus timeline. It had 4 unique wonder weapons with the ability to revive people from further away. Each were able to deal with the Panzer boss. The Panzer itself was very easy to counter. If it grabbed you, all you had to do was shoot the red light on his hand and it would free you. You could also dodge it extremely easily and maintain distance. There was a good map flow. You could basically get anywhere. Just like 2-hour nap after probably played too much Schedule 1. Well, I'm glad you got some rest. But you could get anywhere in the map relatively easily. If you needed to, there was a fast travel system that you could finally call. Unlike the bus, where you were waiting for him, you could call the tank to you. And you could get anywhere in the map. The crazy place was always changing. And each of these 4 wonder weapons had their own fucking upgrades to them that made them more unique, and they each had a role to play. The Easter egg was complex. It was literally the Vendetta mission from Black Ops 1 just changed on its head. The radios had so much story implication to it. The ending was kind of lackluster, let's be honest. But we didn't know what was going to happen at that time. But I would say that might be its only weak spot, is the fact that the ending was kind of weird. But everything else, you want a zombies map that shines? Origins was that zombies map that shined. Especially amongst the other Black Ops 2 maps. Like, there's so little that is bad here. The zombie models were World War I-esque models. The Pack-a-Punch camo looks great. Archangel's fucking amazing song.
The fact that it has Shepherd of Fire in the intro.
Yeah, that
you know what? S plus.
It is an S+. I agree with you. I would say that the Black Ops 3 version goes down to just an S though, because there was a lot of shortcuts in Origins that made it easier to play that do not translate to Black Ops 3. So when we get to Origins, it's basically the same. It's just without those. So I would drop it down to S, like high S. But for me, like Origins, like this is a very common take, I know, but Origins is the example. You want a map like Origins because there's things for everybody. Not just the casuals, not just the hardcore. Everybody can get things done. And if you want to go that extra mile to complete the map, you are rewarded for it every step of the way. The reward box, the Thunder Fists, everything. Those Thunder Fists are upgradable as well.
Yep.
So, yeah, that is why I put it in S+. It excels in everything except for its ending, but I can live with that. So, now we're finally getting out of Treyarch's realm for a few minutes. Yeah, which that has a counter too, by the way. The golden helmet and the golden shovel, Malachi. If you get stepped on with the golden helmet, you're fine. And you can also shoot the foot to get into the robot. So anything that had an issue has
that was cool. I like that.
Okay, so this isn't really a hot take, but I'm going to say hot take anyway. Outbreak's the best map in fucking Advanced Warfare. everything kind of goes downhill after Outbreak. I don't know how much you've played AW when it came down to it.
I didn't play AW.
Well, you had the infection zombies, which if they hit you, they put you on a time limit. Every time they hit you, that time is reduced. You have to pay to be uninfected. Pack-a-punch, you have to pack-a-punch 20 fucking times for a complete gun. And then you need your exosuit, obviously. And you have to power up the map individually. There's like 8 power switches. And the perks are really uninspired. Outbreak, for me at least, I'd say it's D. Like maybe low D. AW had a zombies mode? Yeah, it did. And it wasn't great. I'm going to just tell you right now, most of these maps are going in the low tiers. There was no shining gem. Infection, I'm just throwing it into F. Like, since when? Since forever. And I'll explain why Infection's going to F. This map, every step of the way, fucked you. You had the exo zombies that had the shock, which would stop you from using your exosuit, which was your only defense. The map was super tight quarters. It forced you to do escort missions. Otherwise, it took your power away. It made it so you couldn't buy ammo because all the ammo things are powered, right?
Yep.
It would go ahead and make places get locked off by gas. You were basically forced into the sewers, or you were locked up into areas where there was like no survivability. And the big bad guy was an asshole who could shoot EMP missiles at you, or just hit you with another EMP attack.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
It sounds great, don't it? It was fucking horrible.
No.
Oh, and the Magnetron, barely a wonder weapon. It was ass. The grenades you get from finishing the Easter egg, the hamburger grenades, they drop off really quick, but they'll always insta kill you no matter what. If you're in range, you die. The crocodile's cool though. Yeah. So bottom of F. This is the worst map. Maybe Vanguard might be able to hit a little bit lower than Infection did. If I'm thinking about it, but
I'll take your word for it.
I would honestly recommend you do some research on Infection and see how bad it was when you get some free time. It was horrible.
Wait, did you see
Infection Burger Town?
Oh, sorry.
We're talking Advanced Warfare Infection.
Jeez, fuck! I'm grabbing the wrong one.
One of the worst zombies maps that has ever existed.
Did we say anything for AW Outbreak?
Yeah, we put it in D tier. Like I said, that's likely the highest rating.
Low D?
Yeah, low D. It's nowhere close to anywhere the Treyarch ones. It's just
Gotcha.
Carrier is also Like it tried the Varuk style as well. I see. This is probably why I've never. Yeah, because we all tried to forget that it even existed. I'm not even going to lie to you here. We pretended it didn't exist.
What was the map with the zombies in the disco room? That was fun. Yeah.
I think you mean Spaceland
with that
in the amusement park.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, that is another.
Is that not AW?
No, that's IW, and that's another example that I will argue as an S+ map.
No, that's yeah. Sorry, I have no idea why I thought that was AW.
That's fine. We'll get there. Again, I intend on finishing this tonight. You know, like we got time. It's only 9:43.
Oh, me too. Exactly. We're
finishing this shit. We're podcasting. We're gonna finish.
Are you guys having fun?
I hope everyone's having fun.
Oh, too bad if you're not. Let's go.
But yeah, Carrier. It was also meh. It tried to take. It had all the same issues that Outbreak did, with a little bit of the annoyance that Infection did, because the gassing of rooms could still happen. IW Zombies was very different than fucking multiplayer. IW Zombies was actually decent. But going back
I liked IW Zombies.
Yeah.
I really did.
So with Carrier, it had a little bit of the irritation to it, but I'd say, personally, it was...
Under or above Infection?
I think it's just below out. No, it's not nowhere close to Infection. Infection is the lowest that AEW is going to get. This is fun to listen to. I woke up. I'm glad you're having fun, Cookies. I'd say Carrier is actually like right beside Outbreak, to the right of it. Like it's a little worse than Outbreak.
Okay.
And then Descent. Descent forced you into a boss fight.
You actually played AW, so I'll just take your word for it.
I played all of this. I played every map on this list.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Where did we have Nuketown? I misclicked, I think.
Nuketown was D, in between Farm and Shang.
Wait, hold on. I'm comparing... Wait. Something's not right.
What happened?
Mob, Kino, called Der, Shino, Varuk, Down, 5, Transit.
Duriz, Varuk, both Nocturne Tones in the original Dead Ops. And then for D tier, it'd be Shinonuma Black Ops 1, Farm, Nuketown, Shang, Outbreak, Carrier.
Where the fuck is Infection?
Infection's an F tier.
Did I click it off the thing? Where'd it go?
You know what? Forgetting about Infection's probably for the best. It doesn't even exist. We're gonna pretend that one doesn't exist.
I'm just... You know what? You're probably right. But...
Again, if you
I
find
would
it,
like
find
to
it,
know where the fuck I put it.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find it. You got this.
Excuse me, sir. Where did you go?
But yeah, like to finish up with Carrier while you're doing that, the Limbo gun was really cool. Like I liked it. It was really underpowered because again, Advanced Warfare suffered from the 20 fucking Pack-a-Punch system. Infection has voided from the files, blacklisted. It basically, yeah. There is not a single other map on this list that I
there it is.
To
Look
not
at that.
go and play. Infection.
There it is. Crested Diverter. We're fine.
I cannot give you any reason to play Infection. You are just asking for pain if you want to play Infection. It is the worst that Zombies has ever done. So I think it's
Call
going
me
to
nifty,
be
because I like pain.
So yeah, Descent, it forces you into boss fights. It's that's one of its negatives. It's not the Ohm, it's the Trident. It basically you shoot it and it bounces the bullets in ricochets into zombies. It's a cool weapon. It's a shame that it's so weak because of Advanced Warfare systems. You could get reinforcements on the map if you were lucky. You could actually get the Goliath suit and basically be a tank for a little bit too. It was used for the Easter egg.
Where
Masochist, when they play no, if you're a Masochist, played Bus Depot. Even Masochist would suffer an infection. But I'd say that Descent, just from memory of how it played, like it was the second. I'd say it's like the second best of AW. It would go in between Outbreak and Carrier. And the only reason is that Outbreak has more space to work with. So, like, when those infected rounds come, with the zombies that can basically send you on the back foot the entire round, you have more space to work with them. And again, the AE4 was decent, wasn't horrible. And the Easter egg was fine. There was 2 endings to Outbreak. If you, on the last step, just went melee only, you would get X filled out. Or, if you didn't, and you collected all the tags like that, it would get taken down by a supply drop. So there was 2 endings to Outbreak. But yeah, I would say Descent will go right between Outbreak and Carrier. Next one, Shadows of Evil.
Ooh.
Mob of the Dead Light.
Shadows of Evil.
It's basically Mob of the Dead Light. Beast Mode was a neutered version of the Afterlife system. I'm not gonna lie to you. You might be expecting glowing praise from me, but I'm not gonna give it a lot of glowing praise. The Easter egg was alright.
I don't think it's above Mob.
No, I don't agree with... I don't think it's above Mob. I think it has to be like an A or maybe even a B tier map. Like, it's pretty. I love how pretty it looks.
I love the music, I love the atmosphere, I like everything.
I like the jazz themes for the perk machines. Widow's Wine is a good perk.
Yes.
It's the only perk Black Ops 3 released. There was a free Gobblegum Easter egg on this map. The Ella Astroff, otherwise known as the Apothicon Servant, was on this map, and it is one of the better wonder weapons that have ever existed. Not zombies related, but I spent 2 hours yesterday clearing your hair. Trying to figure. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. You have to toggle. Yeah, old games, right? They really fuck with you when it comes to trying to play them on their newer PCs. Black Ops 2 is no exception.
They really do.
I remember having that similar issue. The LS Stroff is good, but I'll say that the LS Stroff's better in Revelations because you can upgrade it. You can't upgrade it in Shadows. The Shadowman boss fight's alright, and the ending of the Easter egg's cool, where you destroy the big-ass worm. Like the big-ass tentacle monster in the sky. Characters are forgettable. Let's be honest there. The Margwa is a decent boss.
I like the characters.
They are kind of forgettable, though.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry to say, but can you name me what their names right off the top of your head?
Dude, my memory sucks, so no. Dude, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. What are you talking about?
I believe it's Jessica Roberts, Floyd, something. I don't remember his last name. Jackie Vincent, and Nero. Nero something. I can't even remember their names. Which is my point, is that you remember Ultimus as characters. You remember Ultimus and Primus, Nikolai Dempsey, Takio, and Richtofen.
No, the characters were pretty forgettable.
You remember fucking Victus, even though they were kind of shit characters. You don't remember this cast. So I think this cast is lackluster. I think that the sacrifices were okay, but they do get tedious over time as well. But yeah, I think that's all I really have to say about it. You know, the bootlegger was cool, but I honestly would say to you, it's a low A, high B map. It's very overrated. Like, people try to throw this in S+ or an S. Like, there's not enough substance to make it those things.
It's not above A for sure.
It was fucking Mob of the Dead, but done slightly less. Mob of the Dead light. So can we agree on high B?
I can't even put it above B. Let's put it in high B.
Don't get me wrong, I love Shadows of Evil. It has like that Shinonuma style, right? Where it's the main hub branching into the 3 paths.
Of course.
I love it, for the gameplay aspects, but everything else, it's so lackluster.
Yeah.
The Giant. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Never played.
It's the Black Ops 3 version of Duriz. There is a reason why I play Duriz Declassified instead of the Giant, despite the fact that I own it. I am going to put it in C tier, right behind the other Duriz. And I'll explain why. It has to do with the fucking Wonderwaff again. So what they did was they made it so it does splash damage now, instead of it being direct hit. But by doing that, they nerfed the shit out of it. They meant it as a sort of area of effect buff to the Wonderwaff, and it actually did the opposite because the ground was uneven and it didn't register hits all the time. So the Wonderwaff is super inconsistent, and with exception to that change, it's the exact same map with snow. Nothing else has changed. They could have expanded the map. They could have made it slightly bigger. They could have added in new places for us to explore in this facility, because there is a whole other room that's rendered in the map that they never used. They could have done something with the Giant at this point. It was years since the original one was remastered for Black Ops 1, and they didn't do anything with it. All they did was change the hide and seek Easter egg slightly. So to me, I think it's worse than the World at War version because it nerfed it so hard and added nothing. And again, you're free to counter if you want, if you think it should be higher or lower, but for me, that's where I would put it.
I'm not gonna counter it. I'll trust your judgment with this one.
Dead Ops Arcade 2. I think we're gonna see
right beside the first one.
Really?
right beside the first.
Better or worse?
Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is actually really
I
hard.
would harbor that there's more power-ups, there's more layout, there was more substance in this one. It was actually worth going to. There was like racing mini games, shit like that. This was the Black Ops 3 version of Dead Ops Arcade, by the way, just as a reminder.
Yeah.
I would say it's actually better than the original Dead Ops. And it does continue the story of the original Dead Ops as well. I also didn't play a lot of this either, I played it a few times. So your opinion might be more valid than mine, but I just think there's a lot more substance to Dead Ops Arcade 2.
No, there definitely is a lot more substance.
Come on, you want to give the mama back the front row seat. Come on.
Hold on, let me eat another seaweed. Give me a sec.
He's gotta eat the seaweed of truth.
I love seaweed.
Mm-hmm.
Leave me alone. Aquatic marijuana is the best.
Let's go.
Everybody makes fun of me for calling that. It's called seaweed.
It's seaweed.
I call it aquatic marijuana. It makes sense.
I see your joke. I understand.
Exactly. Everybody makes fun of me. I'm like, why? It makes perfect sense.
But yeah, so Dead Ops Arcade.
I kind of want to put it below.
You want to put it below? Okay.
I want to put it below. I really want.
I'll happily go with you. I just want to know why.
I don't know. Like they're both. I don't know. Is
it like a feeling thing with the twin stick shooting? Do you think that the other one's better? Like I can say that a lot of the music's reused, I believe, from the original, at least in this version.
Yeah.
I
don't know. To me, the first one just felt better.
You know, and that's fair enough. Game feel.
Like I know it had. I know Dead Ops 2 had more things, but the first one to me just felt better.
Yeah, again, game feel is important too. Like if you felt that it was better, I will take your word for that. Because the only Dead Ops I have extensively played is Dead Ops 3. So I have more to talk about when it comes to Dead Ops 3 than any of the other ones. But
Untrue.
Horizon Rock. I'm going to say something so controversial yet so brave.
Go ahead, because I never played this.
It is Origins Light.
You know what? I can definitely see that.
It is Origins Light with the moon Easter egg reversed. Instead of you blowing up the Earth, you're blowing up the moon. It was also the first boss fight.
It's Call of Duty Medieval.
Basically, yeah. But yeah, it was the first boss fight as well. And this map too has a thing where if you're playing with 4 other people on a ranked match, you need sorry, let me fix that. If you're playing solo, right, and you go into a ranked match, you only have to do 1 bow for the egg. But if you accidentally set to unranked, you have to do all 4. And they never fixed it. They also nerfed the lightning bow really hard. So past round 25, it kills a lot... No, 27, it kills a lot slower. The wolf bow does exactly 1 fucking damage to the boss. Don't ask me why, I don't know. They never fixed it. So the wolf bow is basically useless in the boss fight. So for me, I'm basically going to give this the exact same treatment I gave Shadows. And I'd probably put it right in front of Shadows. Because it has more substance than Shadows did when it comes to story implication and all that. Like, you hear Groff and Richtofen talking back and forth. It's actually kind of entertaining, and it's good. But otherwise, like, with its own issues, it's not much better than Shadows in comparison.
You know what? I'll agree with you. I've seen, what was his name? On YouTube. I know there was a lot of people who played it, but I watched was it Codename Pizza? Was that his name?
It really depends on what the next sentence of that is going to be, because I don't
No,
know.
I was just gonna say the only gameplay I've seen of Dryzen Drock was his gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again,
And
it's not
it
bad. It's just
no, it looked cool. The atmosphere looked slightly better than Shadows, just slightly.
mm-hmm.
That's honestly the only thing I can base it off of because
The boats are cool.
this basically anything now until Knocked I haven't played. I've only seen gameplay of.
Okay, well, Zetsubo no Shima, you'd actually be surprised to hear from me that I have a little bit of a brighter take on this one. I used to fucking hate this map. I still, in a way, dislike this map, but I can see it for the beauty that it actually is. And I've actually gotten the fun with
Did
the
it
mod.
redeem you? Hell yeah.
It redeemed itself a little bit. There's still some glaring fucking issues. Looking at you, water-based power switch. Looking at you, 3 parts of the Pack-a-Punch that are in each hallway that, that I couldn't find them, while looking for them at the time. Looking at you, Thrashers that give you no points for killing them, that they spawn like 100 of them and can literally take your downed player and eat them. So you have to kill the Thrasher to get your downed player. There's a lot of issues with Zetsubo no Shima. But its Easter egg's actually really simple. It's most of the setup process, and if you want to get to like the best trading spot on the map, you finish the Easter egg. You get it done. There is a side quest where you can become a spider. Like, you can become one of these spider enemies. It gets weak over time.
Okay, well, just for that,
really
it's
cool.
immediately... Just for that part, like, it sounded cool until you said that. Just because you said that, it's F tier.
The spider's actually fun to play as, though. There is imprinting
I don't
pods.
care if the spider is F tier.
Haha, funny. But yeah, there's imprinting pods with the planting system. The planting system ain't intuitive, but it does allow you to do a lot of cool things. You can, basically, if you die, you'll be brought back into the match with what you had at the time where you imprinted on the plant, if you have the right plant. There's also one that can kill the zombies for you. The Masamune in KT4. The KT4 is the base version, but the Masamune is the upgraded version. Remember how I said the Slicker Fire was one of the best weapons that has ever existed? The KT4 is a better version of Slicker Fire. It's not the best wonder weapon that's ever existed. It's fucking 10 o'clock at night. Stop revving your engine like a motherfucker. But yeah, yeah, so it's not the best wonder weapon that's ever existed. But it is still a really fun wonder weapon to use. Like, it's good. The Easter egg, as I said, is easy. The boss fight is even easier. There's 2 boss fights in this map. There's a spider boss fight along with the actual main boss. We don't see that shit happen very often, and it's really cool. If you win the boss fight, obviously, like, if you don't, you die. But if you win the boss fight, which you can choose to do if you want to do the Easter egg, you have to do it for the egg to get the part for the Masamune. But if you do it, you can get free Widow's Wine for doing it. Like, there's no Widow's Machine on the map, but that's how you get it, is by finishing that fight. So yeah, there's 2 bosses, 3 Widows. The map is, like, nice looking for what it is. And the planting system is cool. I don't really have a lot of issues with this map. I don't think it's an S tier map by any means, but I would actually probably rate it above Deriz, Black Ops 1 Deriz, as in the A squad nowadays. If you asked me this before, I'd put it in F tier because I was super biased and didn't like it. But now that I've actually, like, explored it and I understand it, like, I know how to do everything in it. Yeah, no, it's a good map. It just requires some setup. It doesn't reward you as much as Origins did, but it does still reward you for a lot of the things. Is that agreeable?
I want to put it below Mob. I have no idea why.
I don't think
I have no reason.
I don't think that would be a fair comparison. Like,
Now, all right. Look, I've never played it, so if you want to put it in A tier, let's put it in A tier.
yeah,
You said high A, right?
high A. And again,
Yeah.
the reason being
Let's
is
do it.
that Mob doesn't have a boss fight at all. This one has 2. Mob has a lot of buildables and has a lot of upgrade things. This one has a lot of buildables and a lot of upgrade things. Any issue that this map has, there is something that will help you mitigate or nullify the issue completely. There is a really good...
I was just gonna say I'll tell you now, if nobody told me that this game that map had 2 bosses, it would blindside me that there were 2 bosses.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, I beat one, I beat the game. Oh shit, there's another one.
It's
Okay.
a mid Easter egg boss fight, and it's really cool. It's not too difficult, but it's really cool. It's a big ass spider. But moving on from Zetsubo though, because I am very firm. Like, I could move it below Deriz, but I can't go any lower with that. Like, and I can only go to Deriz, like just under Deriz, for the fact that, again, Deriz revolutionized the mode. Whereas this one didn't revolutionize anything, it just had a lot of content. You know? So if you want me to lower it to behind Deriz, I can do that. It's up to you where we want to place it within these 2 slots, but I cannot say that it's worse than Call of the Dead. Like, I could say it's worse than Kino, because, you know, Kino is Kino, but Mob of the Dead honestly should be above Kino, in my opinion. If I'm being 100% honest with you. But, yeah. So, are we putting it at front, or are we putting it behind? With Zetsubo.
Actually, with what you just said, is it okay if we swap Kino and Mob?
Yeah. Again, I don't think Kino's better than Mob in any way, form, or anything.
And then
not enough.
bring Zet. I'm gonna butcher that name. Can we bring it beside Mob?
So you say Call of the Dead's better than Zetsubo? Because Call of the Dead would be beside Mob.
Yeah, smacked up in the middle. I'll
on the terms of map flow,
redecide that Call is a little bit better.
Yeah, I can agree with that a little bit more, because again, you know what I said about Call of the Dead's map flow earlier? I think it has a really good map flow, a really good Easter egg, a really good reward for it. So I could see it being better than Zetsubo by a little bit, but not by a high margin.
And honestly, map flow really is everything in the zombie map.
Yeah, this one was a pain in the ass back when it came out. It took us a while to figure it out. Gorod Krobi is the next one. This is another one which I would say that is likely in the S tier, maybe S+. Why? Because this map brought us back to old World at War style zombies. It's basically a World at War map within Black Ops 3.
Ooh.
In old war-torn Stalingrad, dragons flying around, Nikolai in a mech suit, the PPSH-41 comes back, the Raygun Mark III is released here. Which basically combines with a Gersh device. The Easter egg's a little tedious, because they intentionally made it tedious, but the boss fight's so worth it. Bomb Step's a little annoying. I would be remiss to not say that. The Gauntlet of Siegfried. You want a pet baby dragon?
Hell yeah!
Yeah, the Gauntlet of Siegfried might crash your game, but it gives you a baby dragon that you can use. So, are we putting it in S+, or are we putting it in S?
Dracaris.
I could see either. God. Also, the shield is the dragon shield. It's a lot better than the rocket shield from what's it called? Shadows. Like, you can actually upgrade it to be the Bahamut shield, which gives it an extra charge and more durability. There's also the wings that allow you to get to Pack-a-Punch without watching the cutscene over and over again, and there's a mask that helps reduce damage to Valkyries and other shit that were annoying. The Mangler was also spawned here. That's where the Mangler first showed up. which isn't a hard boss by any means.
What the fuck you need to? What do you mean? We're
Podcasting.
tier listing Call of Duty zombie maps.
Welcome
What
to
you
our
doing?
podcast, Michi.
Welcome to the podcast. How you doing? Nerds.
But yeah,
Oh,
I would be.
we're nerding.
I'll be honest.
What are you
with
doing?
For me
Not nerd.
personally, I would put it right behind Origins, Black Ops 2 Origins. It for me that would be an S+ map because
Wait, behind what? Sorry.
behind Black Ops 2 Origins in the S+ category because it does it is good in almost every way. Like there's very little negative I can say about Gorod Krovi.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Watching The Walking Dead. Say hi to Viking for me.
There's exactly one step in Gorod Krovi that's really like annoying to do, and it's the bomb step. And after that, like, and the other one that kind of requires Prenorium.com, but that's like the first step. But other than that, it's almost perfect.
Michi, before you go, can you shout out Lingerana, please?
As for thank you, Michi.
Have fun with your nerd stuff. Have fun with your nerd stuff. You're watching Walking Dead.
As for Rev, because that's
next. Boy,
Rev had a great song.
That was too weird for me to follow with what was going on. I'd
say it's far too easy. You have the Thunder Gun, the Arnie's, the fucking the Pokken Servant with its upgrade as well, plus the ray gun itself, and the Rifty 9. I like the time travels, all that. The boss fight is just copy pasting from fucking Shadows with an extra step. Like,
don't worry about it, Michi.
And the Easter egg was so ungodly convoluted that we couldn't figure it out because of how convoluted it was for a long time. I would honestly say that Revelations is a mid-tier B map. I'd put it likely beside Shinonuma and Verrucht.
Mid-tier B map.
Mid-tier B.
So between Town and Verrucht?
No, between Shinonuma and Verrucht. Because there's still a lot to it. There's a lot of Easter eggs. There's a lot of story implication. It's just that it's so fucking convoluted. It's so fucking easy, to say the least. Not a lot was really added in with this final map, other than like elemental versions of bosses, and then the boss fight for the Easter egg that's super convoluted is just a copy paste of the fucking Shadows of Evil boss fight. So it really isn't that great. It was disappointing.
How would you feel about putting it between Shino and Shadows?
I could do that. Again, there was still a lot in Rev. I could do that. But yeah, like Rev I did not
enjoy even watching Rev as much as Shadows.
Yeah, like Rev was yeah. If we're going to give Dryzendrach and Shadows issues for being the light version of Mob of the Dead and fucking Origins, I'm gonna give Rev the same shit. Because
Michi, go watch The Walking Dead. Stop with that fucking sound alerts.
So,
goddamn, I hate that.
Chronicles knocked.
Ooh, Chronicles
knocked.
Lost
a lot of difficulty because of the Wonder Fizz. They still didn't fix the zombie spawn rate, so for the first few rounds, it takes forever for them to get to you because of how far it spawns them.
Yeah.
The Thunder Gun is still in the box. The Mark II is in the box as well. And the Ray Gun. And then otherwise, it's still just Nocturne and Totem. You know? I would honestly probably, like, for the fact that it actually reduced the difficulty of Nocturne and Totem, which was its only given, is that it was a hard survival map, I would honestly put it behind Dead Ops 2. Because it took the one thing Noct was known for and got rid of it.
You know what, buddy? I will agree with you wholeheartedly.
It's not to say that I don't like it. It's just that when that's the one thing you have and you reduced it, it takes away. It didn't
We
add
can't.
anything.
We kind of have a demented pyramid going on.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah.
Same goes for Verrucht, actually, when it comes to Chronicles Verrucht. Yes, the ambient noises are still there. Yes, the horror is still there in a way. It looks a little better. But when it comes down to it, it did lose a little
The fucking close quarters pissed me off.
Yeah, but that's just Verrucht in general. I'm not going to fault Verrucht
Yeah,
for how
this was another map. You two yelled at me nonstop.
It was the first map I played on Chronicles when it released.
Really?
I'm not even kidding. It was the first map I wanted to play on Chronicles, and I did. Because it is a challenge. It that is its benefit. Like Noct before, where I was saying that, oh yeah, Noct's only thing is that it's really like a challenging map, and it was the first zombies map. Verrucht's thing is its horror aspect and its challenge. And I would say, again, with the Wonder Fizz, it does reduce the challenge, but not to the same degree, because perks were already there on the map. Whereas Noct, the perks weren't there on the map. Gobblegums are always going to reduce that as well. This was the map I discovered that the monkey bombs could be upgraded, which was a Gorod Krovi thing that I didn't know about until we got for Chronicles.
Hell yeah.
But for me, personally, I would put it beside. I don't know. I'm kind of driven. I'm kind of divided on if I want to put it beside World at War Verrucht, like just behind it, because World at War Verrucht is more scary. The zombies are a lot faster, so your close range problem becomes a lot worse in Black Ops 3 Verrucht as well. But the Wonder Waff makes a reappearance. They fixed that issue.
No, I put it behind BO
World at War Verrucht.
First one. Yep.
World at War Verrucht. So in B tier. Because again, that was my only issue with the other version.
Oh yeah, sorry, duh. Yeah.
Because Black Ops 1 Verrucht traded out the Wonder Waff for the Winter's Howl, and it actually made the experience a lot worse. But with this one, the Wonder Waff comes back. Yes, it still has to deal with the issue that the Wonder Waff has, but it's still there. It's still functioning the way it needs to. The map is still scary. The anxiety noises are still there. It's still really cool, right?
Yes, true.
But
You're
it
right.
does lose a little bit of that scary aspect that World at War did, because the zombies are a lot more predictable. It's not like World at War where they are World at War zombies. I don't think the Verrucht sprinters are in Chronicles either, because I know Verrucht had the fucking Verrucht sprinters that ran at supersonic speeds. They might have been removed, but that was another thing that Verrucht had that made it worse, made it scarier. Shinonuma for Black Ops 3, the Chronicles version of Shinonuma. It's fucking gorgeous.
It is.
It is fucking gorgeous. As much as I like the fact that Shinonuma World at War was a easy high round, and that's why we dropped it in Black Ops 1. Black Ops 1, I dropped it so low because it didn't add anything, right? It didn't really add anything to the experience. That's not the case with Shinonuma for Chronicles. You have the Gobblegum machine. You have the Wonder Waff in the box as it is. You have a far more remastered and beautiful map, right? So I would honestly say this is better than the original. Not by much, because it's still the same map. It didn't change that much. But I would put it above the original Shinonuma. How do you feel about it?
Where did we put Shino?
It is B tier.
Aha, see ya.
The original B tier is in the original Shino is in.
Wait, that was Ascension. Goddamn.
Yeah, Ascension's in S tier. But yeah, that's how I see Shino at least. The beauty is there. All right, yeah. Black Ops 3 Kino der Toten. It lost a lot of the horror aspects. Again, the anxiety noises are still there. The Raygun Mark II is there, which is a nice quality thing. I don't hate Black Ops 3 Kino, but I don't think Black Ops 3 Kino is better than the original. I think the original, because of how gritty it is, is actually better for the map because of how the map looks. And again, the adding of the Wonder Weapon and the Wonder Fizz and the Gobblegums are all they did for this map. They just increased the fidelity and how it looks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's the same map. Where would you, well, like, go ahead. Where would you, like, how do you feel about it?
I don't know, honestly. I honestly might even put this low. Fuck. Ooh.
It gets harder, yeah, because it has
Yeah,
to contend with the bees, right? So
the BO3 version. Fuck.
that's the point of these
Oh
lists.
fuck!
It gets harder at the time.
This is so hard. Oh.
If you're going
Goddamn.
to lower it, I'd say it's better than Shinonuma. And everything past Shinonuma. But it wouldn't be better than Rev, Shadows, or Eisendrache.
Yeah, that's the perfect spot for it. I think I was lying that earlier.
Yeah. And
Definitely
again, there's not that much difference between Kino and Kino Black Ops 3. It's just that Black Ops 3 loses a little bit of that environmental like horror that the other one had, and it does take away from the experience. Otherwise, it's still a perfectly playable experience. It's still fine.
It is. It is.
I would put Ascension in S+. I'm not gonna lie to you. It took Ascension. It made it so much more pretty. It made it. It gave the Wonder Fizz. There's even more perks on this fucking map. There's the Gobblegum system. There's the Raygun Mark II on this map. So a map that was even easier for people to train on just got even easier because you could have both. The Thunder Gun gives drops now. Because that was a thing that Black Ops 1 didn't have. If you used the Thunder Gun, you couldn't get a max ammo. Unless it was a monkey round.
So low S+?
Low S+. That's how I see it. You're free to argue against it, but that's how I see it. Is like it took Ascension, a map that I already consider to be an S tier map, and just made it better.
I can see an S tier. For me, I played it. I didn't play Garad, but the only thing for me, I'm not gonna lie, the only thing for me that's putting this below Garad is Garad. You just said you had dragons, you had a mech suit. Like I can't.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I would put it in low S tier as well because again, Origins and Gorod are leaps and bounds above Ascension. Don't get me wrong, they're leaps and bounds. But
we're doing low S plus, right?
Not yeah, S? Low S plus.
Okay, cool.
Ascension definitely beats Buried and Moon. This version especially. But yeah, it's those two are leaps and bounds above Ascension. Just on a mechanical level, the prettiness and the other factors can't push it that far. But a low S plus can. I could definitely make it a low S plus. It is again. Ascension is my second favorite or my favorite map. I'm between that and Moon. You know, if I want dumb fun, I go to a fucking Black Ops 3 Ascension.
You really love Moon.
I do love Moon, and we're about to get to the other version of Moon here. Shangri-La. Where did we put it last time? We put it in D? I'd say that because of the system Black Ops 3, it looks a lot prettier. Like it looked nice before, but it looks better now. Right? The Wonder Weapon is a little harder to get, but the other added features do help with the map play. Black Ops 3 weapons in the box are also really helpful. The Mark II is in this as well, so now you're no longer relying on a ray gun that will down you with splash damage. You can kill things from a distance and get collaterals, making your life easier. You can still use the monkeys to manipulate your drops. I think that it fixes a lot of the issues that Shangri-La had in Black Ops 1. I would be willing to put it above Shinonuma at Black Ops 3. It would jump 2 tiers because of what they did to fix Shangri-La. At least for me, like I am okay with moving it up because of what they did for Shang. It's still a difficult map, and I'm not like I want to be 100% with you here. I'm not judging Shang Black Ops 1 for being difficult. Difficulty, we need a combination of hard maps and easy maps. Otherwise, the game gets stale, like we see in Black Ops 6, where it's all the same. Right? But I think that the issues that the original had are fixed in 3. Which makes it a far better experience.
Okay, I have a complete hot take that a lot of people are not gonna like.
Please share.
I am willing to move up Shangri-La.
Yeah.
BO3.
Yeah, where are we putting it?
But I am.
Where would you put it?
Fucking Christ, Lobby.
I'm okay with Lobby. How low? Where are we putting it?
At the very lowest.
I would not agree with Transit.
I enjoy Transit over Shangri-La.
Be that as it may, like Transit is Transit.
Yeah, Transit is Transit. I know.
Transit. The map flow is not nearly as good as Shangri-La's map flow. Map flow wasn't an issue with Shang. It was literally just the fucking mechanics. And the fact that it was kind of close range and it, and, like the easy death and things like that. And the annoying as shit pack-a-punch. So, if you're dead set on putting it right behind Transit, I will put it behind Transit, but I think it actually should be in front of Transit because, let's be honest, Transit's pack-a-punch system's more tedious than Shangri-La's. Like, it's really bad. And the bosses
but you could upgrade the bus.
That's and but what about your pack-a-punch guns? Like you have with this one, it's tedious to get it done, but if you're in a squad of 4 people, it's not nearly as difficult. Whereas with Transit, you could have 2 people there, and then one could place it down, be like, oh yeah, though it's open, and then they fuck off, and then when you get there, it's broken, and then you can't get in. You could still get fucked by Transit. It has the worst pack-a-punch system in Treyarch Zombies. Any comments or if you're dead set, then I'll put it back. I'll put it in low, like the lowest of low. But that's how I just see the Transit comparison between these two, because I see them as having the worst pack-a-punch systems in both their respective games.
Yeah, I can see your argument. I really can.
It's about survivability,
It is about survivability.
So would you be willing to put Transit at the bottom of B tier and just have Shang in front of it? This version of Shang, remember that this one, like, Transit's still better than the other version of Shang. It's just this one excels a little bit more. It fixes a lot of the problems that the original Shang had. Which I think pushes it forward enough.
I'm not gonna lie, that's very hard.
I know I know it's hard. I know that's why I'm trying to give you as much logic and like understanding as possible.
No, I can see your logic and it makes perfect sense. I don't think I can do it. Sorry, I don't think I can move Shang.
That's okay. Again, it's still in B tier. Like, again, we are 2 different people. We can have disagreement with that.
It's not
in here. It's fine.
Shangri-La is not a bad map at all. I prefer playing Transit over Shangri-La in all of its scuff and all of its glory. Or lack of, I guess. I'd prefer playing Transit.
Yeah, again, that's fine. Moon. I would say that Moon has the exact same situation as Ascension did. Where I had it in S tier, and then we move it to S+. Because again, it gets that graphical fidelity upgrade. Instead of that weird mask, we're actually putting on a fucking astronaut's helmet. We're wearing an astronaut spacesuit on the moon. I would say that there's an issue with Widow's Wine. You know, like Widow's Wine grenades can still break the windows and shit. But that's a mitigatable issue if you're paying attention. The Big Bang Theory has never looked better. It looks so much better in the new graphical engine. It's so nice. And then, of course, the Zap guns are the Zap guns. The QED is still the QED. It still has its same effects. The Gersh devices are still there. You know, it's the same map. It's just done a lot better. It's no longer gray, Hobbit. They changed the color palette.
I know, right?
Oh, it's not gray.
Honestly, with all those changes,
I would put it above Ascension. Like, above Black Ops 3 Ascension. It was the second map I played on Chronicles. And the one I was eyeing the most when the YouTubers were playing.
Okay, oh god.
If you want to put it behind Black Ops 3 Ascension, I'm also okay with that too. It technically only has to beat Buried. Which I think there's enough to justify the beating of Buried.
Why? Why the rap tap tap meet you? Go
Rap,
watch your
tap,
fucking TV show.
tap.
I hate you. Shut up. Don't fucking mock me. Don't rap tap tap me. Fuck. Watch Walking Dead with your boyfriend. Leave me alone.
Well, yeah, I have absolutely
I'm kidding.
nothing.
I love you, Michi.
I have nothing but love for this map.
I'm going to break your heart. Moon is a very good map. I've had a lot of fun on it. I love the changes they made. Okay.
Mm.
However, I do not think it's better than Buried. I'm sorry, Lich, but I don't.
Well, actually, it doesn't technically have to beat Buried.
It's better than BO1 Ascension.
Yeah,
but it's not better than Buried.
I want to remind once it gets to S tier, it's not about beating out the other maps that are in S tier. It's about doing better than what it's like excelling where these ones were just good, right?
Yeah.
I would say that Moon has a better Easter egg overall. You know, like the other two for Buried weren't that good. Like when it comes to quest wise, Moon's was relatively simple but very RNG filled. It looks better than Buried. It looks better than basic Moon. There is better weapons in this version of Moon. There is better mechanics within this version of Moon. And then on top of that, you have the Wonder Fizz there, plus you have Double Tap 2. Because remember that Double Tap 2 was released in Black Ops 2, not once, so they upgraded Double Tap. So it's no longer just draining your ammo. So for me, since we have Moon in S, I think it, especially because it is an S, I think it's an upgrade enough to say that it has no longer just good at what it does, it now excels at what it does. There is, for what it does, there is no better. Right? Like, you see where I'm coming from? It doesn't have to be good.
It excels at what it does, I'm not gonna lie.
It doesn't need to beat Buried. It just needs to excel more than Moon Basic did.
Oh, no, 100% it excels better than Moon Basic, but it's not better than Buried.
But it doesn't.
At least in my mind.
It doesn't need to be better than Buried, though, is what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? It's like, just because it's in S tier, it doesn't need to beat all 3 S tier maps. It just needs to do better than the original, and I think it did.
You know what, Lich?
Hmm.
There is a slight part of me, like I'm very happy with this tier list, but there's a slight part of me that wants to change Buried to low S+.
How about I give you this? Just as a comparison here. We put Buried in S+, and then we also put Moon in S+.
You're...
Like, not basic Moon. Black Ops 3 Moon. Because that's the argument that we're having here, is that this one, like, that's what I'm getting from this, that this one should be in this one. Right? That Buried should be in S+. That's what's holding you back from saying, yeah, Moon should go up in S+, too. Because Buried's there. Right? So in theory, it's not a matter of this one not belonging there. It's a matter of this one being in the wrong category. Is that accurate? Am I accurate with my assessment?
I'm trying to think. I'm sorry if that came out rude. I'm trying to think. No.
No.
I'm not saying that just because I want to put Buried up to S+, you know, I'm gonna put Moon to S+. Why did my music stop playing?
I wasn't implying that. I was more implying that because
Christ.
Buried is in S, you're hesitant to put this in S+ because you think that Buried is better than Moon in general. So the upgrade that Moon isn't sufficient enough to push it up in your mind because Buried's here. Right? Or am I incorrect? Because I could be incorrect, but that's what it sounds like at least. So I am willing to put them both in S+. Buried first, then Moon. It will fuck up our pyramid here a little bit, but...
Well, let's be fair.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. Our
fucked.
pyramid is fucked up.
But there is enough in Buried to classify it as an S+. It's just that I thought there was a few issues.
Buried... Here's the thing. I can't justify putting Moon in S+.
Why not?
I like the changes they did. I like the everything. I don't know. You know what? Let's leave it as it is, and then we can always look at it after, okay?
Alright, so put Buried and Moon in S+ for now?
No, just leave them in S. Just leave them alone.
Well, we still haven't decided where we're putting Black Ops 3 Moon. That's what we've been
after Buried in S tier.
Okay. Okay, so it's a little bit of an upgrade. All right, we'll come back to this later.
Yeah, Buried, Moon, Ascension, Moon. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Origins Black Ops 3 is a downgrade to Black Ops 2. Not by much, but I would put it in S tier. I would probably put it in high S tier. Maybe above Buried, maybe about right behind Buried. And my only real reason for it is because there was a lot of skips in Black Ops 2 that you could use to get further in less time that they removed from Black Ops 3 Origins, which caused the map to be a little bit more difficult. You know? Like, there was no longer this, oh, you had the skill and the knowledge to be able to skip through this a lot quicker because you knew these tricks. It was now, no, you have to go through and do everything as hard as it possibly can be, you know? And they did buff the ice staff, too. They buffed the staffs in general. They'll no longer crash your game. But I can't justify also putting in S tier. Well, no, I can't justify also putting in S+, because it does actually reduce from what Origins was. You know? There was too much reduction when it came to Origins. Does that make sense? Pop, it is very deep in thought, chat. He is considering
it's-
every variable.
It's definitely a downgrade.
Yeah.
Hmm.
If we keep it in S plus, because like if that's something you want to do, I will be very on the hill of it needs to be behind Provian Ascension. Then it would have to be very low S plus because it does reduce so much from what Origins was.
Uh,
What was that? You got cut off.
I think it was just me. No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't cut off. That was just me doing. You know. Um. Okay, let's put this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Um. Let's do low S plus.
Low S plus. Okay.
Yep, I'm
Again,
happy with that.
It's just there's so much that was reduced when it came to this map. I can't justify putting it right beside or ahead of Origins or any of these two. Zombies in Spaceland, however, it sounds like you have some experience with it since you said that you liked IW Zombies quite a bit. I would honestly put Spaceland in S plus as well. It is a really good map. Its Easter egg is really good. It has a good story, which eventually will lead to Mephistopheles' boss fight. The alien fight was challenging, but when you understand it, it was really fun. The map layout was great. The gator trap was fun. The 4 wonder weapons are really fun to use. David Hasselhoff.
It really was.
David Hasselhoff DJs for you and also can help you fight the zombies.
Yep.
There's so many cool fucking traps. The clowns are a little annoying, but they are very thematic. They take the Hellhound concept and make it thematic for IW. This, in my opinion, is the best map in IW Zombies. I think that they hit the head on the nail really early.
It was the best map in IW for sure. I
don't know where in S tier I would put it, but I would put it in S tier. It is the best non-Treyarch Zombies map.
It's definitely in S tier.
No, not S tier. My bad. S plus. I don't know where I'd put it in S plus, but I would put it somewhere in S plus because again, it's just that good. You know, it had 5 wonder weapons, Hobbit. The Cryolator and the 4 ray guns.
Oh, it was fun as shit.
And then Director's Mode too, after you finish everything. Like having the double pack-a-punch feature be something you have to unlock instead of automatically get. That's progression.
I love Zombies Spaceland, but I liked Origins. Even Origins BO3.
I would put it behind Origins BO3.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
I would be happy to put it in fucking like right behind Origins BO3.
It is low S plus for me.
Yeah, I would put it in the exact same location now that I'm thinking about it, because I just have so much more with these other ones. But if I'm to play a non-Treyarch game, it's gonna likely be Zombies in Spaceland.
It was just fun through and through.
Yeah. Rave in the Redwoods. This one's an interesting one for me. I don't dislike Rave. I like how you start. I like the melee weapons that you get, like before you replace them. I enjoy the fact that there's the 4 different crossbows with their own variants. I like the Rave. Let's be honest, the Rave definitely inspired Cold War's Dark Aether. You can't look at
sure.
one and not see the other.
You really can't.
Yeah.
You really can't.
The Sasquatches were a little annoying to deal with. They were bullet spongy, but otherwise manageable. The Slasher, as much as he's a pain in the ass in rave mode, you can basically ignore that threat if you don't go into rave mode often, or if you finish the Easter egg and kill him. Because that chainsaw can kill the Slasher in any form like that you get.
Yeah.
Which is technically a wonder weapon as well as the chainsaw. And I love the like horror movie vibe. Like again, you see it through all of my music. I'm a big fan of that sort of horror movie aesthetic, and it is very much that aesthetic. Dumb teenagers getting attacked by killer. Yeah, no, that it's fun. However, I don't think it hits the same level that Spaceland does.
No, it doesn't.
I think there is a few missteps when it comes to map flow.
Honestly, I can put it in A tier.
Oh, A tier. Okay. I was going to give it low S, but where in A tier would you put it?
Oh, that's a very good question, actually.
That matters. Like, my opinion will change depending on...
Oh, fuck yeah, it does. I would put it... Keynote, no. Mob,
I would honestly put it, if I were to, like, put it in A tier, I'd put it between Kino and Mob.
Oh, I was eyeing the spot between Mob and Zetsubu.
I don't think it's better than Mob, though. Like,
no, it's 100% not.
I don't.
Kino and Mob.
Yeah.
You know what? That's the perfect spot for it.
Yeah, because like again, Rave is all right. Like it's good. It's a good map. I just do not think that it's better than Mob, and I would be remiss to put it
not
in front of Mob of that.
It's not better than Mob.
Full disclosure, I'm not a huge fan of Shallon Shuffle. This is more your ballpark, because after Rave, I kind of checked out until Radioactive Thing.
Honestly, none of these names look familiar for me until Voyage of Despair.
Mm-hmm. I like the Kung Fu.
Maybe the final rake?
Hold on. The ninjas are really annoying. Like they just teleport and they teleport to you. Like they are unfair. The rollerblade zombies are alright. They're not horrible. Map flow is kind of at best. You have to power up every fucking area of the map again.
Oh, is the final rake a
World War II
map?
World War II maps, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's in the order of release date, so
That's why I haven't played it.
The Final Rake's the best map in World War II. Like it's
yeah, I would watch him Riddle play this shit out of it. It looked like he had fun.
So as for me and Shaolin, then like again, feel free to disagree or agree, but I'd actually put it in B tier, maybe even C. I didn't enjoy this map. Like I'd put it low B if we put it in B.
Where would
I would either put it behind Shangri-La, or I would put it in front of Noct. Like Black Ops 1 Noct.
Which one? Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, because there are 3 in here.
Yeah, like, it's not better than Doritos. It's not better than Verruct. But it's all, like, it really depends on where we're placing it, you know? Like, because it's not better than anything in B. Even Transit, in my opinion, to an extent. I'm just not a huge fan of Shaolin. What do you think?
I mean, I had to look up pictures.
Yeah.
I like the checkerboard floor. That's the only thing I like about it. Honestly, can we put it in D tier?
You know what? I would put it in D tier. Where? I'd say
I don't.
behind Shangri-La.
You know what? I was just going there myself.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd put it right behind Shangri-La. It's not better
Why not?
than it's not better than the no, it's not worse than the AW ones, but it ain't better than the Treyarch ones. No way in hell.
That's fair.
But
What
Radioactive
the fuck
Thing,
are these ones?
Attack of the Radioactive Thing. So it did the same thing that Ascension did, where it knocked out all the color for a bit. Elvira was in this one.
Oh.
Yeah, Elvira was the guest in this particular map. There was the Krogs and the radiation gun you'd use to kill them. They're like big frog monsters. That's what a Krog is.
I apologize if that blew out anyone's eardrums.
But I think the map layout was fine. I liked the map layout. I didn't like doing fucking nuclear fission for the Easter egg.
Oh, come on,
I wish
man.
I was joking. That's actually a thing.
Come on, man.
I am actually not kidding. You're doing chemical equations to build a nuke.
Yeah.
I think it is lacking in that aspect. I would likely, honestly, I'd put it in B tier. The Easter egg drags it the fuck down. It is not. Nobody likes that Easter egg. But the rest of the map's fine. Like, it has good layout. There's a lot of space to work with. It's a pretty big map. Elvira's in it. There's a lot of cool things. Melee weapons. There's upgrades to the Wonder Weapon so you can crank it and like recharge it instead of it just running out. Like, it's not a bad map, and there's a lot of perks in the map too. It's just that Easter egg drags it the fuck down. I think B tier is where it should be. Maybe high C.
All right. What do you think for CF? Before Verrucht?
High C. So I'd say, yeah, likely before Verrucht. I don't think I want to put it in front of Doriz.
Alright.
I'd put it right in front of Verrucht.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Beast from Beyond can go right into fucking F tier. That map's almost unplayable solo. I wish I was I wish I was joking. I have yet to get past round 10 by myself because of those fucking extinction aliens. And you have to turn on the power and put Neil's head in the thing to get them to fuck off. And then on top of that, everything that we've said that we've disliked in IW returns here.
Ah.
So I know that I'm sorry if it seems like I didn't give you a lot of option there, but I'm telling you, that's an F tier map. I don't think it's worse than actually it might be worse than Infection. It's pretty fucking close.
I put it below Infection.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you can barely fucking play that map. So, at least Infection you can play. It'll be a fucking nightmare to play it, but you can at least play the map. This one, no, I don't really think that one was a good idea, IW. But, you know, it is what it is. You ended off on a limp noodle. The Mephistopheles boss... Actually, before we continue on, Mephistopheles boss fight. This map is the one that has it in it. And it was one of the best boss fights we've ever experienced.
That's right.
I would say that might bump it above Infection, maybe even out of this tier because of how good that fight is. Again, I do not like this map. but I cannot, in good conscience, not bring up.
All right,
fight.
above infection, I can't put it higher than that.
You know what? I'm fair. I can't put it above infection. I can't put any really higher anyway, even with that the explanation. All right, Final Reich. I would say this is an A-tier map. It was actually pretty good. The 4 wonder weapons are a little complicated to upgrade the Tesla gun into. The Jack in the Box is cool. You know, it's a nice rendition of the Monkey Bomb that isn't the Monkey Bomb. I'm not a big fan of the big guys with the maces, but they're relatively easy to kill. You know, Sledgehammer focused way too much on the horror, whereas like Treyarch had the horror right there. Sledgehammer thought it was the only thing that mattered, which led to all of, you know,
yeah.
And they forgot map design for a good majority of these. But the Final Reich was a really good first entry. I would say that it's A tier, probably behind Kino. Kino's a little bit more iconic than the Final Reich. You forgot that it even existed. Remember?
I had to look it up. I remember.
You didn't remember this one. So there's a little bit more iconography with Kino than there would be here.
No, I don't. I didn't play much of this. I watched Riddle. I think Delilah play this, and it did look really fun. Yeah, I'm happy with putting it low A.
Yeah, low A, right behind Kino. It's not a bad map, not by any means. Groston House, I would honestly put it like right, beside World at War Nocturne Toten. Maybe like right in front of World at War Nocturne Toten. Why? Because there is a way to get Pack-a-Punch, but there is no Pack-a-Punch on the map, right? You have to spend $10,000 at a piano after doing a little side Easter egg to be able to pull Pap.
So between BO1 and World at War?
Yeah, right between them. Because it's basically this game's version of Nocturne Toten. It's just a lot less iconic. There's random perks. There is an Easter egg to get upgraded weapons, but there's like no room. The Darkest Shore. I don't like this map. Not by a lot. It's not grand. But my opinion on World War II is that it went down over time, right? The next maps got worse and worse and worse. The Darkest Shore, I would honestly say, is a B tier map. Like, the boss it introduced, along with everything else that attacks you in the fog, feels kind of cheap. I also brought back the 3 fast travel equals Pack-a-Punch system as well, that we've seen a lot. It didn't add any new perks. Its wonder weapon was just a chainsaw. Effectively.
Yeah.
Nothing special. The map didn't feel special. I would likely put it in like the lowest of B tier.
Lowest of B tier.
Lowest of B tier. It's nowhere close to anything else in B, but it is slightly better than these. Now remember, yeah, I was about to say, now remember, like, Deriz and the Giant might be in C, but they're only here because of their mechanical problems, not because this one's better than them. So we compare it to the rest of them that are here for other reasons. The Shattered Throne. I'm pretty sure it's a Shattered Throne, not the Shadowed Throne, but I might be wrong. Oh, no,
it's the Shadowed Throne.
You need the Wonder Weapon to unlock Pack-a-Punch in this map. And it doesn't really lead you to doing it. It kind of expects you to know. The Wonder Weapon's alright. It's not great. Was there a special enemy type added with this one? I don't believe so. I might be wrong. There was no new perk. Again, they never added any new perks into World War II. And the spacing was kind of weird, but there was a lot more emphasis on melee weapons. I would put it right in front of Darkest Shore. It's better than Darkest Shore, but it doesn't get any higher for me.
Darker Shore?
Yeah, like right in front of the Darkest Shore. That's where I would put it.
Where the hell would that
be? Lowest of B.
Oh, we
We
literally
literally
just put
just
it
did
there.
it. It's the lowest of B.
Before?
It's right. Yeah, it's better than the Darkest Shore, but
Okay.
not by much.
Okay.
The Tortured Path. This isn't a map. It's a mode. It's 3 maps combined. It is Bogeta, Cervantes, USS Olympus, and Altar of Blood.
Oh,
But
that's why I don't recognize these names. Okay.
think
It
of
makes
it-
sense now.
Think of it like a much shittier version of Outbreak, just it's more round-based focused. There's objectives, but it's not great on small survival maps instead of big-ass maps.
Gotcha.
For me, I'd put it right in the back of D. These maps
Right
play
in the back.
better as survival maps than as what this is.
So are we going to put the individual Altar Blood, Bodega, and Mount Olympus behind E too?
No. Well, we're going to review them as they are because, as I just finished saying, they're better survival maps than they are actually part of the Tortured Path. The Tortured Path, just as a mode, is bad. Really bad.
Okay.
So I will put it lowest of D because I can't say that it's worse than Bus Depot, Die Rise, The Beast from Beyond, or Infection. You know. As for
Fair enough.
Altar of Blood, Bodega Cervantes, and Mount Olympus, and before I finish this, I'm going to rate all 3 of them as the same thing, like one after the other after the other. There's no Easter eggs in them. There's nothing special about them. They're just survival maps. C tier. You know, like that's where I would put all 3 of them. There's nothing special about any of them.
But A, where in C tier, and B, what
Back a C tier.
order?
It doesn't matter. They're interchangeable. Like, when I say that there's, like, no personality with these 3, I mean it.
Oh.
There is nothing special that separates them other than just being different locations. All you do is get to a certain round, find a soul box, charge it, wait to another round, charge another soul box, wait to another round, charge a third, and then you have Pack-a-Punch, and that's all there is to it. With a few perks in the map. And it's like this for all 3 of them.
Damn.
There's nothing here. But the Frozen Dawn, the Wendigo creature is annoying. The fucking wonder weapons are melee focused and they're interesting. There's 4 of them. I've only ever unlocked 1. There was an Easter egg boss fight, but the ending was kind of shit. To be honest, it was very sequel baity. And overall, it's a very small map. It looks like it's a lot bigger than it is, but in reality, it's actually really fucking small. You know, and there's a lot of, like, filling up sacrificial soul boxes stuff to access shit. Yeah, and it also works on the 3 fast travel to get Pack-a-Punch system that we've seen before.
Yeah.
I would likely put it above the 3 survival maps in C tier, but I think that's the highest I can give the Frozen Dawn. And like with that, you can see what I mean when I say that World War II just got worse over time.
So
it'd be in front of the 3 that we just placed.
Yeah. After Knock. Okay.
No, before Knocked, actually. Black Ops 3 Knocked would be in front of it. Because, again, it wasn't super special.
Yeah, behind Knock.
Yeah, behind Knock.
I know.
So, Voyage of Despair.
Voyage of Despair, I did like, honestly.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am building a new love of the Chaos maps now that I've actually given Black Ops 4 a fair shot. Like,
hey, look at you!
I was a part of that group. Like, I still think that the cast is kind of shitty. You know, like, Bruno...
The cast is... Yeah.
Bruno and Scarlet are fucking intolerable. But Stanton's actually nice. I like Stanton as a character, and Diego's just kind of funny. You know, I like him trying to pretend that he's really cool and all that. You know, he tries to make him seem like a badass. But,
exactly.
Yeah. I have a new love of some of the Chaos maps. Voyage Yeah, I still think there's a lot of issues with Voyage. You know, I would likely put it in the B tier maps. For me personally,
You know what? I was gonna agree with you on the B tier.
if I were to put it somewhere, it'd probably be between Verukton Town.
Verukton Town.
Yeah, Verukton Town. There's a lot in Voyage. It just gets pulled down by a lot of things. I can't see it being anywhere close to Eisendrache, Shadows, Rev, Kino, or Shino.
No.
I could go lower if you think it deserves lower, because again, I do understand that there's a lot of problems with this map.
Sorry, I have You Got a Friend in Me playing in my ear.
You got a friend in me.
I mean, down tempo, but yeah, it's still funny. What if we put it in one of the low B tiers?
Okay, I can go lower than Verukton Town with this map, so just tell me where you think it should be, and I'll... Like, I think the lowest I could go is just under Shangri-La. It's definitely better than World War II's maps.
Honestly, that's exactly where I was going to put it.
Again, Voyage has too many problems to not be, like, analyzed about that, but it's nowhere close to these two, because at least you
Hold
can
on.
pack up...
Sorry, Shadowed Throne was before Darkest Shore, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Voids and Spare right after Shangri-La. I am perfectly happy
because
with
again,
that one.
with Shadow Throne, you literally need the Wonder Weapon to get the fucking Pack-a-Punch open. This one you do not. The Wonder Weapon is supplemental.
Yes.
It can be upgraded in 4 different ways that you can swap interchangeably, mind you. That's how I play fucking Voyage. I'll go and get the upgrades. I'll get the Kraken. I'll upgrade it. When I run out, I'll get another upgrade. I'll upgrade it again to get more ammo, and I'll use that one until I run out, and then I get another one. And that's how I cycle.
Exactly.
There is a shield upgrade. It's kind of shitty. You know, it's not really worth doing. But the Kraken is a really fun Wonder Weapon. 9. I would put this in an S+. This is, like, I agree with everybody else in the Zombies community with this map. It is fucking amazing. There's nothing I don't like about 9, with exception to the Blight Fathers. But that's just a chaos thing in general. Everything else, the map's flow is beautiful. You can always get to your friends. Pack-a-Punch is easy. It's a simple task like we had before. The Death of Orion and Surket's Kiss is an amazing, like, Wonder Weapon for holding a zombie in place and using it to kill other zombies. Like, you can build traps. The Brazen Bowl can be upgraded to a different version that's even better.
You know what?
There's so much detail in the map and environmental storytelling to the map.
I'll put it in S.
I would put it right behind Wasteland.
No.
It is far better than anything in S.
I like Spaceland.
Put it in front of Spaceland? Or...
I want to put it...
I will die on the hill that this is a S+ map. Like, this is the example we...
No, it's an S+ map. You know what? Wild Curveball, D.
Fuck no. Definitely not.
I'm joking.
Not. I know you are.
It's definitely an S+.
Yeah, this is the example we wanted for Chaos, but
I want to put it... Now, I have an argument going against me on this decision because of a map I'm going to place it ahead of. I kind of want to put it after Garad Grovey before Ascension.
I'm fine with that. I'm actually 100% fine with that. I think 9 is fucking good enough to deserve that spot.
I felt weird putting it before the even the downgrade of Origins because it's you know, basically the same.
There's
You know
far
what?
more
It's a
content.
classic case of like buyer's remorse. Okay,
Yeah,
that's all it was.
yeah. I'm
But
not thinking of 9. I'm trying to rate the Black Ops 4 maps as they stand right now. Right? I played them at the beginning of their life cycle, during the crashes, during all that shit. You know, and it was really disappointing. It was really, like, fucking buyer's remorse was felt everywhere. But now that they're all good and they're all done, you know, and everything's fine, like, even this map, even 9, when that shit was happening, was still worth playing. Every other map had their issues. This one shined.
it was a very solid map.
So now that it's actually like fully functional and all that shit, I think that it is a perfect example of what you want to do with a story. And this was technically a well, no, Voyage is the second in the Chaos story, technically speaking. Dead of the Night is the first, and then 9, which then leads to Ancient Evil.
Yep.
But like it was good. It was good for what we had. I wish they went more into the gladiator sort of thing, like put some melee weapons in the box or whatever that are really good. Let us go and actually be like gladiators. I know that they did that with the specialists, but I'm not a huge fan of the specialist weapons in Black Ops 4. I think they take away from the progression. But this map shined. Blood of the Dead. I agree with a lot of people. There's a lot of wasted
Blood. Sorry, Blood was a
Mob of
like
the Dead,
air quote
everything else.
remastered mob. Okay.
Yeah, I can already tell your opinion based off air quote.
I was not a fan of
I
Blood,
was also
to be
not
honest.
a fan.
I didn't like the warden's house. I didn't like the
They're wasted space.
the
New
like
industries.
underground roller coaster. I like fuck.
You see, Mob of the Dead worked because despite its map flow and despite it being a big map, there was ways of getting there that didn't require artificial ways of doing so, right? It wasn't impossible to get to one side to the other. Blood of the Dead is technically what they wanted to do for Mob, but they couldn't do it because of console restrictions.
Yeah.
So what we ended up getting, as much as I like the Magmagat, and the Magmagat definitely brings it up a little bit, everything that was in Mob is technically here, with the exception of the Golden Gate Bridge. The Easter egg is one of the most tedious fucking things I've ever seen or tried to do. We literally just learned how to do the actual Morse code step just recently. Otherwise, when I was looking up the guides and shit for it, I was being told, "Oh yeah, just guess. You'll eventually get it." That is not the sign of a good fucking step. When we can't figure it out.
It's really not.
It's not. Like, I remember, I have like a special place in my heart for this one here because I accidentally got the Dark Ops challenge done just because I wasn't paying attention and didn't really realize, which was perkless in prison. Finish the Easter egg with no perks.
Oh hell yeah.
But even with that, I would honestly I would put it in low B tier, maybe C.
I was gonna go with C, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's like just a little better than Doris when it comes to its mechanics, but everything else, it's not great. So high C tier if we're putting it.
Yeah, yeah, I'm doing high C.
But
fuck it.
Fuck, you dropped the ball. You had the chance to turn Mob of the Dead,
which was a good map, into a great map, but you fucked up.
The pooch.
You fucked up.
You fucked
It was that last
up.
moment he knew he fucked up.
Classified, however, as much as yes, we had to pay for it, and that kind of sucks. I will say, took 5, as much as it's unfortunate that they got rid of the Pentagon Thief. It is a massive improvement on 5. The War Room is more viable to use as a training spot. The teleporters now tell you where they're going. Area 51 is reused again. The Winter's Howl is buffed and actually usable till health cap. If you have it Pack-a-Punch, you can use that fucking thing until health cap, and you'll still be able to get good damage off of it. The ray gun obviously lost a lot of its damage, unfortunately.
Before Revelations in B tier.
Before Rev, I could put that in B tier. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, cause it's a nice building of what 5 was, you know.
Oh yeah,
And I love
yeah.
the environmental storytelling that we saw in this one. Whereas 5 is clinical and clean, this one's fucked up. There's blood everywhere. Things are
They
scattered.
definitely didn't drop the ball on this one like they did in fucking Blood.
Yeah, no, this one was a actual fucking improvement over 5.
It really was.
Both maps are great. They're good. They exist within their own things. But I like Classified more than I like 5.
Oh hell yeah.
Okay, Dead of the Night. Me and you might have very different opinions on this one. Dead of the Night, I've actually grown to like.
I just don't remember if I played Dead of the Night.
It is the most complicated fucking map in this game. There's so much to find. There's so much to grab. It is a scavenger's dream. But it's the mansion. It's the haunted mansion with the werewolves and the vampires.
Fuck that.
But
no.
Building Alistair's Folly into Alistair's Annihilator is so rewarding and fun.
It is rewarding and fun.
And the Easter egg is also rewarding and fun. You can get the silver bullets to make werewolves trivial. You can get the Savage Impaler, which was another wonder weapon that had its own specific quest to deal with the vampires. You could get a fucking wooden stake to deal with the vampires if you knew how to do the Easter egg quest for that too. It's one of those situations where this would have been a map that would have shined if they advertised it. Because they didn't even advertise it when it came out. It just was dropped on the doorstep for us. We had no idea it was launching until it did.
Very true. Very true.
There's no Blight Fathers on this map because they're replaced by the werewolves, which are a very easy boss to deal with if you have silver bullets. Which also, for any box weapon you get, if with the exception of the wonder weapon, if you have silver bullets on your gun, you can buy ammo. It turns any gun in the box weapon into a buyable ammo gun. I think that this map, like as much as you might not like it, I think it's high B, maybe A. It's just being brought down by the fact that it wasn't advertised very well and it's complicated.
I cannot in good conscience put it in A.
I'm willing to put it in B, but it has to be high B because it's not a bad map. Not by a long shot. It's actually a good map. Its layout's really good.
It is a good map. Alright.
As I said, I went back and played the Chaos maps extensively. And
you know what?
For them.
You know what? I don't know how you feel about this one, but I'm putting this between Rev and Shadows.
I could do that. That's fine. That's high B. I'm good with that. Rev and Shadows? So yep. Rev and Classified, you mean? Because Classified's between Rev and Shadows. Remember?
No, Classified was between Rev and Kino.
Oh, was it? Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Rev and Kino. My bad. Yeah, so
that's
between
okay.
Rev and Shadows. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Ancient Evil. That's also another S+ map.
For fuck's sake.
I am not kidding when I tell you that this is the best map in Black Ops 4. Like, 9 is very close, but this one beats it. The gauntlets can be upgraded twice each.
Oh, this was the one that... Yeah.
The
Rome one.
They become the Defiled, the Hand of, and the Exalted Hand of. They can be upgraded twice with their own quests. There's so much environmental storytelling about this, the city of Delphi. The Easter eggs, really fun. The boss fights, really fun. Pegasus is great. Going after you get to the other side of the world, which by the way is super balanced, you have the Pack-a-Punch and a perk there, whereas you have two hands, like two of the dormant hands on each side, the light and dark side of Delphi. It's all really balanced out. And when you get there for the first time, they open up a fast travel so you can get immediately back to the amphitheater. That way it opens the flow of the map, making it a lot easier to get to and from. So
Yeah.
this is one that I'd actually put above 9, maybe even above Go Rod, because of just how much content there is here and how good the map is. I don't think I'd put it above Origins, because it's not the best of all time. Definitely not. But
Okay, cause I had two different things. I was gonna put it between 9 and Ascension, or between Ascension or Origins.
I could put it between 9 and Ascension. Like, these two are very close, 9 and Ancient Evil, for where
They
like,
really fucking
they're
are.
really fucking close for like which one's the best. But I personally would say that Ancient Evil is just slightly better than 9. So if you want to put it between Ascension and 9, I could live with that because they're very fucking close.
Yeah, I remember just overall enjoying 9 way more than Ancient Evil.
Mm.
Love them both.
Alpha Omega. It's I would say that it's an upgrade to Nuketown.
Oh,
But
that's a
it's
map.
yeah, it's a map. It's a map of all time. I've done the Easter egg like
Eh.
3-4 times, and I'm not a big fan of the map. The ray guns feel relatively weak, and also uninspired, like with exception to the explosive one. Adagajiro coming back as the main boss fight. You literally beat him the exact fucking same way. Like, as soon as you get to that final stage, you just keep shooting. No, you don't even hit him. You just shoot his ass into the fucking pyramid. He's one of the easiest boss fights in this game. There's there's nothing here. It's just Nuketown with a bunker.
So just for that, we're gonna place it above Origins and S plus, right?
Oh, 100%. No, I will be honest with you. I would
No,
actually
I
probably put
I
this
know.
at look, we had Nuketown in D. I might put Alpha Omega right
In C.
No. I'd say it's worse than Nuketown. Because again, Nuketown was basic, but it is just Nuketown, right?
So between Nuke and Shangri-La?
Sure. I was gonna say maybe between Shang and Shaolin. You know, because I do think it's a downgrade.
Actually, yeah, I prefer that. I definitely prefer that.
Like, if I want to play a zombies map and just turn my brain off, yeah, I might load up Alpha Omega and just fuck around because again, getting the weapons aren't particularly difficult. But it's not grand. Togger Toten hurts my heart. I'm not gonna lie to you. This one, you know how much I love Call of the Dead. You know,
I do.
Like, I was pushing for Call of the Dead to be an S. I'd push for this to be a B. This was a downgrade.
A B?
A B. Maybe A. Like, maybe low A.
Not as...
Okay, I'll explain why. Because the Wonder Waffle sniper rifle is actually a really good wonder weapon. It's meant for headshots. So if you're getting headshots, you can actually kill more zombies with the sniper version than the actual Waffa. Like, this is a statistic fact. The Tundra gun is really good. As much as people shout on it, it actually can kill things really easily, even better than the Thunder gun. The Thunder gun's also in the map. The Ray Gun Mark 1 is also in the map. The Ray Gun Mark 2 is also in the map. The Golden Pack-a-Punch fixes issues that Black Ops 4 had with the multiple Pack-a-Punch system. And seeing the facility gives more context to Ultimus' story in the old timeline and this current timeline. There is a lot of story implication. The issues that I have with it is that we're dealing with Victus here. I'm not a huge fan of Victus as a group of characters. They're not very enjoyable. The Easter egg led into Cold War and the reset, and this is basically the turning point. This is where I would say Zombies lost its soul. You know, this was the last map of the old era.
Tag?
Yeah, in Tag. This is the last map of the old era. So after this, we go into Cold War, which, again, Cold War had a lot of story issues, which I'm not blaming Tag for. I'm blaming the devs for after it, but it's still a part of it, where it's like, this was the last thing
I'm
I had. It
excited to... I'm excited to get into Cold War, honestly.
We all wanted a new map, and all they gave us was a remake of Call of the Dead, and they didn't even get Call of the Dead right. It's playable, but it's lacking.
Uh,
I've done this Easter egg a few
okay.
times too.
So, at, before Voyage, Voyage of Despair
I
in
would
B
say
tier.
it's slightly better than Voyage, because Voyage is kind of a clusterfuck. Where I would put it, it's between Shang and Transit. Like, it was that much of a drop off.
All right.
That's at least how I like. If you disagree, it's okay to disagree and discuss. But
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Look, if you were gonna put it above Transit, then I disagree.
No.
But
No.
I'm happy with this.
No. I don't think there's enough like co-op factor on that one. I think that it was a disappointment. Honestly,
Yep.
after getting
Pretty
nothing
much.
but fucking remakes, we got a Call of the Dead remake, and it wasn't even as good as Call of the Dead.
Yep.
Throwing yellow snowballs at zombies is fun, though, I suppose. Yeah, fuck you, zombies.
Yeah, duh.
D Machine. Okay, so before we continue, I'm going to make it very clear about what I just said earlier. At this point, I do very much believe that Zombies has lost its soul, for the most part. Its story after TOG has gone downhill. It hasn't been very interesting. However, Cold War is mechanically a good game. A really good game.
I fucking adore Cold War.
Mechanically, I fucking love Cold War. I just wish its story was better. As for D Machine, it took Noctua and Toten, it expanded Noctua and Toten, it gave it a good Easter egg, and a fucking amazing Wonder Weapon. Especially after they updated it.
I know we're not like talking about campaigns in this one, but I will die on the hill that Cold War's campaign is one of the best in COD.
I'd say it maybe seconded to Black Ops 2, but it's up there. It's actually really good. As for this map, though,
it doesn't beat BO2.
But... As for this map, though, and you can crucify me for this if you want, I'd actually put it in S. It took the formula and it threw it up because of just how much it added. Think of all the areas that it added, all the perks it added, all the quests it added, the enemy type that it added. The Megaton's very unique.
Yeah.
The Wonder Weapon with 4 different versions, each being powerful for their own thing. Fire being good for the bosses, lightning being good for killing a lot of things really quickly in front of you, frost being crowd control, and gas for camping. The Pack-a-Punch and the systems within this map were also really good, and the Dark Ether. It also brought back all of the things that we liked from old zombies, like Jug and the other perks like that, along, again, with the Dark Ether, which was, I'm so sad that they didn't use more of. That entire opposite world was so cool and colorful. So for this one, I would put it up in S. But that's as high as I would put it. Low S.
I was going to put it... fuck. I was going to put it in C. No. And then I was going to put it in B after that.
It's
and now better. I can put it in A.
I could put it high A.
I can definitely put it high A as well.
Yeah, so right before Doritos. It's better. I honestly think that they took Noctua and Toten and they threw it up to where it's no longer just knocked.
Exactly, and I love the Coffin Dance Easter egg.
You barely go in, and the other Easter eggs. There's still other Easter eggs there, too.
Well, I mean, I know, yeah.
But yeah, it took Noctua and Toten from a map where we're like, oh yeah, it's just Noct, to us entering Noct from a different angle, getting the nostalgia of seeing it, and then going to explore the rest.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm speaking so highly of this map specifically. because of just how much it built on the formula and built on what was there. Unlike the other remakes that did the same thing and barely did anything with it, this did something with it. And something good with it.
It was great.
Dead Ops 3. I played this a lot. It took it from just a story to a exploration game.
I have an extremely maybe hot take.
Hit me.
High B.
I'd agree. High B. It is. I would say the same thing. Where in the B tier though? Because we're in the high B tier.
That's a good call. That is a very good call.
I would personally.
I don't
put
think
it
it's like
above Kino.
at the very after what?
After like just above Kino, so right behind Classified. That's where I would put it. Because you said high B, so you're comparing to Eisendrache, Shadows, Dead of the Night, Rev, Classified, and Kino. Anything else?
Oh, I
B.
know. No. Shadows, no. Dead, no.
I think you could make an argument for Revelations, but Classified.
I kind of do want to put this before Rev. Honestly.
I would suggest then that we move Classified to where Rev is, because Classified's better than Dead Ops 3 by a long shot. You know, like, I don't disagree that it's better than Rev, because it is better than Rev. I just disagree that it's not better than Classified.
Okay, so we're swapping Classified to Rev, and then we're putting 3 after Classified, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I can live with that.
I have a lot of respect for what Classified did. Because, again,
of course,
just to go back to Classified for one more second, when Treyarch remastered it, nobody was expecting them to do so. Because our opinion of 5 was that it was a mid-map because of its issues, and that we didn't particularly want to see it come back. And then they're like, okay, we're bringing it back, and we're going to do it better this time. And then they did it better, yes. And it was actually really good. So, yeah, no, I don't see Rev, but I do see, no, I don't see Classified, but I do see Rev, so let's switch those, and then that way it fits nicely. Your favorite map?
So, Dead,
me.
Classified, 3 Revelations.
So for these next two, because you told me that Firebase Z is your favorite map, I want you to convince me on where the fuck you want it, and I will give you the arguments that I have.
Jesus Christ.
And same for Outbreak too, because I know how much you like Outbreak. So give me those two. This is your time to shine, and then I'll counter you after you're done.
Firebase Z. Okay. I like the open. Okay, there's 2 open areas that I really liked. There was the main area after the teleporter and the very main area that you started in. Honestly, you could loop in both those areas for like 10-15 rounds if you wanted to.
Oh, you had so much space to loop in that map.
Exactly.
It was easy.
You really did. It was great. The Easter egg was fun. The reason it took me so long probably is because I built the gun as opposed to just like trying to do challenges to find it that way.
When I
actually got every single.
I built the gun myself because again, building the gun's technically a part of it, like it's a side thing, but it is meant to be done, you know, so you get it. But go on.
Oh, for sure. I'm just saying it might have saved me time if I just. It wasn't a speed run. Like I did it on my own. It took me a lot of tries, but I did it on my own. Mind you, this was when they introduced the crossbow, and it was overpowered as shit.
Yeah.
So tier 3 crossbow was just like, get out of my way. Oh wait, you can't. You're dead, right?
Yeah.
It was such a fucking fun map, honestly. Like you could loop anywhere, basically. It was just non-stop amusement, and I would put this map in S+.
Okay, so I understand. I understand the enjoyment of it. I would not put it in S+. And
I can go in S.
I would actually lower it to A as well, and here's my reasons why. What it brought Tombstone with it, yeah? As a perk, we saw Tombstone again, which was a hybridization of Who's Who and Tombstone itself. It wasn't good, just like before. That is a detractor from the thing. We already had a facility map, and later on we'll have more facility maps, but at this point, it wasn't as worn out yet. The Ray K is not a very inspired weapon when it comes down to it, because all it is an assault rifle ray gun with a Gersh device attachment, right? We saw that before on Gorod Krovi with the Ray Gun Mark III. That is not a new concept. I think that takes away from it a little bit as well. And then again, the color palette and how easy the Easter egg is. I know it took you a while, but the Easter egg's actually very easy when it comes down to it. It's very RNG based, though. And the assault waves. That's the biggest thing that I think pulls it down from S, is the assault waves. Because at that point, after the third one, you have Ordas coming constantly. Like, you have that Orda that's going to come and fuck up your power. Which that could lead to unnecessary downs. It could lead to not getting pushed out and having more issues there in an unpowered area until you have to redo it again. And imagine you're on a high round, like you're trying to high round, right? And now you have to go and return on power and deal with whatever round it is, plus the zombies that spawn that are trying to fuck up the generators. It becomes a mess. There's a lot of side Easter eggs. That's cool. I like side Easter eggs. Again, I do appreciate that the Easter eggs in these aren't too difficult, so new players can learn them. I like to teach people how to do things, and I like just being casual as we play through. But for me, I could be talked up to a high A, maybe just below D Machine, maybe a little higher than D Machine if you talk me up to it a little bit more. But this is not an example of an S tier map. It also does struggle on the story aspect as well. Because, again, that was a core thing that Cold War had issues with, was just how disinteresting the story was because of how they were telling it. We play as silent protagonists, effectively. Our characters are operators, right? So you no longer get the quotes that are map-specific. You get just the generic operator quotes. So for me, I understand the enjoyment. I do enjoy playing Firebase C. I haven't touched it in a very long time, but I did enjoy playing it. I also had massive fucking crashes on my PS4 when it came out. That's why I upgraded to a PS5, was because of Firebase Z. So, for me, I would say that it would best be suited right behind D Machine, because D Machine's Wonder Weapon was better. I think the map flow was better in D Machine because you didn't require that teleporter. Because there is no way back to spawn other than the teleporter. Right? So if you can't get there, your teammates can die if you're getting pushed back, which could lead to your death. We've had situations where you've died there, or I have went down there and no one could get to me.
Yes, but in Firebase you also have those jump pads.
None of them go to spawn, though.
No, they don't go to spawn, but they can get you out of sticky situations, and then you can just scoop to spawn that way.
The counterpoint to that, though, is that the zombies in these iterations of CODs are no longer like the other ones. They spawn right on top of you. They're no longer predictable. They're no longer super trainable in the ways that we used to. We had to adapt and learn how to train better. So by the time you would have gone to the portal, you would have had mimics, you would have had manglers, and you would have had a fuck ton of zombies trying to get on you almost immediately. So unless you had your crossbow or something that said, get out of my fucking way, you could be liable to lose your teammate because there's no other way to get back to spawn.
Well, that's why the game introduced Ether Shroud.
True. There is the field upgrades. But right? I still don't think, like, especially with the assault waves as well, I don't think that it is good enough to get past D Machine. Because of those. Those fucking waves are tedious. They're not fun. I don't know if you enjoy them or not, but for me, I don't enjoy fighting an Orda every 10 rounds. If I wanted to fight the boss, I'd just go and finish the Easter egg.
Well, that's why you finish the Easter egg, so you don't have to do it.
No, you still do. You still have to do them. after you finish the egg. If you wait, no, I don't. Doesn't the game end? Yeah, the game ends after you do the egg, so you don't have that option. My bad.
Yeah.
You don't have the option. It's you do them or you do the egg, and I don't want to do them.
I still believe that Firebase is better than D Machine.
I could give you that if you want. Like, if you truly think that D Machina is not as good as Firebase E, and Firebase E was a good, like, better map than that, I will give you a high A. I'm fine with that. It's just I can't see it in comparison to Buried Moon, Ascension, and the other version of Moon. It's not even in the same category. It's not an S tier map. There's too much pulling it down. You know? So can we agree on high A? Right before D Machine. It's as high as A gets. I don't think anything here is going to actually take that from Firebase Z. I think that's going to be our top contender for A. You know? Are we good with this selection?
I can see that I can see the waves getting a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
I also feel like it not only pushed new players to like be better at that, but I also feel like it kind of pushed you to get the Easter egg done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but that
so
was
you didn't have
because
to
of
deal with
crashing.
those
That wasn't
endless waves of annoyance, right?
like again. But that's the issue, though. You know, the fact that that's there and that mindset would be in play. I shouldn't, if I'm playing zombies, feel like I need to do something to that would end my game, because again, the Easter egg ends the game in this game, right? So
Yeah.
they would end my game. It's my options are either high round and deal with the main boss, which by the way, that actually takes away from the originality because the boss isn't unique. It's the same thing we've been fighting all game, right? So, like, I don't think that that's good. That was a very poor misstep, and I agree with most of the zombies community that that was a misstep. Like, a massive one. But I am okay with keeping it in the high A tier and be like, yeah, it's better than not Firebase, it's better than D Machine in ways. Because they're very similar maps.
To be fair, what would be the alternative? Like, what would you view as the final boss if not for an Ordo? Sorry.
The Dark Ether at this point in the story arc was a untapped resource, right? There's been hints of gods and other things like that. The Orda was teased in the machine, right? We heard it above us. If they would have went and made the assault waves a little bit more varied, like maybe not actually adding Orda as the thing that we deal with, but maybe dealing with something else. Make up a different creature that we have to deal with. Like maybe, because remember how they got the Abomination in Forsaken, yeah? Release that earlier. As a continuation of the Margwa. Because that's what it is. It's just a development of the Margwa that was corrupted by the Dark Ether even further. So they would have maybe released that alongside the other two as a tangible threat for the Assault Waves, or just get rid of the Assault Waves in general. Fuck the Assault Waves. Why do we need them? We don't. Like, we don't need them. They're a huge issue in the map that are just unneeded. And then that would have made the Orda boss fight so much more, what's the word? So much more unique, because we hadn't experienced it before. There is no difference between the boss fight that we actually fight for the Easter egg end and how we fight Orda anyway. Except for it can't get closer to us. It's just there. You know? And this same boss fight is repeated in Outbreak. So it is not a unique fight anymore at all. It's just a side objective. We were given a side objective as a boss fight in this map. Are you seeing where my mindset is here? No hate to this map.
I'm seeing where your mindset is, and I want to agree with it's definitely above Die Machine.
Oh,
okay.
I'll give you that. It's above Die Machine. That is where that is where my lenience goes, though. It's because it's not better than the other four.
I enjoyed I will be honest, I enjoyed the map. I enjoyed just the overall gameplay above. I know you're gonna hate me for this, but I enjoyed the map and everything above Moon.
That's fine.
I really did.
I'm not gonna hate you for it. I'm just gonna say that, like, objectively, I just don't think that they match up, because Moon had a tangible, like, actually interesting story. It had one of the best Easter egg endings that we've ever had. It was a genuinely good flowing map too. You know, like, Moon had a lot going for it, right? So you can, of course, there's maps here that I enjoy that I will put low, right? For example, I do enjoy Radioactive Thing, but I put it in C because of its issues. I can play Alpha Omega, but I realize that it's a fucking shitty map, right? You can like a map, but it be objectively not the best, if that makes sense. And that's my issue with Firebase Z, is that I think that it struggles with unoriginality, a pointless wave that shouldn't really be there, that disrupts the gameplay, because it does, it disrupts the gameplay. The unintuitive system for getting back to spawn, which can lead to unnecessary death, and a overused boss fight. Those are what bring it down for me. That's why I'm saying high A would probably be the best place for it. Because any higher, and you're doing a disservice to Buried, Moon, Ascension, the other Moon, and the other S's. Because they don't struggle with this issue. Each of them have intuitive shit that this one does not. Does that make sense?
Nothing against Moon at all. I just didn't enjoy it as much as you did.
And again, that's fine.
It was fun. It was great.
Hmm.
I just didn't enjoy it as much as other people did.
You see, this is why I wanted to do this specific thing with you, because this is what I was talking about earlier. You know, like how we're two very different zombies players. I am more on the old side, whereas you are more on the modern side. You know? And this isn't like an insult or anything. This is actually just like a really cool dynamic that we have as zombies players. What I was saying
it's
earlier.
It's not an insult. We're different for honestly a lot of games, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
This is the dichotomy of Call of Duty Zombies. Is
exactly
the people that were in the older area and who prefer the older things over the newer things. That's why I'm like, yeah, no, high A is good. Because for me, if you want to know where I would actually put Firebase Z, for me personally, I'd put it low B tier. Like, not, I'd put it right beside Voyage of Despair. Because it's I find the map too easy. Like, it's far too easy. You can train
the map is
everywhere.
100%. The map is 100% easy.
Ascension is easy because it has a lot of those spots, and it has a lot of those wonder weapons that make it easy. But there's still a lot of places where you can get fucked. There's a lot of staircases where you can get trapped. There's halls where you can get trapped. You can get downed by the spinning dildo. Let's be like, there is things that can kill you in Ascension. That's why I think it's a balanced map. Like, it excels in what it does. Firebase, there is very little here that make it difficult. Yes, it's great for newer players, but I think that actually takes away because of how easy it is as well. So I would put it lower in B. It feels average to me. It might feel really good to you, and that's great. I'm glad that you really enjoy it. But the highest I would go with this map is maybe a high A, because for me, I would consider all the other experiences that are within S, both S and S plus, and be like, does Firebase Z match up to 9? Does Firebase Z match up to Ancient Evil, Gorod Krovi, Origins? And it comes woefully short. The only one it compares to is Ascension, and Ascension does it far better. You know? If I were to compromise any further, it would be the lowest of S. It wouldn't get any higher than Moon, any higher than Behind Moon. You know, but even then, I feel that that's a disservice to everything else that's up there because they're not on the same level. I hope I'm not being like too mean or anything. I'm trying to like be as logical as possible.
No, you're just explaining what you like in a zombie map.
Yeah, this is just
there's
how
nothing
I feel
wrong
about
with
Zombies map.
There's nothing wrong with explaining.
This is just what I look for in maps. Like I look for the mechanics and stuff, and it like, yeah. So would we be okay with the compromise of A high, or do you really want low S?
I would be okay. Oh god.
I think there's more prestige in it being in high A than low S. Because then you're saying that this is better than all of these maps. Whereas this one is worse than all of those. You know what I mean?
You know what? Yeah. High A. Sure.
Okay, now Outbreak. Go ahead.
Listen, when god damn it, I keep smudging my glasses. I grew up on round-based zombies, okay? I absolutely love round-based zombies. But I like getting on a game and being like, you know what? I don't want to think. I just want to have fun. I want to play zombies, but I don't want to think.
Yeah.
I just want to see how high I can get. And I pop on Outbreak, okay? It's fun. It doesn't involve much thinking. There's objectives, I mean, yeah, sure. I'm not a fan of like running across the map for either objectives or running to a different section of a horde. I don't like that. But I like the aspect that it's more. It's kind of like what lo-fi music is to rock or metal. Okay, that's probably terrible. Yeah,
no, I know what you mean. It's good in supplement.
It's the same thing. Okay, never mind. It's not the same thing, obviously. It's the same in terms of its zombies or its music. If you're still gonna go with my music thing, but it's very different. It's very relaxing, still challenging though, but very it just gives you more time to do things, I feel.
I will let you know that my opinion on Outbreak has slightly changed because of Vanguard. In a better way, not in a negative way. Because I remember we've had a lot of conversations about the comparisons. So
I sorry, continue.
No, I was about finished. I was just wanting to let you know. It's like my opinion has slightly changed on it because I've seen what it's done. Like I've seen it worse. But again, I'd like you to finish up your statement because I have a few things I want to say about Outbreak myself when we get there, and I want to hear where you want to put it before I go and say where I would like to put it. And I want to see what compromise we can make.
I like the side objectives, right? The Ordas, the helicopters, the whatever, gives you more upgrades early on, right? It
Yeah.
can really boost up your thing. Um I like the big objective at the end before you can beam out. I like the fact that you can actually shoot the thing to skip around.
Mm-hmm.
It adds a like a gambling aspect,
Yeah.
basically. There you go.
Do you want to take the risk and just go to something higher instead of what you were doing? Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Like, do you want to risk maybe not going to the map you want? Like, if you were doing the Easter egg, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you shoot that and you miss the Easter egg.
That wouldn't
Or
happen.
miss and skip the Easter egg, I
Yeah,
guess.
that wouldn't happen if you have the Easter egg started. It actually is primed to make you go to where you need to go next. So that isn't an issue that Outbreak suffers from. That's fine. Yeah, it is coded.
Okay.
That you will go to the next area.
Okay, apologies. I will take that one back.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to be sure that you knew that because, like, that would be actually to the detriment of Outbreak if that was the case. It's not.
It really
I
would.
am actively defending Outbreak at this point with that.
I liked the Easter eggs. It was very rewarding to get them done.
Mm-hmm.
Remember how long it took us to do the
Oh,
first Easter egg?
That is actually a mark of a really good quest, is if you fail it. Like, there's artificially failing, and there's actually, like, just being beaten. And I think that particular quest, yeah, I think you're referring to Legion, yeah? Legion.
Yeah, yes, the first one.
Yeah, that one was failure.
The second Easter egg was relatively easy.
Yeah, that one was easy. That was just another fucking Orda. But the Legion boss fight was unique. It was difficult as fuck, and it was worth.
Yep.
Like, it took us a few times to get it done because. And by the way, we finished it before they nerfed it. They had to
they nerfed it? Of course they did.
They had to nerf it because it was too difficult. We finished it before it was nerfed. So we have that extra prestige.
We really do. We really do. I'm not saying Outbreak is better than Round Base. I'm not saying that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying I like getting in there without having the like I like playing zombies every now and then without having the added oh, I'm being chased by a horde. Oh, I'm running into wall. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, well, there goes that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I find Outbreak is easier to get on high rounds. It's just it's a nice, relaxing experience.
Yep.
And to me, oh god, to me, I would put it in. Oh lordy, lordy, loohoo. With everything being said, high B.
I can agree with that. I will not fight you on that. Where in B? And I'll explain why when we figure that out. Because I have my own reasons too.
I kind of want to say...
For me, I'd put it right between Rev and Dead Ops Arcade 3.
You know what, buddy?
I'd put it right fucking there.
That's exactly where I was gonna put it.
Yeah. Okay, so as for me and my reasons, I wanted to be 100% honest. Outbreak,
yeah,
for me, like now, especially because I've played Duran Fong and Terra Maledicta, I have a new fucking appreciation for it, because it was a lot better. They tried and they failed to replace Round Base. It is great in supplement to everything else. And you know what Outbreak is? It's good for streaming. Because you can pay attention to your chat a lot easier as well. You're not, as you said, you're not being constantly swarmed by shit. You don't have to be on the ball 24/7. You can just fuck around, have a good time, just relax. I don't hate Outbreak. I love the Easter eggs. I don't like the order boss fight. I love the Easter eggs, and as much as the story is a little lacking, I think this is where the story began picking up a little bit, especially with Outbreak Easter Egg 2, where we saw all those dead scientists and shit, and then being abducted by Omega Group and all that. I think that was really cool. They did a good job there. I like how it was updated. I don't like how much it took away from round base at the time. That was my main issue, is that they put so much into Outbreak before they even released Mauer. If I remember correctly, there was like a 2-season wait before Mauer came out.
It was very lacklusting when it came out because it was just the 3 maps, right? It was still really fun, but it was just...
For me, what I thought Outbreak was going to be when it was first unveiled was like an actual Outbreak, where there was a lot of zombies and there was a lot of things to shoot, and that they would track you a little bit. That's always been my issue with Outbreak, is that, like, as much as I like the relaxing part of it, I think it's too much sometimes, because it doesn't feel like the zombies are actively hunting you until you aggro them, right?
Sorry.
It's okay, I'm almost done. I think it would be better if the zombies, like, you could actively see them from a very far distance walking towards you. You know? I like the side quests. I like the main quests for the most part. There's a few that I kind of think are annoying. I like how with the Die Shockwave, in 4 of the maps, there is a box for each. So if you want to upgrade to a specific Die Shockwave, you need to wait for the rotation to get that. So it incentivizes you to use the other shockwaves. Right?
Okay, let's just get one thing clear. That's called the blowjob gun. Get it right.
Okay, the big suck. Yeah, I'm aware. But
yeah, the blowjob gun. There you go.
The big suck in different ways. It forces you to do
there
so
you
while
go.
you upgrade it until you get the one that you want. And again, like the biggest takeaway is that with Outbreak, as much as it could never replace regular round based, it never can. But if we had Outbreak and round based and like being updated evenly, because that was the issue, is that Outbreak got far too much when it was in its prime, and then round based got shafted. If they would have updated them in sequence and just had them both being updated over time together, there would have been no issue with Outbreak. Because all Outbreak is reusing the old maps that were for the Battle Royale that got canned for Blackout 2. All it is those old maps being reused into zombies. And just becoming an objective mode instead of round-based. Which isn't bad. Until we get to Vanguard. That was fucking terrible. That was fucking horrible. There was nothing good about Vanguard, except for maybe like all the Covenant system, but other than that, nothing good. But yeah, I am perfectly okay with putting Outbreak between Revelations and Dead Ops. I was expecting a lot more pushback from you, actually. I'm glad we share the same consensus.
I think this is a great spot for it.
Yeah, we share the same consensus on this mode. I'm actually really surprised.
Like, I love Outbreak.
It's fun.
I feel like Outbreak's maps could have been on a smaller scale.
Yeah,
just so you didn't have to deal with like a 5-minute walk just for aggro, right?
Mm-hmm. Or again, that could just easily be fixed by having zombies constantly spawn and have them slowly advancing on you. That way you're not being overwhelmed, but they're still a threat.
That is very true, but that's like I could also make the counter argument and be like, well, that's like get up to around 3, 4, and they start getting faster, spawning more, and blah blah blah, right?
Well, that's about the devs, coding it right and not doing that. They have the active choice on how the rounds play out. That's not like just a one line of code. That is a bunch of things that work together in sequence to make that. So with Outbreak, if that was what they wanted to do, they could do it without that being an issue. It's all about what the devs would do in this hypothetical version, which we can't really speak on. But as it stands
now,
for this,
Are you happy with this placement?
Yeah, as it stands for this, I'm fine with this placement. Outbreak
Oh.
is definitely better than Rev, but I think Dead Ops Arcade does take the cake, and everything above it takes the cake.
Before we go further,
Mm.
okay, I just want to ask you.
Mm.
What did you think I was gonna rank Outbreak?
Oh, I thought you were gonna go fucking A or maybe even S. I was ready to fucking fight you on that and be like, nah, I don't. I think it should be in B. There's not enough to substantiate. But yeah, like I was anticipating a little bit more fight, but no, we're basically right on the same level when it comes to where we think this should be.
Yeah.
Hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I just think that's really
Surprise!
fucking funny. I think that's really funny because I knew how much you enjoy Outbreak. I was expecting higher. But yeah, let's go.
I enjoy Outbreak, but I also feel like it is not better than Buried. Not even close.
If you want an S tier map from Cold War, I'd say Mauer's it.
Mauer. Yes. Mauer,
I would say
for
Mauer
sure.
is the S tier map because the Wonder Weapon is unique. The again, the Panther comes back, obviously.
I will agree with you on that one.
The Wonder Weapon is a shotgun, it's an explosive rifle, and a laser beam. That melts.
How you doing, Connor?
Welcome in. It has story implication into it. It actually replaces our main handlers while we're under KGB capture, so it has heavy story implication. The CRDRS is just genuinely really fun to use for a ray gun variant. Let's be honest, like I think it's pretty close to being just a ray gun variant. But
fuck yeah.
When it comes to the map layout too, the underground's fun to traverse. You can get hit by a fucking train. But the train's even used for the story as well. And every creature that's in there has a purpose for being there, right? Even the disciples who were introduced have a purpose for being there. And it makes a map that would have been either way too easy because of the weapon or, you know, layout-wise really difficult into a nice, balanced experience. Valentina is a little bit of a fucking bullet sponge, but she's very predictable with how she works. So when you're fighting her, she's not super hard to defeat either. It's just you're spending a lot of time on it. And there's multiple phases. And yeah, just above all, the atmosphere is pretty fucking good. I like what we see. I have no complaints with Mauer Tone. If you were going to put any of these Cold War maps in S tier, I would say that Mauer is the one that gets there.
Oh, it is absolutely Mauer. Also, Connor, what pizza are you eating? Also,
I would suggest.
Can I have some? I want some.
As much as I love the original Moon, I would suggest that Mauer's actually better than the original Moon.
I also say that you know what? I would say that Mauer is underburied.
I wouldn't put it past Black Ops 3. Like, I wouldn't put it past Black Ops 3's Moon. The highest I would give you is Ascension. Is past Ascension.
You know what? I can live with that. I really can.
Solely because...
So, buried Moon then Mauer?
Yeah, solely because Moon was a massive upgrade on the original one in many different ways. And I still don't think that Mauer has enough story push to be able to surpass Moon. You know? Like, that's why I gave you Ascension and Moon at this point in time. It's because as much as they have heavy story push, one is really fucking gray, and the other is extremely
gray. You know what? I will totally agree with you on that one. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Mauer just looks a lot better than both of those two maps combined.
Mauer does.
Yeah, Mauer looks a lot better than both the original Ascension and Moon combined, let alone individually.
Yeah.
Forsaken, Mauer, however...
Forsaken, I honestly want to put in D tier.
I would agree.
Or low C.
I would actually... No, I would agree with you on D tier. I would probably put it... I don't know, maybe right beside Outbreak, between Outbreak and Descent. Reason being, it's one, map flow is non-existent. You need teleporters to get anywhere, with exception to maybe the zip lines, but even then you get, there's no zombie spawns in there, and on top of that, you have those crystals that will kill you if you stay in there too long. Easter egg's far too fucking easy. It's literally like 2 steps. You know, build machine, fuel machine, go. Like, it's not difficult at all. The Chrysalax makes the game fucking trivial. You saw when I was last playing with you, I just did not go down. Especially with my melee upgrades. I barely was losing health. As long as you're swinging with that axe, you'll basically get to health cap. So, I think that on top of the fact that it has no map flow, the fact that the weapon makes it far too easy, and the fact that the map is barely considerable to be a map. Fuck, I would put it at the bottom of D tier currently, if you would let me, because I don't think it's a good map at all. It's not F.
Bottom of D tier?
Yeah, it's not an F tier map by any means. Like, it's playable.
Yeah.
And enjoyable, but it's not good. There's a lot of issues with it that just weren't.
Honestly, the last map that I played on D tier was Shangri-La.
Yeah.
So anything after that is your call. I'd put it after Shangri-La because that's the last I played on this tier.
After Shang?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can live with after Shang because at least for me, like, when I play a zombies map, I want challenge, either in the Easter egg or in the general gameplay, at least a little bit. I don't want to be a god right away, and as soon as you get that axe, you're just a god. And you can get it within one challenge if you're lucky, if you get to legendary. Like,
yeah.
Alright, Duran Fong. The disappointment that made me like Outbreak more. I would put that at F tier. I would put that between Die Rise and Beast from Beyond, and here is why. Zombie with machine gun.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And the fact that it was a reused map, too. It's a multiplayer map through and through. Yeah, there's bodies around. We didn't have a Pack-a-Punch camo until, I believe, Season 1. The ray gun wasn't even in here. There was no Wonder Weapon until, like, the first season, I believe. There was no Easter egg either, despite that. The characters were fucking plastic. I think there's like a fucking 3-minute video of, what's his name? Von Lish just going, "Hah!" whenever he loses. Because that's all he fucking does. In Court Effects, all he does is give you vain threats, and, you know, it never really goes anywhere. The boom shots were okay. The perk system in Vanguard, I wasn't huge on. Basically, we had the same 5 perks all fucking year. Juggernaut, Quick Revive, Deadshot, Daiquiri, Stamina Up, and Speed Cola. But the way it worked was you had to buy it multiple times. First time was free, and then it went up in price to get to a maximum. But it felt like trivial upgrades. Like, you weren't getting a lot for that money either. And this was prevalent through the others as well. And they reused Shinonuma as well, by the way, for this map, and they cut off most of it. So, I just don't really think Duran Fong was great. As much as I want to just throw it at the back and say this is the worst zombies experience of all time, I can't say that because of the Beast from Beyond and Infection. If these two didn't exist, I'd tell you that this is the worst zombies experience I've ever played in my fucking life. It's pretty fucking close, but it ain't there. Terra Maldicta, I'm actually going to say relatively the same thing. It's just it had a little bit less of the issues. The Egyptian Desert, you still have to deal with all the issues that Duran Fong had, with all the same repetitive objectives, other than one, which was the Siphon Core objective, which if you failed, you died. Which also, by the way, with Duran Fong, most of those objectives, if you failed, there was no consequence. So failure didn't matter anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, so with Terra Maldicta, you had that, and this weird fucking, I think it was like a German office building or something, I'm not 100% sure. The Decimator shield was cool, at least, but it was just a shield. It didn't really help, it didn't hit a lot of damage either, and its blast was very long on the charge for getting it back.
Lich,
yo.
Give me a sec, I gotta yell at my moderator. Michi! Fuck you.
What did Michi do?
Carry on.
Okay. I don't know what you did, Michi, but good job.
Fucking sound alert. Fuck you.
But yeah, So I would honestly, if I were us, I would put it right in front of Duran Fong, because Duran Fong was fucking bad. Terra Maledicta was ever so slightly better.
Okay.
This is going to be a really controversial opinion.
So Terra is under Rise?
No, yeah, it's right underneath Dairais.
Okay, cool.
Shino Numa Reborn. Now, this actually was when they decided to actually listen to the community and release a round-based map. It sucks that it was Shino Numa again. But before you immediately throw it with the rest of Shino Numa, let me tell you that they added another area, and it's really good for training. The boss fight was
did?
Yeah, in the fishing hut area, like that main training spot. From there to the other part of the path, there is another way that you can go that leads you to Pack-a-Punch, a weapon spawn, and a really good training area. Zabala is a little annoying to deal with. She was in Terra Maledicta first, but she shines here. But she's used to build the Wonder Waffa. The Wonder Waff is in this map as well, and it's actually really good. The original ray gun's also here as well. The same 4 perks, but there is a technical 6th one that gives you zombie blood that you get for the Easter egg, but it's only temporary. But it's still used for the egg. The flogger is usable again. Everything is usable again. It's Shino Numa, but done a lot better. I'd say that this is actually a map now, and it's the one shining beacon in Vanguard Zombies. And if I were us, personally, where did we put Shino? We put Shino in B tier, both Black Ops 3 and the original version. I'd actually say that this is enough of an upgrade to go mid A tier between Zetsubo and Call of the Dead.
Okay.
It is enough of an upgrade to actually substantiate that. And it makes it makes Shino Numa just a really fun map to play. If I'm going to go back to play Shino Numa, it's either going to be Black Ops 3 or fucking Vanguard. And I never thought I'd say that. Because Vanguard otherwise is ass.
You know what? Every shitty game is going to have one good map.
Every shitty game has its gem. And that's unfortunately Shino Numa.
Well, it's kind of like that song, Every Rose Has Its Thorn, right? It's almost the same concept. So,
you know what's ironic? The next map is its song, Vanishing Shore, is now currently playing on my Spotify. I'm sorry to break your heart, but Terra Maledicta but green isn't going much higher than D. I wish I was joking when I said it. It's the exact same map, just instead of the doors being objective-based, they're buyable now. There is a slight Easter egg. It ain't great by any means. It's just rebuilding the Pack-a-Punch and then doing some trials and then fighting Cortifex, and then he falls into a pit without any cutscene. At least Shino Numa Reborn had a fucking end cutscene. You know? That one had an end cutscene. Cortifex fell in a hole.
Alright, so where do you want to put this one? The Archon.
Yeah, the Archon I would likely put right beside Alpha Omega. Beside Alpha Omega, between Shalin and Alpha Omega. It wasn't anything... Like, if you're gonna play Terra Maledicta, go play the Archon. Because it's just, you know, a round-based experience of Terra Maledicta. However, it's not that good. It was meant for Terra Maledicta's gameplay, not round-based. And it was made just because they had no other option at that time. Operation Deadbolt. MWZ. I have played, I have completed it, I've done literally everything there is to do. I don't know.
Wait, MW3?
No, MW3. And Modern Warfare Zombies.
F.
I would actually agree with you. Where I would put that maybe behind Duran Fong.
Okay, cool.
To be honest with you. Now we're actually into the final few. These are just Black Ops 6 maps, which I know you don't have any realm on, but I will say that Liberty Falls. Let's start with that one. Just
hold on. I know that MW3 was trying to do the like Outbreak Remedy. Okay.
Yeah, they were trying to do what
But
Vanguard did, but failed again.
I feel like Outbreak. Well, I mean, Outbreak is good. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm not even gonna touch you. All right, stay right there, big boy. Operation Deadbolt (MW3), right?
Mm-hmm.
Was zombies mixed with
DMZ.
Warzone,
Yeah, zombies and DMZ.
and I did not like that concept. I really didn't.
I don't like it in my zombies game when people shoot at me. I don't think that's very fair, especially with again how accurate those assholes are. They melt you like they're nothing. Especially
Yeah,
if you don't
zombies
have,
is supposed to be PVE, not PvPvE.
Well, it wasn't PvP at all. This version is just PvE. It's just that there's AI that has guns. And the AI is really strong, like it always is in Modern Warfare for some fucking reason.
What about the actual players
They're
on
all
the
on
map?
the same team. This game is not meant to be played with one player. It's not meant to be played with four. You're basically all trying to work together to accomplish goals. Like the giant ether worm, you cannot do it unless you have multiple other people there to help you fight.
I still don't like it.
The like the final boss, both her original version you can do by yourself, but if you want that STG that I have, like that one that looks like it's in the void, you know, you need to play the hard version of that fight, which the VR11 came back, and it's actually really helpful for that fight for some reason. But if you want to do that, you have to have like a full fucking team with you to go into the Dark Ether to do that shit. Which this is where we got to see the Dark Ether come back again. But I still don't think it was substantial enough because the skill ceiling is so high to get into those areas. The game was basically done by the time me and Miniac were able to get into the Dark Ether for the first time. Like I was able, as soon as I broke that skill ceiling, I got everything else done. I had my schematics. I had my other shit. I could build what I wanted and went and go. At that point, it became trivial. But until then, it was almost impossible to break that skill ceiling. And it was a big issue. Now it is time to talk about some Black Ops 6 zombies. It's the final ones we got. Liberty Falls. Surprisingly a gem, but very lacking of story. I would put it in D tier, right beside Farm. It's not.
Chino or Nuketown?
No, remember that Forsake. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Between Nuketown and Farm.
Okay.
Solely because the Mangler is reused. But actually, no. I think I'd bump it up to maybe C tier because of the jet gun. I almost forgot about the jet gun.
All right.
Remember
we're in C tier.
Remember in Transit
high
when
C
this
tier,
thing
right?
was, yeah, I'd say high C tier. Probably like right beside right maybe it might be the top of C tier. Just the top of C tier at this point in time.
All right.
Because the jet gun got such a fucking facelift. I'm not even kidding. It's so
hell
good.
yeah.
It is so fucking good. Back in the day, we all thought that the jet gun would be a great weapon, like because of how it was supposed to work in Transit. It actually fucking works in Liberty Falls. And it doesn't.
Hey, I might get BO6 now.
Yeah, it actually fucking works. And then it plays like Town a little bit, you know, but with a good jet gun. But I don't think it's substantial enough to compete with anything in the B tier bracket. That's why I'm keeping it so low. But it competes with everything here in the C tier. It might not beat them, but it does compete. Terminus. Terminus is the example of a B tier map, like a high B tier map. The Beam Smasher is one of the very few wonder weapons that aren't reused in Black Ops 6. The map is fucking huge. I was describing this map to people as Transit done right. You take boats, you can drive to the other islands, to the boat over yonder. Everything has uses. There's armor stations on other islands and stuff that makes them useful. The Wonderfist spawns on the boat, so you have a reason to go there. Plus, it's a really good training spot as well. The Amalgam is getting really annoying to keep seeing, but at the time, it was a unique boss to face. I would honestly say that Terminus should go maybe between Shadows and Horizon Rock, maybe even Shadows Dead of the Night.
Oh, I randomly put it between dead and classified.
I could also accept that too. Terminus
Okay,
is good enough to be
fair
within.
enough.
Terminus is good enough to be
Fair
within
enough.
these 5 interchangeably. It's just that I don't think it should go any lower, and I don't think it should go any higher, because it's still lacking a little bit because of Black Ops 6's systems. Citadel more.
Gotcha.
Do you like 4 elemental swords, each with their own abilities that are actually really fun to use?
I've seen a lot of gameplay, different people. I played it a little bit when I was visiting my buddy, actually in your town, which I completely forgot about.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I kind of want to put this in A.
I would agree with you, actually. I was gonna say, let's put this in A. This was a good building of what Terminus started.
I would like to put it between Kino and Rave.
I can live with that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Definitely good. Yeah, because again, the swords are really unique. The incantations are actually super helpful. 2 of them are good for zombie clear. The other 2 are good for killing amalgams. If you use an incantation on the amalgam, it dies. If you use lightning or fire, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. The Tomb. This is wasted potential.
These are both yours.
Yeah. This one was wasted potential. They were hyping it up to be some sort of spiritual sequel to Origins, and all they did was bring back 1 ice staff and then let us go into the dark ether.
Low D or high F?
This is very... Actually, you know, I would put it in high F. I think I want low D.
One?
I think I want low D because it's still a playable experience. You know, because these ones here are experiences that I think that in their current configurations should not be really played, right? That's how I've been really ranking them, as these are like the worst of the worst experiences. This one's just disappointing. You know, like there was so much potential you could have done, and you barely nicked it. You reused a bunch of things. Even the Mimic came back as a shock version. There's some cool jump scare Easter eggs. There's a few cool Easter eggs. There's some free perks, free tools, other things like that. And the boss fight, I don't like fighting furniture very much.
How dare you, man?
You know,
come on.
That is the boss fight. It's really cheap. You're fighting the Sentinel artifact. Like, it's a really cheap boss fight. You have to be very, very careful if you want to win. I'm not looking forward to playing it tomorrow because Miniac wants to do the Tomb and Shattered Veil tomorrow. Shattered Veil, however, do you want to fight a T-Rex, Hobbit?
Yes.
It's actually
A tier.
I would actually say that it is high A if we're not putting it in S. I would honestly be willing to give it a low S. And here's why. In Alpha Omega, we had the Raygun Mark IIs, right?
It's a T-Rex.
Yeah. But, so it's not just a boss fight that I'm saying makes it deserving of an S tier at this point in time. And I mean, like, it's a low S. It's not better than any of these, but it is worthy of being here. In Alpha Omega, we had those ray guns, yeah? These ray guns are far better. The Mark P is the one, I believe it's a shotgun. It's a PWR, shotgun, rifle, and the submachine gun variation. The Wraithfire variation, it goes and it uses like those Wraithfire grenades from Black Ops 4. It's not the grenades, but it's the effect that after a few kills, it will go in and
I'm too tired to argue.
Yeah, I get shout out, nerd. It will poof and it'll do more damage to the surrounding zombies. And it's actually really fucking efficient for the boss fight itself. The shotgun is really good for those really tight corridors halls, because this is a mansion. It's kind of in the same line as Dead of the Night was, being in a mansion. It can be very close quarters, but this fucking shotgun is really good for that. And then the other one is really good for holding choke points because of the gas effect it has that can literally kill zombies for a good few minutes before it fucks off. Like, these Wonder Weapons are really good upgrades for the Mark II. And then the Wonder Waff makes another appearance in this one as well. And the Wonder Waff is also pretty damn good in this as well. The Elder Disciples get an upgrade. The Disciples get an upgrade so that they can fuck around and make things come in. All the upgrade quests for each of the ray guns aren't too difficult, but they do require you to take your time and like actually build yourself up a bit before you do them.
Okay.
This map will push you into doing like the Easter egg around 30 because of how much there is to do. And it requires you to work as a team if you have teammates to get it done as efficiently as possible. And that's something I really respect in a zombies map. We were all expecting this to be another fucking Tomb because of how quickly it came out afterwards, but this surprised the entire zombies community with how decent, like how good this map was. And then the boss fight, as much as it's hard as shit, is still really fun. Like, I'm excited to go back to this boss fight, even though I know that me and Miniac are probably going to fail it. But
oh, well, with that attitude, you're definitely going to fail it.
Oh, I think I've beat this one solo maybe once, and I got really lucky. Like, I almost fucked it up. This one has pushed me to my fucking brink every time we've played it. But for me,
hell yeah.
I would honestly think, unless you have any other opinion, that it should be an S tier map. It should be the bottom of S tier.
I don't have an opinion, dude, because I've never played it. All I know is, do you want to fight a T-Rex? Yes? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's how I would describe it to people. Do you wish to fight a T-Rex? Hello, Nishi. You caught us right as we were finishing up the tier list. It's good to see everyone. Welcome into the podcast. I am your lovely host, Lichel. I am here with my other lovely host, Hobbit. We were talking about zombies and being massive nerds. I hope you had a good stream. Be sure you do all the self-care, my friend. Pumpkin raid. But yeah, we're just finishing up the tier list. We just put the last one in. But yeah,
it is a good tier list, honestly. I'm happy with this.
Yeah, again, this is why I wanted to do it this way. So we had like the combination of both our mindsets in it, not just two separate ones that were just one or the other. This is the combination of both sides of the COD community in a different way. The ones that are more Easter egg oriented and old school to the new style that are more casual sided.
I know I'm old, but I'm new school to zombies.
I'm the old school one of this. I am the old
No,
school.
I meant like, I know I'm old because, grandpa, but I was making a joke.
I appreciate
I'm old, but I'm not old school.
And we're about to begin closing remarks. In short, though, like, no matter what, as long as it's not one of these F tier maps, I'd highly recommend everybody to go and play them just so everyone can see the F tier maps. Thank you for this subby. You didn't need to do that. I appreciate you. You're a good bean. Oh no, Vel did that. Good. Thank you, Vel. I appreciate you're a good bean. Thank you, Frosty. But yeah, these, with exception to these ones, the other zombies maps are really fun. I will always go back and play other things. If for some reason people wanted to play any of these other ones that I've rated low, I'd still play them. It's just I'm not the biggest fan of them. But so before we finish, we're gonna make 2 more categories. One on the top.
We're gonna play Cold War next week.
Okay, but yeah, I want you to add a row above. I want you to add a row on the very bottom. Actually, take the haven't.
How do I already deleted the haven't played.
Oh, okay.
So
well, you're
how do I add?
You're
stuff?
going to hit. You see where S+ is here?
Oh, I got it. Got it.
You're gonna hit the cog.
Okay, what am I?
Make a row above.
Oh. Add row above. Okay.
And you're gonna write best map. This one we are going to go ahead and debate on, and then we're going to come across. We're going to debate what is the best one that we have information on. If you don't have information on it, you don't need to suggest it. I just want to hear what your best and my best are, and your worst and my worst are. and we'll come
And
up.
then the one below is going to be worst. Okay.
Yeah, so best map and worst map, just to finish the tier list. And it doesn't need to be in any of like the top categories to be a best map, right? Like just because we have it in S plus doesn't mean you can't throw it in worst if you don't like the map. So I would like you to go ahead first. What is your favorite map on this list, wherever it is?
Oh, for
What
fuck's
is the
sake! I
best
hate you
map and
so much.
why?
Out
Out of
I fucking
everything
hate
we've
you.
ranked, what
All
makes
right.
it stand out?
All right.
for
My
the
favorite
audience.
map, my best map of all time is. God, I hate you, man. This is so hard.
I know I threw you a curveball, but I just wanted to do it as
I
funny for the
fucking
final
hate
remarks.
you so much.
Don't worry, I'm gonna go through the same shit.
Yeah, well, you're probably gonna have neither time because my brain is
I believe in you.
pew-pewing itself.
I believe in you.
Thanks. Okay, so right now, I want to say, I'm. For fuck's sake, I hate you so much. Okay. I like Buried. I like Mob.
I wonder if we can like copy pictures.
Oh, hey, enemies. Thank you. I like Firebase. Okay, so that's 3. Yeah. I know you said pick one. I'm gonna do it.
We're gonna take a photo. I took a photo of what we had before we added them, just because I don't know if we can duplicate pictures. I don't think we can.
Sweet. Can you actually send me that?
I
please?
will. That way we have 2 photos. One, like, if you want to post it on your Blue Sky later as like a showing your community. This is what we want. This is how we feel about it.
Yeah.
And then we have the second photo with our favorite and our best. Our worst and our best.
For fuck's sakes.
Would you like time to figure that one out? And then
I really would.
Okay.
Yeah, you go first.
I'll take it.
You go first.
Okay. For me, when it comes to my absolute favorite zombies map, if I am looking at all of these, and I'm just thinking as logistically as possible on them, out of all of these, I honestly think that for me, it would likely be Ascension. Black Ops 3 Ascension.
That would be your favorite?
That would be my absolute favorite. And again, I'm going to add your absolute favorite in here too. That way
so
we have both of them. So we have one for each. And
hold on. Where did we put Ascension?
It was in S tier.
No, that's Terminus. That is in S tier.
Yeah, Black Ops 3 Ascension.
Oh, Black Ops 3, the S+. Gotcha. Okay.
And the reason being, like with everything else that I've said earlier about it, like I know I've talked a lot about it. I just enjoy it's the same reason why you like Outbreak, right? For me, I find this map to be a relaxing experience that does provide some challenge. I can choose to play this in a different way that doesn't include Thunder Gun. That makes my life harder. I can choose to go and get my perks that are on the other fucking side of the map, making it almost impossible to defend. I can increase the difficulty no matter how I want to play. And the map itself is just really forgiving and very good for practicing general skills that I have used to get better at zombies throughout everything else. The Easter egg might be simple, but I have a soft spot in my heart for the fact that it was the very first. I love the Thunder Gun, I love the Mark II, and I love the Gersh devices. And the Matryoshka dolls, we didn't even touch on the Matryoshka dolls or the sickle, being extremely thematic weapons for Ascension as well. Like, those are really cool. And again, I just have a really big soft spot in my heart for Ascension, especially the Chronicles version. I was more than impressed with how Ascension was handled.
Yeah.
Do you have an entry now? for your favorite?
It's a three-way tie for me. For now. You know what? I'm gonna cross you out. Okay. You know what? I know that I beat the Easter egg on Firebase C on my own, but my favorite is Buried.
All right, then we will send Buried up.
I love the aesthetic of it. I love Leroy. I love just everything about it.
And it's just a generally good experience. I completely understand.
Exactly.
Now let's get into.
You thought I was gonna do Outbreak, didn't you?
No, I did not. I thought it was gonna be either Buried or Firebase C. But yeah, okay. So it's time for worst selections. And again, I know I know a lot more of the bad ones than you do. But as for me, the one experience that I see as completely unforgivable and completely without any merit to it, that isn't worth its fucking its time in the dirt, was Duran Fong. Like a lot of people here, I was so fucking disappointed with Duran Fong. There was almost nothing there at the time. No Pack-a-Punch camo, no fucking wonder weapon, same repetitive objectives, same reused multiplayer maps, because it was a combination of 2 multiplayer maps, and then, no, 3 multiplayer maps, and then Shinonuma. Shinonuma was teased to us. They could have given us Shinonuma earlier as a secondary experience that made the other ones easier to deal with, but they chose not to. So
yeah,
it made the experience so much more worse for all of us who were playing Vanguard at the time. And we didn't get anything decent until like midway through the game near the end. This experience has no merit, and I do not recommend people play it.
Fair enough.
Do you have an entry for your worst?
I was gonna say Forsaken, but you know what? It's actually not that bad once you start thinking about it. I'm going to go with, and just before I do the grand unveiling, I feel like this is funny, okay? Because both of our best maps are 2 of the older ones, right? BO2, BO3.
BO2 and technically BO1.
Yeah,
but it's the BO3.
Yeah, but you went with the yeah. And both of our worst maps are 2 of the newer ones, right?
Yeah.
My least favorite is Operation Deadbolt.
You know what? That was my close second.
I do not like MW3.
Oh, Lord. That was my fucking close second. Like, I was considering it. But go on.
Don't worry, I got you.
I
got you, man. It's
Tell
fine.
the audience why.
As I told you, Zombies and Warzone. If Zombies and Warzone had a baby, like I know they were trying to duplicate Outbreak and make it better. I understand what they were going for. They didn't nail the execution.
I can agree with that.
At all.
It was literally just DMZ with zombies to a T. Like
exactly.
Most of the objectives were DMZ related objectives.
Coming from someone who just doesn't like Warframe in
Warframe in general.
Warframe. Where the fuck
like
did Warframe come into this?
Yeah, Warframe.
Warzone.
Cover your ears.
No,
Warframe.
Warframe. I like Warframe. That's a different thing.
But yeah, I don't like Warzone either, and I have a lot of the same issues that you do with it. It felt when I finished, even before I finished all of the first quests for it, it felt so monotonous. I remember back in the day when I was streaming it, you could see just how much I wasn't enjoying the game.
It honestly felt rushed.
Yeah,
it felt rushed.
It's why I said to my community at the time, I remember it was like, I love zombies, but I don't like this mode. I can't keep playing it because I don't want to at this point. Which, again, obviously everyone was understanding of it, but I was like, I cannot force myself to cover this mode anymore, no matter what the updates were, because I just don't see it as actually substantial to the, substantial enough to be interesting. It was so bad. Like, my game didn't even load properly for half of the fucking game cycle. I didn't have a completely loaded map for most of it. I was experiencing rampant bugs. Despite my rig being the way my rig is. You know, I have a really good rig. So it's like, I didn't understand.
Yeah.
But I completely understand that selection as a worse. I'm going to save the tier list that we did, and I'm going to add it alongside it. And then we can go into chatting again.
They could have honestly, they could have made Outbreak so much better than what it actually was, but instead of that, they did a rush job. They just put zombies into Warzone and called it a day.
Yeah, it wasn't grand. I wasn't too happy with it. But, you know, that is how it can be. Let's make you bigger again. Become big. We're gonna be big now.
Oh my god, I become big?
Yeah, you're big now. Look at you go.
That's
you
what
so
she
much.
said.
But as for this, I hope everyone had a good time. Thank you for coming to our little podcast. If you're interested in more podcast style streams, I'm sure me and Hobbit would be definitely down to do it and act like, because I know that Hobbit wants to concept actually doing a legitimate podcast. This is like a trial run. So,
I feel like that would be amazing. Honestly,
yeah.
I do.
So
if you guys have ideas for something we can do, please let us know.
Like I do enjoy just I this was also like a test run for me too, because I haven't had a stream yet where I just sat and talked with somebody. I've been wanting to do it for a very long time, and I just hadn't gotten to it yet. So thank you for joining me on this too, Hobbit. I really appreciate the opportunity. And
Meet,
you know,
two things. One, you're welcome, Lich. Two, Michi, I think I know your ideas, and I'm scared.
You know, as long as it's something we can talk about, that's all I give a shit about. You know, talking is fun.
Honestly, yeah.
So
I like talking. It doesn't always have to be about gaming all the time. Come on.
Yeah, like we don't always have to be playing a game or something of the sort. So we sometimes can just come and do like a podcast style thing if people are interested in seeing more. So
what is our favorite horror game? Smash or Pass?
I would love to do a podcast style stream just talking about horror games. I'm totally down for that shit.
Hold on, Michi said Smash or Pass. Now, hold on. Is it like
require a lot of?
Yeah, what are we talking about? Like
that would require submission.
Anime, video game characters, Dead by Daylight, which is a video game. Like, you know what? An idea.
I wouldn't be against doing a Smash or Pass or anything of the sort. It's just I would assume that like we'd require submissions to do so. You know.
By the way, everybody who knows me knows that Skull Mommy is S++.
So if we were to set that up, I would ask is just for submissions into it. Then we could legitimately just build up either a tier list or something up, and then just go and do that. It's completely possible and viable if that's what is interesting to people.
Yeah, why not? I like it. I'm always down for more chatting podcasts.
It would just require some planning.
It's great.
But otherwise, I am going to get us going for a raid here.
Me too.
But again, I thank everyone for coming to the podcast. We had a great time. I wish everyone a good night. I might be on tomorrow. Hobbit, will you be on tomorrow for streaming?
Oh boy. I will not be on tomorrow. I will be on Sunday, however, with Earl at 2 p.m. EST. Right.
then yes, you can expect your Hobbit on Sunday, and I believe that I will be showing up on Saturday. I'm not 100% certain yet. I will likely make an announcement about it if I am not.
I love how my character winked when I smiled.
However, I think I am going to go and I'm going to raid the lovely Awuna. So yeah, Hobbit, you have a good rest of your night, my friend. I appreciate you coming by. I'm gonna poof
Yeah,
now.
you as well. Thanks for the tears.
Bye-bye. I
Boy.
will also be posting both our picture of our completed one and then the one with our best and worst maps on there on the B Sky, and I'll tag you in that as well.
Okay, sounds
And
good.
Twitter. Alright, so have a good night, my friend. Get some rest. You old fuck.
See ya.
Poof. As for everybody else, let's go get the raid going so we can go and say hello to Wuna. We're going to do raid to get our raid message going. We're going to copy raid Wuna VT. Treat them nice. They're a good bean. I wish everyone a great rest of your day. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate the support on doing other cool things.